Goal? Do we have a goal, guys? What the fuck's that all about? I think I saw that on someone else's. I wondered what it was. Oh, I think it's if I want to have a goal of how many people donate. Fuck's sake, it's not all about the money round here, guys. Jeez, I don't like that. What the fuck's that all about? I think I saw that on someone else. It's not really about that at all around here. I was laughing because I said I filmed one for. I basically filmed one of these for earlier, but I think it'll probably go on the membership, but I haven't watched it yet, so I'll say that and then you might see it tomorrow or something. And also I just noticed that I always seem to pick up my Ghostbusters mug on when it's like the mediumship specifically, so I think that's I'm having a laugh. And also it's Mirror Mirror, Twinflame, Mirror Mirror, lovely, lovely, that's what's on mute. Don't know, it's an old 80s song, so I don't know. I just need a wee drink of that. Right, so I think I do want to muck about this though and see at my end. Make a super chat more fun with a goal. Oh, I don't know if I really like that. Set a goal to. I'll wait and see if any of yous even turn up. Set a goal, engage with your audience, and then once you reach your goal, celebrate your community. I think 10 super chats is reaching, guys. I don't know if I've ever. I'm only joking. I have had them before, but that's what I said in the one earlier. It would have, I would have possibly had more had I turned it on. So it was because people kept saying to me, Claire, I don't have the wee dollar sign. And it's a song's just come on called Oh Julie. So Julie might be significant here, someone in the spirit world I want to use. By Shakin' Stevens. I don't know how it goes. They're all going to be from 1982 if that's specific, because it's the yearbook of 1982. Um, yeah, I hadn't turned it on at mine, so at least that ups the chances now. Teal and higher. White, blue, and all right. That is quite good. It's a bit complicated. I could just do anything right now. Right, I'll click that. Set a timer. Well, I'm only going to be here for an hour. I don't think so. I've got a baked tatty in the oven, so at least somebody remind me to turn it off if anyone's here. But I was going to have that before and it just didn't. Oh right. Oh that is all right. I see. Right. Because I'm like, what is in it? What's in it for everyone else? If I But I suppose it's the fact that I'm coming here and delivering the message. Share how you'll celebrate. Oh, I'm gonna have to fuck about with this a wee bit more, guys, and see. I'll I'll stream again on Friday. There you go. That's how I'll celebrate. I'll stream again tomorrow. I was doing it anyway. Um. Oh, I don't know how well. I'll just choose that one because I'm doing that anyway. I'll choose a better one the next time. Share how you'll celebrate. No, wait a minute, that's too steep. We need to change that to like one. We need to change it to one super chat. Maybe like I'll just because I want to test it, let's just put it at that. And then I'll not say either. And you'll only see if you watch it. There we go. Is that's yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling confident there would be 5 super chats. I've never done this before. I'm not even feeling confident there'll be one if I'm honest. Right. Well, this is just to test it. This is quite funny. That's the first time I've seen it. I'll stream all week. There you go. It's going to do it anyway. I'll stream all week. Except, was I going to? I don't know. Was I going to do it all? Was I going to do it all week? Well, I was actually. Not Saturday, Sunday. I'll stream all week, except the weekend. There we go. I was I was going to do that anyway, so I don't know if this really counts, but maybe I wasn't going to commit to. I think I was, but I'll stream it all weekend except the weekend. Wait a minute, I'll stream all week except the weekend. I just want to see. Yeah, I just want to see what it looks like. Let's go. Start goal. Bit shan if we don't even get that, eh? But never mind. Someone might take pity. We'll see. I'll fucking donate myself. Anyway, right. That's hilarious. That's actually going to be quite fun though. God, I'm getting loads of ideas. That's going to be quite fun if I get back to doing this live on a Monday. I could like set a goal, like, yeah, I've got loads of ideas for that. That's exciting, but it's going to be a lot more exciting when there's people. So anyway, I'm just going to crack on, like nobody's here. So I'm just going to do this as if I'm recording this. Because, but actually, there we go, a bit of housekeeping. That's actually how I'm going to film some of that. I'm going to test filming it that way because I've done that before, but it's just, and I think that is quite good for like, so basically, I'm going to live stream the messages if I was filming it on my own. So I will be able to talk to you, but it's like, it'll more so probably be maybe when you come in, but I think more so it'll be at the end. And I might still talk to you during, but I'm going to test it. I'm going to try and do it a wee bit differently. Um, yeah, there we go. There's some of it. And but I'll keep the comments off. I'm just kind of liking keeping the comments off and just talking to you this way because it's what suits my energy anyway. And then it just protects my energy the rest of the time. Like, I can handle it when I'm live and then yeah. Anyway, so um right, what will I start with first? Hey, loving the new community guidelines pop up. So what do you mean? Is it the one about the rules or is it the one the rules that or is it the but look at this. Look, there's a new goal thing. I just tested it out there. Um so I think I will change the and how are you? Happy New Year? Oh look, there's things here too. Timestamps, what would I use that for? There's quite a lot of new things here actually. Ah, right. Oh, okay, yeah. I made that up a wee while ago. Um, I'm doing good. I'm tired, but I've got a cheek to be tired because I'm not sleeping at all at night. So I'm not sleeping at all at night, and I'm sure that's like quite a lot of yous. Um, yeah, I know. It just put Charlotte. You'll see that if you choose to watch this again from the start, you'll see that I was like, oh, because I noticed it on someone else. I don't know. I think it was before Christmas. I was like, what's that? Oh, it must be because they're like a big massive channel, but it's obviously not because now we've got it. So yay. So like I said, that will be quite good for a few hit because what I think I'm not going to do it tonight because famous last words. I'm not planning on being here longer than an hour. Thank you. Happy New Year to you. We'll just like Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. But it's okay if I am because I'll just go and turn off the oven. So if you could do me a favor, please, Charlotte, that would be good. If I'm still here in an hour, basically an hour from now, which highly likely, and that's fine because that's out. But basically, I was maybe going to go then, and I still might. It just depends if I'm still feeling quite tired. I won't though. They'll pick my energy up, so I think I'll be longer. But just basically, if you're still here, and only if you are, can you please remind me to turn off the oven? And then, like I said, my baked tatty will stay hot, and then it's just really so that I'm eating something because I got up really late, so I've eaten something, and then I wasn't hungry. I was going to eat before this, and I wouldn't like a real dead ringer for love. That just came on. It's not one that I like her in, and it just came on. Um, so yeah, just so that it doesn't burn. But yeah, no, it's so I can see you saying 4 a.m., but no, I sometimes I'm awake till like 6, 7 in the morning. I've even seen 8 in the morning. Like that was when I posted the other day. That was yesterday, wasn't it? Hadn't even been to sleep at all. And then so it's just yeah, need to nib that right in the bud. I don't mind getting up a bit late, but it's horrible when the sun goes down at like quarter to four. I don't. So I'm gonna get back out my walks, whatever time of day, different times of day usually. I just sort of see when I'm guided, and that'll sort me out. But yeah, it's just not very nice. But there's been a lot of solar flares going on. there's a lot of like I could just feel like waves of twin flames having huge epiphanies. And I made a joke about that in the one earlier. It's I haven't published that yet, and again, it might go in the membership depending on what. And it wasn't really in it. It was more because I spoke and I think it's going to come up again tonight. But I spoke a lot about when I watched that film. It ends with us, and it's well, basically that film is really hard. You know, it's very hard hitting. Oh my God, that was that even the choice of words there. But anyway, if you know what that's about, it's so it's quite sensitive stuff that was talking about. So. I just want to watch it back. I always just like to watch things back to see what. Um, but I do feel like stuff like that is going to come up again because when I shuffled the wee bits of paper, I'll do it again now. So when I done the one earlier, I pulled out twin flame messages, which is quite funny because basically the last thing I wanted to do was any of these twin flame cards. Like it doesn't feel like I've had enough of a break from that, but. Amongst all the other names that people might call me, and I might call myself the professional ones, although I'm sure there's other names out there too. I am a prophetess, and it's kind of like I have to deliver the messages that God and the guides and the angels want me, and all the rest of them, the light beings, want me to deliver, and I'm here to deliver divine love messages, unfortunately. So, yes, nah, I do like it when I get into it, but I was just like, fuck's sake, cheers. You know what I mean? I don't want to do a live stream in January, thanks, when we've just been thrown into it. And I also don't want to be talking about this already. I'd rather just do that in the hand videos, but because basically for the rest of the week, what I'll be focused on, because like I said, I am genuinely really quite bored of. I have to. The thing is, it doesn't matter if I'm bored of it. This is what I'm here to do. This is my purpose, my calling. I get it, right? But I'm allowed to be bored of it. So because Capricorn season is about success, money. They've guided me to all this stuff. I'm really excited. So I'll not talk about it too much, but I'll just get out right now. I really want to focus on helping people with their new earth businesses, whether you consider that you've had been in that a while, like myself, or you're getting inspiration ideas for changing things up or stepping into that completely. That's where my focus is. So that's what my sessions are going to be on. I meant to get like posts out today about stuff and I didn't. So I'll get around to posting something about that. Basically, if you're wanting to book any of that, just email, right? And like I said, I have got somebody helping me with my emails now, so just be aware of that. Again, it shouldn't be getting that deep in emails anyway. So, but like I said, just be mindful of that um I've got help with emails. Um what was I gonna say? Um yeah, but no, so I'll be focused on past life stuff and past life regressions, Pisces season, but we're not there yet. That's kind of mid-February onwards. So it's more about the future. So it always is usually around here about all of that, but I'm going to be focused on um yeah, attracting people that want to be taken to the future. So I'm really quite excited about that because, like I said, I do that in sessions whenever anybody wants that anyway. But I'm just doing it a bit differently where I'm choosing a focus, or I think I'm choosing it. They're choosing it for me, and then that's the like the theme that I'll see coming up for people. So it's a bit of a mixed bag because basically what again I don't know if this is going to work out. Again, messy action. That's what I teach people. And also, there's just a lot you can tell. There's a lot of ideas that have come to me. And so I think I am going to run the Fuck It, Let's Go challenge, which is basically about teaching people not to procrastinate, taking action, all that kind of jazz, being brave for your life, blah, 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 blah. Depends what theme I pick, or if I keep it general, or, or you pick for your, like, whatever, whenever I do it. And I'll just decide near time, but I think what I'm going to have to do is I think I will actually just have to do it either in public or do it via Zoom, right? And if people are on the membership level number two, I was going to say two and up, but actually there is only one and two right now. But I will bring back the higher levels of membership. Probably, I don't know when. Like I'd say probably in a few months, but it might be sooner, but I think in a few months. It just feels like when more twins are actually in union, that's what those levels are meant to be for. It feels like for more, yeah, it feels like whether you want to see it's like couples counseling, couples therapy, couples coaching, that's what it feels like it's for. Or just more in-depth stuff. So, um, But I'll just see because I'm going to be holding group things where you can just pay a one-off payment and stuff. So blah blah blah. I'll talk about all that later though. So but basically, all if you want to be involved in any of this, and of course you can catch it on replay if you can't catch me live. Sorry, Charlotte, I'm going to read that in a minute. You know what I'm like. I just need to word vomit it. It's yeah. For some reason, I've been guided to go live at 4:44. And I do like 444, I'm not gonna lie. Well, I like the 411144 codes too, but it's 444. I'm gonna go live UK time every day this week, apart from Saturday and Sunday, because fuck that. That's when I clock off. Friday night, that's me. We're not doing this, right? Usually Monday's my day off too, but I feel they want me to get back to doing the Monday night lives. Like I don't know every Monday, but whatever. Um, and yeah, so I feel the one I'm going to do at 444 is going to be like stuff about like it's businessy, like anything to do with abundance, new earth, and we'll just see what comes through generally. So it's the luck of the draw. If it makes sense to you, then great. If it doesn't, it wasn't yours kind of thing. And depending on how I'm feeling, I suppose each day I might hold space to do cards for people. Well, because there's new goal things here, I might utilize that. I also might not. It really depends what I've got going on because I picked. Again, like I said, I didn't. I don't feel like I did pick. I felt like that I was guided to pick those times, right? Because I was like, but actually, it does fit in. So, because that's basically I have to sort of see what suits me. But and it's more to do with because it suits me because I'm getting up so late right now. But like I said, I'm going to sort it. I'll sort it out at some point. But it just suits me with my clients and stuff because I actually just now have got a client one of those days right after. So the basically. So the one at 444, my plan is I'll either be 30 minutes or 45 minutes as if, and if I'm an hour, I'm obviously just going to be doing that, jumping off and doing the next one. And then the next theme I'm going to be focused on is mother healing, healing the mother line, ancestral stuff, mother wounds. It doesn't need to be mother wounds, but I do help people with stuff like this. But it can just be like, focusing on your own divine feminine energy. And that's basically because Mars is now retrograde in Cancer until roughly about 18/4, my birthday. I think it's actually the 19th, but you know what I mean? That's when it starts going, back in Leo again. But um yeah, and so the cancer, just to remind you, is about the mother, right? And it's about family, it's about mother healing, it's about feminine energy, it's about rest. So you might be feeling that today. Like you might feel like, whoa, you've just been hit with all this tiredness. And that's because the sign of action, masculine Mars energy, has just moved from Leo, which is also masculine energy, back into Cancer, which is feminine energy. So what it means is like that bit of get up and go you might have felt like you even had, like, or you might not have, it really just depends. The last few days, it's kind of like, and then I just looked at a song called Say Hello, Wave Goodbye. And that's actually how, if you watch the 2025 reading that I filmed a couple of weeks ago, that actually starts off right away in January. Like, it started off, it had a card that said something about endings and hellos or something like that. It was like new, it was better than that. It was endings and new beginnings. I've got those cards there actually. So yeah, so that's basically it. So it's a bit, bit funny, but that's what I've been focused, that's what I'm focusing on. So the new earth and the businessy bit and the money bit comes in because that's Capricorn. Capricorn's goal, success, even that being called goal is very Capricorn season. Um, and then obviously the new year just brought in the new moon in Capricorn as well. And then the focus on the mother healing is actually because we've got the full moon in Cancer coming up there as well. Really, we'll blink and that'll be here. But really, it's to do with that Mars and Cancer. So these are what I'm foreseeing. Uh, all my client sessions are really going to be based on. I know definitely when I'm doing stuff with therapy clients that comes up a lot, but just really anyone. So, but again, if you've got something you need support with and it's none of these themes at all, I can still do that in a session. It's just whenever I have picked the focus myself. Um, I don't know, for some reason it does seem to attract the people that really it kind of works. It works better in a way, so we'll just see. But anyway, so sorry for all that boring housekeeping, as I like to call it. But right, and I'll read what Charlotte's saying, and then I'll pull one of these. So let's see. Uh, oh gosh, I had a couple of 4 a.m. bedtimes last week, and first day back to normal work routine. Fucking hell, 4 a.m. would be like heaven, Charlotte. Honestly, it's it's not happening for me. I'll set a reminder now, thank you. Download a multi-timer app the other day so it won't interfere with my tea timer. Oh, a multi-timer app. Oh, what's it? Look, that's I don't know what do you mean? Like, so it's have you not just got that? What phone have you got? Because like, I mean, I just use the ones on my iPhone or my Spirit phone, as I like to call it, my Samsung, because which is it's been chucked about a bit because it's well, actually, it was really in good fettle, right? And then I was on the phone to my friend who tunes in. Actually, that's one of my friends that does tune in. Well, sometimes she does. And I dropped it on the floor. I was like, "Fuck!" It still works, so it's smashed. Um, Thanks for all the daily videos over the holiday period. They were spot on for me. Oh, thank you. Oh, Charlotte, thank you for saying that. Thank you. You're very welcome. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I might actually just do that in general, by the way. I quite, because I like the whole fact that it's like I filmed that 2 weeks in advance. And there you go, like that's like thanks for saying like you're saying it's spot on. It's like it amazes me too, because like so here's the funny thing, right? That because it's not me, as you know, and as pe most people know that get us, I'm just delivering the message. Like definitely tonight, like I'm just delivering the message. Like, I did plan to do my makeup and all that. I mean, but I done my hair for you. I hadn't washed it in a week. I'd just been coming in and out the bath with my hair on top of my head, but I thought I better wash my hair. So, but that's really for tomorrow, so that it's calmed down for tomorrow. So it'll either be straight tomorrow or it'll be curly. I'm really quite predictable that way. And then later on in the week, it'll probably go up in a pony if it's a wee bit greasy. And yeah, so that's but I thought, I'm a fuck putting makeup on. That's not happening. Like, I'm sure I'll have makeup on tomorrow, I think, but I wasn't doing it today. So if I keep this Monday thing up, that'll be how it goes. Um, but yeah, I like filming them that far in advance because it's quite interesting because like so a funny wee thing was I said, oh, I might be watching When Harry Met Sally at New Year, right? And I didn't mean actually as the bell strikes, Happy New Year. But I just said this to my mum yesterday. Do you know that I actually was? Like, and the thing is, I've not noticed, I didn't mean that, like, literally, I knew there'd be a good chance I'd be watching something, but I didn't plan that. Like, so again, I don't really care if people believe me or not, but like, I'm just sort of saying, I really didn't mean that. Like, that was me seeing the future because I've never, again, I can only think of recent years because before I would have been out, but it's like, and like I said, I've never enjoyed going out in the years. It was always the worst nights ever. But um, for some reason this year they put well the reason is because it happens at midnight on the film, but like they timed it that it ended at midnight. And I thought that's quite cool. But I'd actually been watching Pretty Women, and that end I finished watching it about 11:30, and I thought, and I was flicking through, and I thought, and it was only after, and I thought, oh my God, I've actually said on the one for New Year's. I said something all like this sounds like When Harry Met Sally. And then I said, oh, I might be watching it, and I was. So it's a bit of a boring fact, but I thought that's fucking nuts. Do you know what I mean? Because like I actually, if I'm in, like I quite like to watch the boring like old people kind of. Sorry, but it's true, and I think I'm one of those old people. I think we're one of those old people now, Charlotte. But you know what it was like here it's like Jackie Bird or whatever. But it was some new younger it was like some younger person, I don't know, and it looked like it was shit. I thought, I'm not even going to bother watching that. And sorry, Marty Pello, if you ever find this, I don't think it's likely. But I was like, right, I really feel very old now because Marty Pello's singing, and it was depressing. And I thought, fucking hell, I'm turning this shit off. I'm like, where's Jackie Bird to ringing the bells? This is no happening. I'm not liking this. So, but yeah, I don't know. It feels like, and it wasn't really too rowdy here either. It was like, well, it was and it wasn't. There was still people partying. The thing is, I wasn't bothered because there was people still partying in the street at 8 in the morning, and but it hadn't been going on all night. And I was like, carry on. I'm awake anyway. You know what I mean? I can't get to sleep. So, and I wasn't impressed that New York wasn't on the telly either. Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a moan here. So, but anyway, this it was very chilled and very calm. And I was gonna say boring, but it was just very chilled and very calm. Yeah, I liked it. Like I had things I could have done. I didn't want to. I wanted to be myself, and I'm not. And it was okay. So just sharing that with you, that fun fact. Hello, Martin. How are you doing? Happy New Year, and God bless you as well. Um, right, where did I get to with reading? But yeah, thank you for saying that, Charlotte. And like I said, I don't know how that would really work, but I think I do want to try if I've got a whole load of energy, like tomorrow, I might film just all of the week's hand videos all in the one day. I might do that. But again, we'll just have to see. Um, I knew the get up and go would shift. I managed to get mirrors up in my bathroom. Well done. I bought them 2 months ago and cleared some clutter working through my to-do list, and I'm tired today. Well, good for you getting that stuff done. Um, it was like my sister just texted me. They were just asking how I was that, and I was like, she was like, "Good luck, getting back into the routine." And I was like, "Good luck with you too," because like they're not sleeping either, and it's worse when the kids, aren't sleeping. Then you get back to school, and that everyone sort of feels it, don't they? On my Samsung, I can only have one timer at a time, counting. Oh, really? Counting down. Now I've got an app that could. Oh, right. Wait a minute, I might be the same. Yeah, I think I've only got one timer. But if you got on my Samsung, the thing that's brilliant is that's what I would miss. Like, even though it's like trashed and that is you can you can change what the alarm is called. So I mean, I my time blindness most you see it quite a lot actually when I'm on here. I end up ignoring it. Like it'll be telling me what to do and the song will go off. Like today, all day, the fucking song. Again, I don't know that I could ever not love Bublé, but that song's kind of great on me. Michael Bublé Home goes off all the time, right? On because I think I didn't it must be on a Michael Bublé playlist or some shit like that. But I don't even think it is. I think it just sometimes it isn't. It just chooses it. But that's been going off all day telling me to do stuff and I've just been ignoring it. Do you know what I mean? Like it was telling me to meditate an hour before this and I didn't do it and I didn't meditate. So they don't it's really weird. They don't really like me to meditate. I think it was me just not being organized, but I think they just like me to do it in the moment because I don't need to. But I quite just like it just to chill sometimes. But it depends how you look at it. I could probably count when I was in the bath as meditating because just calm my mind, but fuck knows, I don't know. Um, I watched New Year's Eve. See, I thought that was going to be on. I actually haven't watched that this year. I recorded it, but it's all right. That film, eh? That's the one I went to see that. I can't believe how long ago that was now. That was like fucking 12 years ago or something. At 10, 11. I think it is something like 12 years ago. But in fact, is it longer? Because I think it was out. It's something like that. You know what my maths is like. Um, But that card, that fated meeting card is like what happens in that, Charlotte. Oh, guys, we're going up in the world. We've got 9 people watching. We might get to 10. Um, right, anyway, right, let's see. So I want to see if the same bits of paper came out. Earlier it was Twinflame, whatever, messages, and I was like, all right, great, thanks, fucking great. And all these bits of paper, and that's the only one that says that. So I will do a bit of this. And then chakra, no, color healing, chakras, and I think that was it. So let's just see if they come out again. Oh, inner child healing. Oh, I knew they're actually sitting right beside me, so that's in line with the live streams. So they're working with us on that, and we've got channeled astro. A town called Malice has just come on, which is obviously a very famous song. Why can't I remember how that goes? It's that one, isn't it? It's that one, isn't it? If it's not, then it is that one. I know it's that one because I can see Paul Weller. So somebody, Martin, that strikes me as one you might like for some reason. Um, right, channeled astrology. I've already done that too. So I've already done that. Shadow work. Oh, we're always needing to do a little bit of that. Right, and I'm going to do the inner child healing ones. So let's do the ones from earlier. Um, right, so actually. Before I came on here, these are the ones I pulled. So I pulled Heaven, your loved ones are always with you, and seek clarity on mixed signals, Limbo. Now, these cards are specifically based on It depends which way you look at it. They are, I would say they're for relationships, but they're actually specifically for twin flames and soulmates. And really, we'll stick to twin flames, right? Because we're not about soulmate avenue and all that, right? I can help you with your love life, but it's twin flames that I help. If you're not a twin flame, fucking thank the heavens. It's a lovely journey too, but yeah, don't try and make yourself a twin flame and be on the twin flame with a twin flame if you're not one kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? You would know. You would know. That's the difference between the real twin flames and the fake ones. You would know. You wouldn't be, who's my twin flame? No, just you carry on not being one, and like I said, be grateful. Um, but so I feel this is specifically talking about some of the masculines that are, feeling like they're confused and waking up from a bit of whether you call it a spell or confusion and not knowing, yeah, like just what the fuck's going on. That's the vibe I'm getting. And then the ones I pulled, so I'll show you the ones I pulled before I recorded, but then we'll see if they come out again. Was I'm healing. I hate the silence between us as much as you do, but it's where I do my deepest healing. I care. I'm sorry for ignoring you and making you doubt how I feel. It was selfish of me. I care about you, as well. Sorry, I always laugh because I'm like, what if it's been like decades or years or something? It's like that could mean different things to different people, but I'll just push my entertainment out the way. I cry sometimes. I've shed tears over our connection. Again, that's screaming Mars and Cancer. I regret what I did to you. Thank you. Thank you for being my best friend, even when I've pushed you away. Nobody knows me like you do. Oh, and I've just realised something. That on the shorts for today, I mentioned ascending with your best friend because I pulled best friend from the other deck. So that was a bit of a syncing up. I need to tell you the truth. And the silence is killing me. I know we're twin flames. I pulled this one in there, and I send you telepathic messages. I also mentioned telepathy, another one. So, like I said, there's a mixture. Some of those cards you'll have seen me pull on the one earlier, whether I put them in the membership or here. Uh, and other ones I just pulled, before I went live. Wait a minute, I'm going to hold that up in case we need a thumbnail. No, I don't think I'll use that anyway. What else happened? Then when I was talking about the nice bits of that, it ends with us because most of it is not nice, basically. But it is very twin flamey because of the when she bumps into the guy from her past. You'll always be the one that got away, but I know that you'll come back. That's what I pulled from my deck, and it was after I'd mentioned that film, so that was quite nuts. So like, let's give him a good shuffle again and see what comes up when I'm live. Like I said, I don't want to spend too long in this bit. It's just because, to be fair, it is what came out. So, and I'm honest, like professional. That's what Capricorn's about. I can't be fucking arsed with this right now, but I will be. um, right. What have we got? Give me one. If I do a spread, I'll be here forever. Let's just ask generally, where are a collective of divine feminines at? Whether the divine feminine is female or male. Where's a collective of the divine feminine at that need help? Free will. The path you take is up to you. Wow, I'd say that's pretty spot on. So a lot of the divine feminines, where you're at is it's your choice, like what way you go here. Whether you hang around waiting on your twin flame or whether you decide to I don't know why I'm saying that. I'm just pushing out the weight because again, that's I always have to be like, just because I'm saying this and this is not me. But it's like I don't feel it's not about going like getting involved with other people. It's about what I'd said all the like leading up to the end of last year. It's about I don't really feel it. It's like, oh, you've taken too long, fuck off kind of thing. It's like it's just about your priorities, like you're focused on things for you. Um, but yeah, so however that fits, and it might doesn't need to be about you and your twin flame, but the path you take is up to you. It's like I feel it's like um I feel what this is, it's basically you're going to have, if you're a feminine, right, whether you're a male or a female, you're going to have your divine masculine coming back to you at some point, right? For some of you, it's already happened. For some of you, it's going to be happening very soon. And for others, it's still quite a while away. So this is what I mean. I'm speaking to different people, but it's about you don't have to get involved with this person again. you don't even need to hear them out. That's your free will. But obviously, I'd say a vast majority, if not everyone watching me. But you see, it's not everyone, because not everyone's healed enough to basically be forgiven or to be that open. That's what I'm basically saying. Like, I'm not one of those people, by the way, and I make that clear all the time, and I don't feel I should have to keep making it clear, but I think I do have to make it clear because of how much I'm not a January person. You know what I mean? It's like, anyway, you know what I'm saying. Um, but it's like you don't have to hear this person out at all, but it's your choice. That's basically what I'm getting, right? Transformation. Enter into the light from out of the darkness. Now that's interesting because this is the feminine energy, remember? So that can even be as little as what I just said. I cannot stand this time of year. Really can't stand it. But actually, I'll probably start to cheer up now because Christmas is over, New Year's over, and it's just the May time. It's just the build up to fucking Valentine's, and then for me it'd be my birthday, and then what I mean. It's key times, but um. And like I said, I just throw myself into work to focus on work and helping people. But however that is, but for some of you, that could be a bit more deeper, like, you've been in a dark place and, it's time to come out of hermit mode, out of the darkness. You've went through a huge transformation. Um, right, interesting. Right, so what have we got for the masculine? Oh wow, I feel like those are for me. My best friend. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. My best friend passed away in September, and I've really struck. That's awful, Heather. I'm so sorry to hear that. I felt like he sends me messages. Oh, I'm sure he does, and especially because that's weird. Like that's meant to be about like twin flames, but and well, it's twin flames relationships, and really, I feel like I've wanted these cards for years, but I felt like I got them. I just got them right at Christmas, basically. I feel I got them because it's specifically to read for the twins that are in union now, are going to be, because I feel they're more based at like if you're actually in the relationship already. Just from what I feel. But anyway, you'll see what I mean the more I use them. But it's not like the other one with that other like the woman that she made both these decks. Uh, but that's beautiful. So we'll keep paying attention because that could be him trying to get your. Oh, wait a minute, him? I mean, it might be. I said him. It might be him. She could be a her too. But like, if because this is Mediumship Monday, they might come in. But I'll stay open. Right. What have we got for the masculines before I forget those cards? So there's quite a strong message right away that divine feminine, it's your own free will. Depends on how you look at it. I don't actually agree with that. On the twin flame journey, yeah, you could, but you can't. You can't get off this journey. We're not getting it. I'm not in the mood for that chat tonight. But I say it all the time. You can't run away from it when you're the feminine. You just can't. Don't care what anybody says. You'd be very deeply unhappy, and I'd say still disassociated if you were feeling like you could get on with it and be yeah. Right. Try to kid yourself on with someone else is basically what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean? The connection between us was very strong, and I have a lot of guilt. I've been in a very dark place since he passed. Also, it is a he. Oh God. And are you like? I mean, I know you're not necessarily saying that, but when you say it's your best friend, there wasn't any twin flame jazz or that going on with you and him. Um. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. There was loads. I won't go into it actually because it's personal too, but it wasn't close to me. But there was a few really tragic passings right before Christmas actually that I heard of like close to me. Like things like people that I know, people that they know, and just like really quite a lot of horrible. So I'm really sorry to hear that. Um. Oh, yeah. So there was. So you do feel that that was your. Are you meaning that you feel that that was your twin flame? I mean, because that would kind of make. I don't know how often you watch or you've spoke before, haven't you? I feel like you've maybe spoke once before, but I'm really sorry to hear that. Right. I'll finish this collective message, and I do just feel because you've said there's no coincidences around here. I did feel when they wanted me to do this live, I did feel there would be at least a few messages. Um, so I feel he must be, and especially because that's quite interesting, isn't it? Because you said best friend, that could be like your female best friend, but I said him right away. So right. So we've got the feminine's perspective. Give us the masculine's perspective. So the masculine, remember, doesn't need to be a male, can be male, female, and you can also be same sex. But I do tend to channel it like feminine's a female, masculine's a male, because that's bad dynamics. It's easier, I don't know, it's just the way it comes through. Um, and it also doesn't mean that, like, so for instance, like this doesn't mean this is how I'm feeling, this is how my twin flame's feeling it, this is how you're feeling, that's how your twin flame. It might not be for you. So mindful of that. Uh what the fuck's that advert about? It's a giant like hen or something. Right, the masculine doesn't want to talk. I mean, I'm like not feeling the card. It was an accidental overdose. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Heather. Oh God, why do I feel like that is oh, that's tragic. I don't know how often you tune into my lives or my videos, but that actually, I was picking up on like, I mean, I'm not saying he did have an addiction, but like, I was picking up on addiction quite a lot towards me winding down for my break there. I don't know if you saw that, but he was a very pretty boy. He was a very pretty boy. Well, Heather, again, I don't know if you're, the thing is, what was I going to say there is, these are the guys I attract in the spirit world and actually in the spirit world and the actual world. But it's historically just yes, but it's kind of like but it's let's just stick with the spirit world that I do. I tend to I was this is so weird, but this is he must have been talking to me yesterday because I was actually thinking that yesterday. I was recalling the memories of when I've brought through like what you're talking about, like guys like that, like maybe that, played with fire a bit too much and they end up on the other side of life. It was a drug he would have never taken. Oh God, shit. Do you mean like he thought he was taking something else and then I mean, I don't know if we're even allowed to talk about stuff like this. Again, on the private Zooms, we can talk about whatever we want. They're probably still listed in too, but we've got to be careful when we are in. But do you mean that like I don't know. He's maybe just because that's the problem, that's the problem with when you're drinking and getting carried away, and if you're mixing drugs and maybe if you haven't had that, oh my God. Hi, Jesse. And Jesse, I just had the most creepiest synchronicity when you said hi of a name flashing up on the TV. I'm not going to say what the name is, but it was like that was a bit weird. Like it was definitely because you said hi and then fucking hell. If you're really eager to know, you can email me, but that was a bit creepy. Um, this has been the first notification that I've gotten in a long time. Yeah, I haven't and hello, Happy New Year. Is it Happy New Year, Heather? Happy New Year, Jesse. I haven't went live for a month, so um but do you mean you weren't even getting the notifications of my recorded videos? Right. And by the way, can I just ask that, right? Because that might be why they're guiding me to do that. I'm being guided. See what I mean? The masculine, that collective of masculines don't want us to know. Because look how I've still not pulled the card. What's it stopped on? Ask the angels for help. That kind of fits with the one that I said at the start, doesn't it? Um, you've had nothing. Oh, see what I mean? Look how much they're. So you don't get notifications about my actual videos. That doesn't surprise me. Um, that's fucking crazy. So look how unfair that is. That's really not fair, is it? Um, oh my God, I'm gonna start crying after. Sorry, I need to calm down and just. I'm kind of feeling. I know it sounds a bit weird, but I'm kind of feeling. I think I'm feeling the excitement of your person, Taylor, because what's that got to do with it? A wimbo, the lion sleeps tonight in the jungle, the mighty jungle. That's the song that's just come on, right? So I don't know why I'm saying that, um, but yeah, what was going to make me start crying there was look what this is. I love this. I think I do just need to just fucking. I think that's how we entertain ourselves through the next few Mondays anyway. We'll see if it goes. I don't know if I've done this last year, but um. The thing that's making me want to start crying is I didn't. Oh my God, that really does make me want to start crying. So if I do start crying, by the way, it's not me. It's because it's what they're making me feel. But look what I picked up and brought through, and I didn't know why. I just figured it was going to be like some twin flamey stuff about the messages. But look, now that you've said that, the sun never sets on a good friendship. Bear in mind the best friend was on the shorts, and then best friend on the thing, right? And guess who gave me this? My best friend. You know what I mean? He's my best friend too. My twin flame. I don't think my twin flame's ever fucking given me any actually. I don't think I fucking know. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, we done other stuff together that was fun. But yes. My best friend that's female gave me this. The sun never sets on a good, but he is my best friend this way. His energy is always here. And yes. If you ever need a friend, it's the writing's nearly gone. If you ever need a friend, remember I'm here for you. Love always. And I won't say my best friend's name, but if you know me from other places, people know who my best friend is. I did used to have about 50 million, but now I really haven't. So it's been the same best friend since I was 12. So right, so but you see what I mean? Like that obviously wasn't that's I feel that that is your guy that's influenced me to pick that up for you. So I'll just keep that still there. It's got Winnie the Pooh and Piglet. So and I just think that's beautiful that you actually said, you know, you said your best friend rather than your twin flame. Um and if you like, do you feel like did you have an awareness of whether you're the feminine or the masculine? Like that's I'm really sorry to hear that. He was trying to get over an addiction of another drug and that wasn't finding in his system. It was fentanyl that was in his system. Oh my God, what's that again? It was his first said it. Oh shit. That was coming up in a film that oh what the heck? That was actually in a film that I was watching like either last night or the night before. I would never have got that, but I can just see how I've been being influenced with these things I've been watching. But I get that he was a character. Yeah, these are the men. I tend to attract men with really big personalities in the spirit world, and people that like people that yeah. I've brought two people that have definitely not had squeaky clean past. Put it that way, but it's because I'm like that's. Like nobody has, do you know what I mean? But like it's because I don't judge people. Like you know what I mean? Everybody's got a past. Um, there was nothing off limits between us in our lives. But I just randomly got a notification right now. I just thought you were doing more membership stuff. No, Jesse, the thing is what that's why I think they're guiding me to. I think I'm just going to film the majority of the videos. I'm just going to live stream them. Even if I don't want to do it live and chat people, I'm just going to do it unlisted and then publish it after. That's what I think I'm going to do. But that's really bad that people haven't been getting the notifications. Right, so the Divine Masculine collectively, before I forget what the Divine Feminine's was Divine Feminine, there's something about you don't need to hear this person out, but I feel the majority of you are going to want to. Um, I can't remember what the other card is now. The masculines are like ask they might be putting out yous might be putting out thoughts to the spirit world asking for help. Or like you know to your loved ones in spirit or whatever you would call it, about what to, just to get clarity on being confused about something. Oh yeah, because it had something. And so what's give me two more cards for the masculines. And of course, some of those things might get answered tonight with whatever I say because it's not me. I'm just passed on the messages. Um. Oh my God! And they're like, "We told you, biatch. That's the card." I love it when they do that. And the same fucking card came out. So they're like, nope, that's the card. The masculines are looking for clarity, you know, putting it out to spirit, God, angels, whatever you would call yours, about the new beginnings. Look forward to a new beginning. Ah, yeah, so that really does feel like it's sort of syncing up with whatever wave I'm picking up on. That so this could even be feminines that really sense a masculine preparing to come forward. Look forward to a new beginning, and and yeah. So however that sort of fits in. Oh, hello! How are you doing, Connor? Condolences, Heather. I hope you can eventually take comfort from those messages from him. You can do this after some time. It's so healing to feel that beauty radiating from beyond. Connor, Connor, this time in Hermit has been doing you some good, hasn't it? That is beautiful. Yes, what he said. Just what he said. Listen to our divine masculines. So, um, I was getting notifications, but they stop after a while, and then I have to look for you. The fuck's sake, man. Well, we're just going to keep it going. Even if they keep doing that, we're just going to keep it going. But that's annoying. And Happy New Year to you, Connor. And Happy New Year. Anyone else? I didn't. I think I've said it to everyone that's come in. Right. So let's shuffle some of these now and see if it's the same card. He'd say something like that. I struggled with feeling like I would be leaving him behind in 2024. God, that is just so sad. Wait a minute. Before I move on to, I think because it's coming through quite strong, I think we actually do just need to, because I just, yeah, I just think it's gonna. I'm just wondering what you want to say. I don't know if that's the name of the album or the song, but all I can see is Fun Boy. It's got Fun Boy Free and Bananarama, so it must be a band. But I feel it's just like when you're saying he was, a bit of a however you worded it, like a bit of a character, like he's I think he's trying to get across like I'm a real but I'm a fun boy, I'm a fun guy. But maybe just the fun, got about a hand and oh dear. Again, sometimes like see with these cards when I'm doing it in public, I'm like I don't really want to read them because it's like when it's like one to one, it's more personal and I don't know. Like Heather, how do you feel about will I read the card to you? Just bear in mind the wording might be a bit off because I don't know if that's even true but it feels quite important. Do you know what? I think the first line might not be necessarily very true, although I really hope it is. But I feel it's more the last lines you need to hear. So if you want me to read out, because these are like messages from heaven, so they're like, and also by the way, if that card cut, it's not, they're not even all there. I tidied. By the way, I'm quite proud of myself. I did tidy up quite a bit of my cards. There's still, I could still be tidying them right into the summer. I've got that many cards, but I did tidy quite a bit, and I've at least tidied the seat so I can sit through there to do the because I really like to most of the time keep my cards all through in the office. But I don't know, there's something about when I do this, it's just nice to chill here. But they're not all there, is what I'm saying. But there's one that's like I'm standing right beside you, so that might come out. But even if it doesn't, it's like I feel that is relevant. Like he is just very close by you right now. Oh, he was fun, and the ladies always fell for him. Yes, I think that's something that's um, quite key to a lot of the masculine journey. The especially the male ones. So, but I mean, it'll be the females too. But like I said, it's probably. I mean, so Heather, you're giving all the you're sort of telling us about him. Do you get the attention too? Like usually it's it can be that there's maybe somebody gets a bit more attention. I don't know. It really just depends, but usually there's something like that going on. There's a song come on that's just called it's called Imagination, but it's just an illusion. So I think that they might be giving me songs for the collective message here. But I think really what I feel what this guy's saying though is that like It's, oh shit, that's so creepy with what I was about to say. Because again, bear in mind when I explained this in the one earlier actually, so I probably will have to publish it, even if I'm whatever. Because again, there's nothing that bad about it, but we'll just see. But I was about to say, death is an illusion, and then look at the card I pulled. I am not dead. So that's really creepy, but it's because he's basically speaking through me, right? And like I'm doing a bit of both right now. I'm allowing him to speak through me, but I'm also at some points talking to me. It's hard to explain when I do this, right? But it's like he is standing right next to you. That's what I want to say. There is a card that says that. So like just be very mindful if you I think you already said that, didn't you? You already said that you'd been getting signs. But um this card says my death was painless. That's the line that I said. I don't know that that's going to be necessarily very true, but take what resonates. Please don't worry or hold on to guilt. That's the bit. That's the bit that he really wants to get across here. Please don't worry or hold on to guilt. My God, this is pretty deep for, but again, this is if you're new to me, people, this is if you ever book a personal one-to-one mediumship, specifically if you do book one that's called the Spirit Surprise, which is meaning you're open the medium, like basically it's deep. It's my mediumship is not flowers and rainbows, and it is traumatic passings usually, and children in spirit I pick up on a lot, and but they usually try and lighten up the mood. Like even if somebody did pass in a really sort of dark way, it's like they come through with their anyway, we'll just see how this goes. But super channeling, yeah. Um I always like said I'm not, I'm not talking shit when I say I'm never off. Like what else do you want to say? There's just something here about you not, yeah, that's what I needed to hear. Yeah. It's making me feel like it's honestly making me feel so emotional because it's like this journey's hard enough, but yeah, I don't even really want to go there. Do you know what I mean? Like it's at least when you're in separation from your person, at least when there's a chance you could even bump into them in the street or something, at least when you just want to know they're okay. You know what I mean? It kind of reminds me of one of the James Arthur songs, like, Safe Inside. Which actually, I think he wrote, oh, see, they've given me that because he wrote that about his sister that was an alcoholic, I think. So, hello Nathan, Happy New Year. Happy New Year and happy belated birthday. Because Nathan's birthday is New Year. Um, yeah. If you're cold, I won't sleep till you're safe inside. Right, can we pick up the mood here, guy? Come on, give us some. We'll finish using these ones because these are depressing, but I have a new understanding. And that is often what I've especially found when people do pass through drugs, and especially if it was like, a mistake, like, um, yeah, you're gonna have a really powerful guide there. There's no such thing as death. Well, I mean, he's coming through that message very strong, that it's like you're still extremely connected. I mean, Heather, I don't know what it is that you do, but I just feel you're gonna have some really like supernatural, like I feel whatever you've been experiencing since he passed in September, oh my God, the song Japan Ghost has just come on. So they're probably talking about the film Ghost, but look, Ghostbusters. But I'm telling you, this will be your guy that has influenced me all day. This is what I mean about I don't always know. It's sometimes I do. Sometimes I'm like, this isn't because it's most of the time like I'm a different kind of medium and well, I'm a different kind of medium and shaman from most whatever I am. Hypnotherapist, I do everything really very uniquely in my own way, as everyone does, but I really do things really quite differently. And what I'm trying to say is I'm not one of the mediums that's like, oh, I can't channel my own loved ones or I can't talk to my own loved ones or I can't do my own cards. I actually do that. I do that just as well as I do straight, you know what I mean? Like I chat to mine all the time and like people close, it's like that I've always been like that. Um, but I think anyway, the point is, I think they were. There's something about that film, like, oh my God, there really is. That's so clever that they've given me that. Because even when I was younger, like, bear in mind, I'm meaning like when I was a kid, when like, I've basically, if you're a twin flame, we've always been twin flames, right? Which is why it resonates when you find out what it is. But, um, what I'm trying to say is like on some level, like that I loved that film when I was younger. So you could be like, oh, it's because I'm a medium, right? And I knew when I was watching it as a kid, oh, that's like what I experienced. But the thing that I used to get really upset, like, and even as I got older and a teenager and an adult and stuff, I still now like it was on the telly not long ago and I couldn't watch it. Oh, I'll put another 5 minutes, 10 minutes because I need to turn the oven off. Um, like it just fucking annoys me. Like it annoys me that he dies because I'm just like, and it's oh shit. See, look, it's going to make me really angry because it's like they're just so happy. If you've seen Ghosts, like they're so happy and they're in love and they're not fucking bothering anyone. And that's what like really used to really upset me when I was a kid. And now even as I'm saying it as an adult, it is like the twin flame journey. It's like and he ends up dead because of his jealous best friend. Like, what am I channeling here? Like, anyway, but it's it's kind of like it was all through jealous. It was through money and jealousy. So anyway, I don't know why I think I'm going into more of that detail for collective stuff, hopefully. Again, like if any of this is ringing true with anyone on the live stream or on replay, I think you need to book a personal session for me to go deeper. But you know what I mean? It is just what I say all the time, isn't it? Like it's like, okay, it doesn't need to be that dark, but it's like the things people do for money, man. Like what was I watching the other day? And it was oh, it was when it was on Christmas fucking night actually when I was at my mum and dad's, they were watching one of those murder mystery things, and it was like somebody had like went to the level of I believe oh sorry oh shit I should be using these words shouldn't I? The thing is the word unalive is actually meant to be when you're oh I get confused but anyway like they were trying to send somebody to the other side and it was basically all to do with money and I was just kind of like when you're watching it it's like there are people in the real world that do shit like that and it's just kind of like you wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Do you know what I mean? Your skin would be crawling with like guilt and blah blah blah. And anyway, but the point is I feel that me getting seeing Ghost on the TV and having the Ghostbusters mug, I feel it's really just about that beautiful connection that is still there. Like when he pushes the penny through the door. Because remember, she doesn't believe it at first either, which is like the actual divine masculine. It's like Patrick Swayze's divine feminine trying to get their divine masculine's attention and she doesn't believe it. She thinks that the medium's like a con artist and that. And actually that's the thing if you think about it, that's the negative programming of the world because actually she is kind of. But then it surprises her that she actually really has got a gift. So that's like playing with fire because that would be like if someone was like, "Oh yeah, I'm not a real one," and then it's like actually it was like, "Oh, we'll fucking actually make you a real one now." But anyway, because there's that whole thing going on where actually she was doing something dodgy, but um and then and then that it's Molly, isn't it? Like she's got no choice but to believe it. So anyway, a bit long-winded, but what I'm feeling is like I feel you're going to start having really intense, even more so connections from him coming through. Life is a series of choices, choose love. You could even see things like hearts in the clouds and that. Like, I see hearts in the clouds quite a lot. Like that scene in Bruce Almighty. But I feel, yeah. So this could have been, you could just be telling me about what you've already been experiencing. But if there's something more, the earth is our school. Yeah, it's just talking about learning and stuff. Wait, what does that say? I have a new understanding. It's like I'm just basically getting that feeling that it's like he's looking at things very differently now and wanting to basically help you as much as he can from where he is. But I'm just basically stuck on like the feeling I used to get when I watched Ghosts as a little girl. Like, why the fuck did that even need to happen? So I feel I'm actually more tuning in to you. Like It's like, it's like he's that, and this is the thing, with mediumship, it's kind of simple, isn't it? Most people do just want to hear, I love you, I'm sorry, it's not your fault, please like what's come straight, and that's what I'm feeling from him. It's like he's learning and got a new perspective and really protective around you. And I just feel I'm feeling that energy of you, like, why the fuck did this even have to happen? Um, I know he wouldn't want me to cry over him. He would tell me he's fine, but it's still so hard. I mean, but fuck, yeah, there's no even any words, you know what I mean? It's how funny we used the app GhostTube. What's that? Wait a minute, I think I did hear of that. He's like, what is that again? That is really funny. That's amazing. See, I wouldn't, sorry, and I read that like ages after you wrote it. See, I wouldn't, this is what I mean about, I'm just delivering the messages. I was just, that's relevant about what I've just channeled about Ghost. I feel your connection beyond life is going to be really strong. It is strong because he just keeps giving me those cards about, there's no such thing as death. But again, like even being a medium and talking to, quite frankly, like I like to say dead people all the time. Although Gordon Smith once said to me when I was in his company, like, well, he just laughed that I said that because it was so blunt. But I'm like, well, they are dead. You know what I mean? How do you want me to? But um, yeah, it's not the same, is it? It's like when they say, like, it's not the same as being able to hug somebody and being their person, it's like when you're watching twin flame people, like I'm one of them too, be like, they're talking to you telepathically. Who cares? Who cares? Yes, it's amazing. It actually is amazing, right? But I'd rather be talking to them in person. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, after a while, it needs to move on to the next stage. Like, did I just come here to experience this for this long in my life? Because it's like I get my kill when I'm watching other people that are amazing. I'm just keeping it general, but and anonymous. But when I watch other people that are like, oh, the telepathy's really building because you've been apart for 2 years. And I'm like, 2 years? Is that all? Fucking 2 years. Try fucking a lot longer than that and seeing what, your telepathy's going to be through the roof. Oh dear. It's like the other night, right? I wondered if I was going to say this. I actually swear I felt like it was like he was there. It was like I felt I'm like asking. Oh, yeah, it was that was weird actually. In fact, I'm not. It's not that exciting what I'm saying, but it's. And bear in mind, I've experienced that for like the past 15 years consciously. So, but this was like, yeah, it was interesting. And it was like I was talking back in my head. That's the only way I can really describe it. So it doesn't surprise me that that telepathic communication thing is coming out. Right, what else do you want to say? Um, through the roof, baby. I'm still waiting to hear what this thing is. Um, sorry, the chat goes so slow in here, so hopefully people are patient. I'm well clear on a roller coaster of my twin flame love, yes, and I hope you're enjoying that. I'm very happy for you, Nathan. It's you really do deserve that. You've worked really hard. Um, I'm so happy my twin wants to meet you. Yeah, no, I'm excited about that too. I look forward to meeting her. His brother and mum passed prior to him, and he struggled with his mother's death while here. He has the answers to all the questions surrounding her death. Oh, right. Hmm. It supposedly detects the energy around the room. Oh, right. It supposedly detects the energy around the room and it randomly will say, oh, right. The show Ghost Hunters. Yeah, I've saw people using that. Oh, God, I think I'd be so creeped out with that. Fuck, so see what I mean? How amazing is that? And again, that's not me. That's just, well, it is me. I have to give the credit somewhere. It is the skill of me being able to well, just get my arse on here really to get them to talk through me. But also, like I said about when I slip into when, because sometimes it's my guides are telling me things too. It's hard to explain. I tried to explain this the best I can, guys. It's weird, weird but cool. And if you want to learn more about this, I will be doing the activate, awaken, and amplify. Sometimes the words are in a different order. Your clairs at some point. I will get around to teaching that. Probably, I might do it quite soon. I might do it in a few weeks, and it's basically where we'll hop in and out of Zoom rooms or whatever you call them, and I'll just teach you how to do what I'm doing. Be honest with yourself. All your feelings, even the difficult ones, have a message for you. Accept your truth and let source take it from there. So I feel really it's like it's a mixture of him saying he's like got no choice but to be more honest with himself over there. And I think this is, I feel for everyone watching this, really everyone, but definitely other twin flames. This is quite an eye opener of, if you think it's rough that you're in a twin flame separation of a year, a couple of years, 5 years, 10 years, even longer than that for some of you that have been apart for even longer, you know, it could be worse, like sorry to point out the obvious, but because unfortunately, like, we I have had people on here before that their twin flame is in the spirit world, and it's and actually I've channeled other people's that have been on here before where it wasn't actually their twin flame and it was a karmic energy or a soulmate, but but it's still just as tragic and moving, and that's what's quite interesting too, when I've channeled messages like that, because that love can be very intense too, although toxic and not healthy. It's there's still when those guys have passed to the spirit world, they want to protect you too. So it's quite interesting. Right. What else? Trust the guidance you're receiving. Yeah, so you see these signs that you're getting, including me picking that mug out of, if you've seen how many mugs I've got, like I'm mug daft. I love a quote on a mug and I just love mugs. Um I could also be a bit of a mug sometimes too, from my kind heart. But anyway, but also the other way too. I don't suffer fools gladly. It really depends. We've all got to use our discernment. But turn your oven off. 1 hour timer has gone off. Yes, you're right, Charlotte. I will. Wait a minute. I can't pause this. So you can talk amongst yourselves, but I'll turn the oven off. Thanks for using the caps. We needed them. That's funny. It'd be like a cyber. Right. Oh. What you doing there? That creeped me out. Something moved over there. I think it was just it's like a glittery uh stocking thing. Sounds a bit kinky. It's like my mum put wee presents in it for me, so Anyway, that did moving on. Um, right. I opened the app shortly after he passed, and as soon as I opened it up, all these messages came through rapidly, and I'd never done that before. When we use it together, there you go, that's what I'm picking up on. That is him, because that's what's amazing me right now. I know how they work with me, and I didn't know what that was about, because I'm not meant to know, right? And it actually helps that I think you might have spoke once before, am I right? Or once or twice, but like I don't know you, do I? Just so that other people know this. Um, because like sometimes I do know some of the people talking. Like as in I've spoken on Zoom or something. So it's quite interesting for me that like I was like, oh, like I did notice that I'd picked the Ghostbusters mug because I didn't pick that because I'm doing this. I just happened to pick that one up. Uh, and then yeah, the ghost thing came on the telly. That's it. So yeah, anyway, it's quite amazing, really. Right. So do you want to say anything else? Because you did interrupt our you interrupted the collective message, but it's rather beautiful, and I have prevented myself from crying. So I have got more professional as the years have went on, because if you watched me doing this when I started doing Facebook Lives and that many moons ago, I would be in floods of tears channeling these messages, and I still can be. Um, but Practice makes not perfect, but I've managed to sort of rein it in a bit. No, it's not yet time. This is not the divine right time to take action. Please be patient. The opportune moment is approaching. So that's for something in your own personal life that that'll make sense to you, Heather. But there's something that it's not the right time yet. Give yourself time. Do you know what? I basically just feel that's about it because it's got the sand timer. It's about giving yourself time to grieve properly. And even there, I know you said about he wouldn't want you to cry, but recognize when to actually let that out, really like, I mean, I'm sure you don't need to hear that, but that's what I'm feeling guided to say is that at some point you are going to need to just really um have a really good cry and just know that he will be right around you. I feel I'm describing an experience that, like I said, you've either already had or you're gonna have, where you're really upset and you're allowing yourself to let it out. And I feel you're alone rather than with someone. And I just feel you're going to really feel him like close around you more than ever. Right. I'm gonna ask him to step back now, but I'm just gonna your vibration is rising. This is a time of great spiritual growth for you, and that's what I've been saying. So, like I said, I feel, you're already accustomed to having these signs and synchronicities, but I feel it's going to be like through the roof, baby. It's going to be next level. You're evolving to occupy a higher energetic frequency, and he's a part of that. It's just tragic that he's now your best friend on the other side of life. Yeah. Oh, and then that's on the back again. Trust the guidance you're receiving. Archangel Uriel has blessed you with a brilliant epiphany. I also present to clear away your worries so you can trust your divine guidance. So I think it's just about giving yourself time to heal, finding the stillness. Yeah. And it's like, I feel when you are in these moments of like contemplation and quietness, that's when he's going to probably reach out to you with these divine nudges. So pay attention. What does that one say? Spirit communication process. Look, you see, that to me in a card is that's the twin flame connection not going away. I mean, see how this can fit for somebody, even like you and your twin flame are both alive, and this is their spirit, but their higher self. But it's like that's what I'm. So it's although this is a personal message that I'm saying to you, it's like that connection's still very close. Like yeah, like Ghost. That's why they gave me that film. I've channeled about that film before and it being like twin flames. Um, I'm an empath myself. I had began sharing my experiences with him. He also began listening to readings with me several months before he opened himself up to the spiritual world. Though I haven't ever spoke before yet. Oh right, you haven't spoke at all. Oh, that makes sense. I'm with someone, but the relationship isn't good, and he knew that. Oh God, right, Heather, that's what I'm feeling. Are you the divine masculine? Do you have a like how deep into this twin flame shizzle are you? Like, do you, what I mean is like, would you like were like so if you've never watched have you ever watched any of my videos before? Are you like one of these people that's just randomly found me? I love when that happens. And I also like, how did you find me? I've got all the questions now, but what I'm just basically trying to say is the majority of people that find me, especially when they're a woman, you're usually the masculine. I'm always open for that to be different, but for years now, that's usually how it is around here. Um, and if you're saying that you're with someone and the relationship isn't good, and he's quite spiritual and open that, like that, is sounding like that, but I don't know. Maybe not. It doesn't need to be that. Spirit guides, yeah, that's so beautiful. He's one of your spirit guides now. Um, yeah. Hmm. What else? Right, so I get it. You're with someone else. and you're best friends, but actually it's more than likely that you're twin flames and you weren't doing anything about it. Again, always interesting for me because there's no fucking way that me and him could have. Wait a minute, I'm trying to pick up this cut. There's no way that could. Don't think anyone would have trusted either of us there. It's just better to keep us away from each other. So that's how much passion there is there. So do all things in moderation. Look at that. That's hilarious. So I don't know whether that was for you. Anyway, right. So I think that guy's laughing at what I'm saying. It's true though. It really is true. Right. Maybe that's how he felt about you. Interesting, actually. Why must it? Maybe I'm saying that because that's the. Is there a potential that your friend was your best friend was holding that kind of strong desire back about you? And obviously now he's really going to be regretting that. I mean, had he ever? I could just fucking clock off and ask him myself without use, but it's more entertaining people watching. But like, had he ever expressed this to you? Because really, what this is about as well, right? As I was thinking about this earlier, it's about how we self-sabotage, and whether you're the feminine or the masculine, you tell yourself that this is too good to be true. Like I fancy them like crazy. Like I could talk to them about anything. I trust them, like and I don't know why I trust them because especially if you like if it's. I think they're making me feel like when you first meet someone, you're like, I don't even really know this person. Why do I feel like I can trust them though? And oh, that's comfy as fuck. Oh, I need to take that through my room. There's one that's just sitting over there doing nothing. The same one that's going through my room. Because it's meant to just be for show, but it's actually very comfy. Um, I get it. I go big or go home. There was more than friendship. Yeah. Me too, Heather. I said it in the video earlier. If it's not mad, passionate, extraordinary love, I don't fucking want it. I'd rather sit myself. You know what I mean? I can't be doing with these fucking a wee bit of this, a wee bit of that, and but no, it's not satisfying. Um, Seek hidden treasure. So that's quite funny with folks. But yeah, I feel I'm just generally getting across a feeling here that because I'm going to go back into the collective message in a minute. Um, it's sad. There's a missed opportunity here, and I mean that's not even like a big enough statement to use in this. But it's like, but like I'm saying, I feel this guy is. I'm grateful because this guy is coming forward with this message of like don't let this be the rest of you, like don't self-sabotage to the point where something tragic like this happens. Like, because this could even be like, dying in older age and you're just that person that's always going on about someone from your past that you never done anything about, like when you could have, you know? Like, and this has come through before, so but it's always a good reminder. So, retreat, yeah. There's something really strongly coming through from him about you needing to take that time for you, finding the stillness. So I'm just wondering, I don't know how deep you want to go into this, but when you're saying you're with someone else, do you have a lot of time to retreat and find the stillness? Like, do you get given a lot of time to do that healing and grieving? Because basically, you need that. Um. Yeah, Jesse, I'll do that in a minute. I'm just going to feel this. He made me feel alive and I've completely stopped living. Oh, Heather. Heather, when I asked that, like, had you reflected on this before? Like, do you resonate as being the masculine in this connection? Because I mean, it's strongly feeling. I mean, this is actually really strongly feeling like when I done this with you, Jesse, isn't it? Like ages ago, and I was trying to pick it apart. And shit, that's actually so like I don't know if you were here, but I read out that card that's like, oh my god, that card says best friend as well. Holy shit. Right, sorry, that's really freaking me out. The shorts mentions best friend. That card mentions best friend. I mean, it'll take ages for me to actually find it, right? But it's got something about thank you for being my best friend. You give me hope that I can be happy again. And that's kind of similar to like what you've just said. Well, first of all, like I said, I'm just actually just going to take a moment, right? And I'm just going to, if you're open to this, I'm just going to just like send you some healing, but like if you'd allow me to like pray for you, just and anyone else that's needing this right now, especially if you are the masculine energy for it, whatever reason, like male or female, because this is one of these sad circumstances that there's not a whole lot any of us can do other than what I'm saying. You know what I mean? He told me those things. He said I gave him his confidence. But oh, you really, please don't. I'm like, please don't tell me more. I'm gonna fucking be ball about it. But you really like this is like so twin flames. Like I'm telling you, other people watching this, I hope this is really sort of hitting home how things can turn out. Like you might basically, it's you might think it's bad right now, but it doesn't get any worse than this. So Heather, I'm sending you this sage, and God, it's going crazy, and I'm just burning that too because it's quite intense what I'm picking up on, and I'm just going to sit for a minute and just send you a bit of healing. So I'll put my hands on my head, but you might feel you also might not feel it, but just know that it's going to you. I'm just going to send you a bit of healing. And so I'm asking that many questions, but do you get like with this? I hope your partner isn't into spiritual things like this, but like, does he leave you alone to have time? I mean, there's actually loads of questions I want to ask here, but it's like this is what I mean. It's like, I do it a bit differently when it's in public because if we were in a personal session, I'd go a bit deeper. But I think there basically, I'm reading between the lines. I think there is something here about you needing that time and space to grieve. God, guys, like getting a really. I'll send you the healing app, right? Can I just ask something, right? Was there any like awareness from your boyfriend or your partner about this connection that you had with your best friend? Like, because this is like mind-blowingly blowing my mind right now. This is exactly what I channeled earlier. Like exactly what I channeled earlier. As in, I was mentioning quite a few films where a karmic energy, there's an awareness of who somebody is from someone's past. Like we can say a twin flame, but just basically someone that you've had a connection with in the past, and there being an extreme jealousy, like to the point where all the films that I've been guided to are about like where it gets like really toxic and jealous and controlling, and you don't really need to, but I mean, like basically, is your partner aware that you're obviously he knows you're going to be upset because it was your best friend, but like was he aware that there was something more going on there? Like, because I just don't, that's going to be difficult for you to grieve when you're with someone that's, like, honestly blowing my mind with what I brought for earlier. I think I'm going to have to publish the one from earlier because it's like, it's clearly going to speak to some of you. Um, right, anyway, wait a minute. So if you're new, when I'm itching my nose, that's when I'm bringing through the loved ones in spirit and my nose gets really itchy. So I'm just sending you peace and calm, and I'm praying for your mental, spiritual, emotional, physical, financial health, whatever you just bring in however we'd word that. I just want to, like, I'm praying for you to find that time for yourself to, like, to connect with him. Now, obviously, you can do that at night anyway, with your twin flame, like, for those of you that your twin flame isn't the spirit world, but it's like, why do I feel like are people trying to keep you busy right now or something? Or you try to keep yourself busy? And I get it, but you can't sit about crying all day and stuff. But it kind of, I had this conversation with someone recently actually that I was doing a session with that, some people are either the type of person that you have to throw yourself right back into work to get on with things and that helps you. But I happen to feel it's that later on down the line it will hit you. Like you don't, that's got to catch up with you somewhere along the line. But it doesn't mean it's the wrong way. Like that's what basically it's because it's anonymous. Like I did say that to the person I was working with, like because that person's kind of person that will throw themselves back into stuff. Whereas I'm not like that at all. Like whenever there's a death around me, or it doesn't even need to be a death, like something, but typically historically, if it's been something like that, uh, yeah, you'll no see me on here for ages, and I'll need a lot of time to process and be myself and just so that's really going to make me cry. You're not going to believe. Right as I was thinking about something from my past, the person's name like flashed up on the TV like in capital letters. So hello, but that was a bit creepy. But again, and it's just done it again. Oh my God. But yeah. Whereas, so it's not like one's right, and it's not like oh, it's the right way to do it if you take time off right when something happens to heal. Like it's just people are different, and I suppose what I'm describing there is feminine and masculine. Like a masculine energy would throw themselves back into work and get on with it, and that it would actually help you. But then what I'm saying is it catch something would catch up with you later on, whether it was a death or the sadness of not having someone around in your life, even that's alive. That happens with twin flames. We see it all the time. It's why a lot of these intense worded cards are like, not in denial anymore. I fucking know that I love you and blah 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 and generally these kind of themes. Um yeah, it's something like that. So ever that fits for you. Wait a minute, let me see what you're saying. Anything, yeah, so Nathan, whatever you're saying, I'm gonna read what other people are saying after this because um I'm just when I'm tuning in because I'm like I'm basically merging or like this guy's talking through me, so I can't. So if I'm not replying to other people's things, I will go back to it just so that people know that. Um, Everything you're saying is spot on. Well, Heather, do you know? Thank you for clarifying that. Really, for other people, it is for me too. But what I'm saying is, I know it is because he's talking through me. Like that's really what I'm saying. It's like it's kind of what they're showing you as well is it's like because I've taken that, I get what you're saying. Because I've taken that time for me, and think about it, that's the first time in years. And I have thought about this. We won't go too deep into it, but because I already do this and it's, I go deep into it a lot anyway. But what I'm trying to say is it's like I know that because I took those 2 weeks off and I didn't channel any, I wrote the written channelings the other day, I went back to, but I hadn't filmed a video and I hadn't done this that if my twin flame is overworking or being too busy and not, I don't know, slowing down and whatever, that's definitely going to have a nice knock-on effect. It doesn't need to be right away, but at some point, because I talk about guilt. Something I felt guilty because I've recognised like, oh, when but I don't stop working because like my, like one of my best friends pointed out once, like, when people ask how I am, one of the first things I talk about is my work. What the fuck else you want me to talk about? You know what I mean? My man and all my kids. There's nothing else going on. Like, do you know what I mean? There usually will be some other funny kind of drama that I can talk about, like anyway. But that's you only get to hear about them if you're in my personal life. But but it's kind of like you know what I'm saying? It's It's talking about the masculine and the feminine. It's about slowing down, but this message is coming through really strongly with this guy because I've taken that time to chill, and it's like I can't stress you. I felt fucking exhausted, and now I'm really getting into this to the fact that my baked tatty's sitting in the oven. You know what I mean? Because I'm like I'm loving this, but it just because it actually really warms my heart that if you're sitting feeling like that, hopefully this makes you even feel the slightest little bit better, and I'll probably actually get to sleep tonight knowing that I helped somebody connect with the love of sorry partner, but I'd say the love of their life. You know what I mean? Like I can feel what's going on there. Um, oh, and my heart's racing as I'm saying that. Um, I'm aware that I can't grieve properly because I feel I can't be honest at home. Oh shit, yeah. And you got the card that said, be honest with yourself. It'll still be there. Remember it said, be honest with yourself. And I get that though, that you can't really, because then it's going to hit you. Oh, Heather, I don't know if you're in the position to do a. No, don't, no, no, don't apologise for. Seriously, I love doing this, and the people that are drawn to me that really get it. And anyway, like I don't even need to go. It's quite funny because I was watching somebody's video earlier and they did like she needed to, and it was good that she did. It was just this woman that I'd found, and she was asserting her boundaries because people were being cheeky bastards, basically telling her how to do what she does. Um, I thought she must be an Aries, but it's yeah, I don't feel I even need to assert my boundaries because I just feel people get it. But if I do ever need to, I will, and I've got people that moderators and that'll do it too, but spanner people. But no, that's I feel I was actually guided to do this for you. Even if this is the only message I bring through from the spirit world, it felt like it was a big deal. That's all I'm going to say is it felt like I needed to be on here. I felt somebody, it's quite interesting because I'm just remember like my client I've got tomorrow, I actually emailed that person and said, I'm going live tonight. Somebody must really need a message because basically I didn't want to. Like, I'm just being honest. And you guys know me, like I don't do this when I don't want to. Because I'm a generator in human design too. If my sacral chakra's saying no, I don't want to do it, I'm not going to do it. But that's when it's like a bit of an exception. The rule, I just trusted. Right, we have to. I'm laughing because I'm like, I think this might be going into collective messages, but um, I'm still in this guy's energy, and so like I seriously really hope your partner doesn't tune into these. I'm like, the chances of that are flexible. But anyway, whatever. We'll just push that away. The space is protected. Um, you're referring to the fact that I live with my boyfriend. Oh, wait a minute. I live with my boyfriend's mother, sister, and my son. And I'm never given time to do self-care. Right, that really does make sense. Yeah, that makes a hell of a lot of sense what I'm tuning into. Overly exhausted. Yeah. Um, I don't know if it's really appropriate that I read these in. I'm going to paraphrase these cards that I'm looking at, right? It's like I just feel this guy's just trying to get across to me that I mean, were you able to hit? I've got all these questions. I think I'd rather ask these questions. Like, look, if you're ever drawn to get a personal message, I think it would be quite intense. He knew what I went through and tried to help me. Yeah, you're definitely the masculine. You're 100% the man. I mean, there was no doubt in my mind that you were, but um, there was obviously an intense connection, but I feel there was an intense attraction, like because of the wee joke, which is not a joke, that I said about me and mine, right? It's like he made me say that because it's relevant to you, because it's like But I'm just wondering how that translated and like were you allowed to like this sounds terrible to say it like this, but this is so like in line with the one I channeled earlier today and all the downloads that I've been getting leading up to that. Were you allowed to have a friendship with him? You know what I mean? Like, were you actually allowed to be friends with him? Because all the films that I've been guided to, it was the vibe of like, well, again, it doesn't sit right, does it? That if you knew somebody had a connection like that, you like it's quite understandable why you wouldn't want, but it's kind of a hazy one. This is exactly what I said in the video earlier. It's like, where do you draw the line between you can't be friends with them because you had something in the past, and I don't trust that something, won't go on, um, and controlling. You know what I mean? Because it's like, again, I hope that this is nowhere near resonating with some of these harder hitting films that I've mentioned, but like in that one that I've just watched, the one it ends with us, like that guy is like, got an extreme jealousy towards the one from her past because he knows how much the guy means to her because she'd already mentioned when they very first met. So like, you know what I mean? It's obvious, and you see that she's daydreaming about him and everything. And it's kind of like, is it a bit like that? Not the last couple of months, and that's why I harbour so much guilt. Oh shit, now I forgot what I asked. This is the problem when I'm doing this. I can't remember what that was answering. Oh, right, you didn't see him. That's what I asked, wasn't it? Ah, but remember the message came through, like I know I'm using cards, but I only use the cards to back up because I'm using all my clairs to tune in. But like I said, whether you can tell the difference or not, like I can tell when he actually just directly speaking through me. It's kind of creepy, but it'll be funny when I watch this back and when I'm talking to him and I'm feeling into things. But it's like that card, that's why that card was needed because it says, please don't worry or hold on to guilt. Did he act like, did he act kind of like a bit? This is funny, like, I wouldn't use the word goofy, right? But that's what I heard. So I think the song Hungry Like the Wolf just came on. So it's like, did he act like, I feel like, and even that laugh was a bit weird that I just done there too. It's like, see when you were together, like did he ever have moments of going across a bit all kind of just like really happy to see you kind of thing? But like, oh right, shit, that was answering that. Not the last couple of so were you allowed to see him? And you're saying you weren't allowed to see him the last couple of months, and that's why oh my God. Okay now. Um fuck. Sorry, I'm laughing too because I'm like, yeah. They just go a bit close to the bone with this one with me, but yeah, my one goes like that too, and I don't think he does that with Review. He might do it, I don't think he does. Um, yeah, I'm laughing at what this guy is saying to me. Right, because, right, basically, right, I'm going to read it because it's funny and I feel you need a laugh, right? The card I'm looking at says, I'm something, right? You can guess with other words. When I'm with you, I can't think straight. I act weird and crazy because I want you so bad. You're just so gorgeous to me. I think this is what he wanted to say. Basically, like we're giving him the opportunity to say what he possibly had. He possibly did say it to you before he passed, right? But if he didn't, he's saying it now. That was the truth of it. That he fell. It's like he fell to pieces, or he fell. He basically he didn't like. It's like I get what it's like. You know what I mean? It's like what's happening to me now. It's like I'm smiling and I'm going all giddy, but it's like I couldn't really control it. You know what I mean? Oh, right. I get what you're saying. I can feel it all at my crown chakra. And then I feel this next bit, right? Although these cards basically, right, are meant to be like they're a mixture of like when you are in contact with a twin flame, but a lot of them are like based on like if you're in separation. So, but I feel this please forgive me card is about how what's happened, like that, that he knows he's left you, and now my speech is going all funny too. It's like he's left you with all this grief and pain and like not being able to show. Oh shit, man! I actually can feel it like now. It's just like it's and there's a real tear falling here, guys. It's like this feeling of needing to hold it together because if you like actually let it out, you're not going to stop crying. But it's not appropriate. And obviously, from what you've said, like that is, I'm gathering that is very much that that. But it's horrible because I can feel it. um, yeah, I think it would be good for you to email me. Yeah. Please forgive me. So we'll just see how this fits in. But I feel like I'm transmuting that for you right now. Like I feel like, and obviously it doesn't mean oh yeah you're gonna feel great, but I just feel I'm taking on a bit of it to transmute it because I can do that. That's what I do. But it's like he would say, "Don't cry over me, silly." Yeah, but I mean, it's all right for somebody to say that. I mean, but how you feel is how you feel. It's just something that people say. Oh, Jesus. It makes me feel physically sick when I think about how much pain and suffering I've caused you. I'm sorry for treating you that way. It was wrong. You didn't deserve that. Please forgive me. But like I said, I feel that's more in the case of the pain that you've been left with what's happened to him and how he's not there anymore. And that just him knowing how you're feeling in general. Oh shit, right, okay. But like, can you, right, let's just, what do I want to, let's do an inner child card. I think I want would you like an inner child card? And then I will ask this lovely man to step back. Don't tell me lovely man's name actually, because I'm just trying to think. I I don't know if it would be right to do it. Anyway, yeah, just email me, but I might because I'm just trying to think. I get like names jumping out at me, and I'm just trying to think in a lot of these films. I've noticed a woman's name. I've noticed the name Lily coming through because the girl in Ends with Us is called Lily. But I always I always pick up on Lily. But like it's normally like Gran energy or that. But like there was a Lily and something else I was listening to, but I'm sure that it'll come back to me. So I'm telling them, tell me your name. Tell me your name in a big massive way. It doesn't need to be right now, but you know, um no, it's not the pain, it's the things that went on while he was alive. Ah, right, okay. That's what I mean. You'll know better than me. So a bit of tomfoolery, fuckery. I'm sure, yeah. Look, I just said tomfoolery, fuckery, and then I looked up and you've wrote, I'm sure he's using his charm. Yeah. So right, we're dealing with a ladies' man here. That's what we're dealing with. Is it maybe like a ladies' man that thought he had all the time in the world, and then this has happened to him, and now he's learning otherwise? I mean, that's harsh, but that is what has happened. Is that what we're dealing with here? Your best friend, I've probably gained a new best friend. If this guy's wanting to chat, he's probably going to chat, you know what I mean? least I have somebody to talk to when I can't sleep. But and I'm like I'm now I'm like I bet you I'm gonna get his name. I'm gonna get his name. Right, so let's get an inner child card for you. You got it, yeah. I told you, but that is people know that whenever I do this, which I haven't done it like this for ages, I've not done a live mediumship Monday for fucking ages. I can't remember the last time I done it. Um, but I do always pick up on the Jack the Lad kind of type guys in spirit. Because, like I said, that's who I attract in the physical as well. Or it's who I used to attract when I was younger, but I still can as well. It's just boundaries, just because you attract the attention of people like that, it doesn't mean that they get anywhere near you. You could charm a 90-year-old lady. That's a gift. Um, Mind you, it's not, I wonder, I bet you maybe had placements like me. It's like, it's like that old thing about like, sometimes people can think you're a flirt, but actually you're just really friendly and you don't realize that that's how it comes across. Like I'm definitely one of those people. Do you know what I mean? Like I just chat to people and I'm being friendly, and it's like, what? You got to be careful. You got to be careful when it's, you know what I mean? It's going to be read the wrong way, kind of thing. But I don't come up against that too often now because I never fucking leave the house. But when I do, they bring opportunities like that my way. So, but again, just because you get offers, it doesn't mean you do something about it. I think there's something coming through here about this. I think they're trying to bring in the, wait a minute, we'll do this, I'll say this, and then there's a collective message before I even get to the collective about like, beware of that. Beware of people coming at you that aren't your twin flame, charming you. So guys, beware of women or same sex, and if you're same sex, But okay, but in some cases, not even when you're same sex. I've had women come on to me, and I don't bat for that team clearly. So do you know what I'm saying? Like, it does. You don't even need to be gay. But anyway, but so just beware, guys, of women coming at you provocatively that aren't your twin flame, and it's a test. Um, And again, some people quite happily like I'll take the test, sign me up. They know it's a test and they still do it. But and others like, and then same like women, beware of men that are not your twin flame. And it's the devil. It's the devil testing you to see if you're disciplined enough to be like, thanks, but no thanks, like putting your boundaries up. And it's just all the ways that that can sort of come about. And people can pop up in your dreams too. People beware of people from your past popping up. That's how the enemy likes to pop up and you could because you could have dreams about your twin flame, but you can also have dreams where it's like, why the fuck are they coming up in my dream? You know what I mean? And it could be things to heal from your past if it's not so nice, but it can also be even like slight temptations or like what and it's just that more happens to the when I have dreams like that, it's to show me what the masculine's going through. So I think some masculines might be having dreams like this where it could be your twin flame in a dream, but it could equally be somebody else that you've been briefly linked with or had an attraction to or something, but it's not, it's not, it would be something that fizzles out or something, and it's to confuse you. So it's like you can't really do that to feminine energies because we're too switched on. But it might be like, why is that happening? Um, but it's more likely to happen to the masculine because unfortunately the masculines can get more confused than the feminine. It's just a fact. Um, so however that fits here too. Right. Give me an inner child card for Heather and then we'll go on to collective stuff. Oh, you are enough. And the number 38 could be significant. You're enough. You do not have to give more. So the message is that you are enough. Pull yourself close. I just opened the book up at too. See, there's just all this stuff coming through about how badly you need that time to yourself. What age is your son? Giving of ourselves is such a beautiful treasure to those who receive it, but sometimes we give more than we're able to until there's nothing left within. Oh my God, and you said overly exhausted. If you've pulled this card, then it might be time to ask yourself if you've given too much of yourself away. Well, I think there's a yeah. Take some time today to reflect on your relationship with giving by journaling your response to these questions. What motivates your desire to give? Does giving yourself fulfill an empty place within you? Do feelings of unworthiness lead you to give? Do you feel safer when you're in a position of giving or sacrifice? I spoke about that in one of the recent videos. Just beware of sacrificing your own happiness, like feeling like you have to do that. Because some people really fall into the trap of doing that. How do you feel when you're not giving of yourself to others? Do you feel selfish? After you've written down your responses, take some time to review your answers. The irony is, like, when the fuck you meant to find the time to do this? Is there a belief or a pattern that arises? If you have pinpointed a pattern of belief around giving too much of yourself, now might be a good time to address that within your inner child. Let your inner child know that it's okay to release the belief or the pattern that is leading you to give more of yourself than you actually can. And in all things, beloved, remember that you are enough right now, just as you are. How does it feel to know that you are enough without having to give yourself away? But I think really what I'm really strongly feeling with that is, well, first of all, before I forget to say it, if you're not familiar, like I can't remember when you said you found me, but I've got a playlist that you do have to scroll down quite far, but it's called Meditations, Activations, something like that. Um, and there's inner child soul retrieval. Basically, it'll just feel like it's a meditation, but it's a mixture of shamanic journey, soul retrieval, meditation, light code activations, and they really help. So I'm not going to tell you what one to listen to. Just see which one you're led to, and trust that that'll be the right one. But there is ones that actually mention your inner child. So, and I feel that would, and if you're wondering what's that going to do, what it will do is it'll give you a lot of your strength back that you're needing right now. Like my intention will be when I end this, I'll dedicate the healing that's been generated, like to give you that strength, and anyone else that's needing it, by the way. But um, 3 weeks from whenever you choose to listen to it, you will get a lot of strength back wherever you're needing it. And again, other people know that have watched, other people will have, well, everyone on here has listened to at least one of the journeys at some point. But don't be the person that I say it to and they're like, oh yeah, I'll do that at some point, and you don't do it. Actually go and choose one because I feel you really do need that right now. Um, yeah. Um, he was all round very kind person to everyone. That's been happening, and I've wondered why he hasn't popped up in my dreams. Oh my God, what? So you've been getting like other people from your past popping up in your dreams? Ah, you see, it's to confuse you. So, unfortunately, like, there can't be a reunion in the physical anyway because he's in spirit now. But it's like it's to confuse you. Even though, I mean, it's cruel. It's fucking cruel, isn't it? But it's like the dark energies trying to confuse you, even though there's no actual chance of that now. Like, you know that. You've accepted it. Again, you might not have actually, ironically, how you might not have accepted it, You know it up here, but your heart and soul, like, might not accept it. It's not a possibility now, which is why I'm saying, email me because there's other things I would want to say that I can't say on here. Um, oh, 11 and 26, is that your children? You've still got quite a young kid there. Yeah, thank you. I've been struggling with all of that. Well, you're very welcome, and like I said, I hope that's given you some sort of comfort. But like I said, there's not, unfortunately, there isn't a whole lot we can do when it's a situation like this. But you're in my prayers, and yeah, I thought that you're in my prayers, and it just flashed up Woman of the Year. That's what he's saying about you. In his eyes, you're Woman of the Year. Oh, and it's fame. I'm gonna live forever. You're gonna remit. So again, that's how you're a star in his eyes. I mean, you might actually be destined to be a star. There could be that as well. Let it go. Oh shit, right. And this is about other things you've said, I feel. Let it go. This situation no longer serves you. Allow me to sever your energetic connections to the past so that you can embrace the future. So you'll know what that's about. I feel it's connected to some of the things you've said. Yeah, don't settle for less. You're a child of the divine and you deserve to have your dreams come true. Don't give up. So I feel it's coming back to what I said, and I feel this generally speaking to quite a few of the masculines that you'll know if it speaks to you. That's funny. Come on, Eileen has just come on, and that makes me laugh because the women that I helped, well, basically, I rescued this woman. Like I heard her when she'd fallen many years ago, and that was her name. So I know when that comes on, it's just her saying hi because I didn't really know her. You know what I mean? I did go and actually see her before she died. I did because she died like I just sort of, I don't know how I think I bumped into somebody that knew that told me later on, but like this was years after that had happened, but it's just I know when that song comes on, it's her saying hi. That's really funny. But yeah, this is about just not settling for less, and it's really complex with that. Like people do tend to settle for less or in things that are comfortable for them because it's all they've known. You know, it's like I think other people can look on situations and be like, why did you stay in a connection where someone was being horrible to you or you weren't happy or, you know, even when there are kids involved, you know, because like we all know that like, you know, staying with somebody for the kids, it's actually most things back up, it's not the best thing to do, but it really just is sometimes it is when they're younger, it's just, you know, it's different in different cases. But it's not always even about the kids, you know. It's sometimes it's about how you feel about yourself. Like you don't feel good enough for being in something other than what you're in. So you settle for what you're in. But you know, so there's something around that for whoever that speaks to. It's about knowing basically there's something coming about you deserve better. That's quite to be quite blunt. You deserve better. Oh shit! And then look what I've just yeah. I'm going to stop the message now because it's the same fucking hell. Look what I just said. Again, complex. I don't really want to go too deep into the other card, but I feel when you do meet somebody else, and you will, guess who will have guided them to you? Weirdly. I mean, he's not too happy about that, but he will send you somebody that is worthy of you. Somebody that he wishes he could have been for you. He will have vetted them, basically. This is like almost identical to messages I've given in the past to people. This is so weird, but it might be still be speaking to people that lurk. But because they pig it, that's how the spirit world can piggyback. September might be significant too. Oh shit, September is when he passed, isn't it? So there you go. That's how he's doing that. Just flashed up on the TV. Um, but that card, and you already said it. That came out, and then you said it, and it's come out again. Be honest with yourself. All your feelings, even the difficult ones, have a message for you. Accept your truth, then let source take it from there. It's there's acceptance all round here. And now Eye of the Tiger's just come on by Survivor. You know what I mean? You're a survivor. And it's yeah. Well, I feel when your confidence does improve and you realise your worth, you will be guided to a connection that matches you. Is I'll kind of leave it at that. An important new relationship's on the rise and open your mind and heart so that happiness can enter your life. Someone new is coming. Again, I don't think that's happening anytime soon kind of thing, but right. I'm going to send this man's I was going to call him a gentleman, and I didn't. It's like I'm going to send this man, this gentleman man, gentleman. That's what I want to call him, gentleman. I'm going to send this gentleman, charmer, ladies man, whatever you want to call him. I'm going to send all of his love blasting at you right now. But just know you don't need me to be able to feel that love because he's right there with you. Yeah, and if you do want to email me, I can just um yeah add in the bits and pieces that I didn't feel guided to say here. Right, so um wow, right, I definitely need to sage because that was fucking hell, that was intense. But beautiful. Thank you for allowing me to he's smiling. Thank you for allowing me to No, pass on that. Right. I've still got my tree up. Am I meant to have taken that down? I only put it up like a couple of days before Christmas. I've hardly been in here as well. I tried to force myself because I thought it's not actually good to hang out in your room. I mean, it's not good to have a telly in your room full stop, but it's but I like it. It's and I do what I want. But it's kind of like because that'll be what I've just answered one question. That's why I'm not getting to sleep too. That's why I was forcing myself to sit through here. So that then when I did go to that my brain's getting it, that we go to sleep here. We don't just sit and watch the telly and like um hello Violet, are you new? I've never seen you before. Um let's see. So fuck's sake, this sage isn't going out. But yeah, I've left my tree up till February sometimes. I'm not going to do that this year. When am I meant to take it down? Am I meant to have taken it down? When are you meant to take it down? Ah, shit! Fuck. Basically, I'm hoping this does tire me out so I actually go to sleep, but I'm not banking on it. If you're struggling with sleep, I actually done a meditation for that. Oh, I'm new. I just found you. Well, welcome. Welcome. If I pick up on your love one and spirit, I will go with it, but I'm going to go do a collective message because I've just sat for how many? Fuck's sake, have I been two? Yeah, for 2 hours. I've just intensely, near enough 2 hours, really tuned into a loved one's spirit, and it was quite intense. So you can watch that on replay if you want to. But welcome. That was beautiful. I actually teared up hearing he will divinely guide someone to her that he wished he could have been. I know, that is beautiful. It really is. I was about to make a really inappropriate joke. Can I say what I was going to say? I was, I was that guy's cracking up at what I'm saying. I was about to say, I'm not actually entirely confident that my twin flame would do that dead or alive, to be honest. I don't think he would. I don't think he would. No, I'm joking, he would. God forbid. I mean, that's not the case, but it's yes. I think that's got a lot of the reason why I didn't move on, because I just don't think there'd be any chance of me him ever reconnecting again. I just don't think he would. Anyway, it's not why I haven't done it. I think I've just been aware. I didn't want to, but I was also aware. Anyway, hopefully you get my tongue-in-cheek humour, but oh, right. It's why it doesn't quite work that way back, you see. I would never do that. Like it's like that would not work out at all the other way around. It's why I say as well, you should never play that game of trying to make somebody jealous of someone else. I just think that's the riskiest game ever. Game, and that is the point. It's a game. You shouldn't play that game with anyone. But I wouldn't. Yeah, I can't even finish a sentence because that's just not something I would do. But some people do choose to do that to others to get attention, and it's the wrong way to go about it. But when you break it down, there's always a reason why someone's went down that route. So try to forgive if that has been done to you, but don't do it, kind of thing, whoever you are. Point out the obvious, but I did feel guided to say it. Right, why am I shuffling these? I think we've had enough of it. Again, I know that was a personal message, but I'll just do a few more of the twin flame messages and then let's pick up another. Yeah, because I didn't even shuffle them, did I? Right, so Give us a general message from the masculines that are, I don't know, struggling the most right now. Let's see how, because I'm asking him to step back. I mean, he's still here, but I'm asking him to step back and could you give us generally how the masculines are feeling right now? So this could be you, or it could be your twin, or it might not be. Use your personal responsibility on that one. But give us some of the masculines that are struggling right now, whether they're male or female. Yeah, well, they definitely done what I said. I'm sorry I hurt you. I didn't realise what I had until it was gone. And that's actually like really in line with what I just said there too. So that could be so specific for some people that somebody hurt you by like intentionally trying to make you jealous with someone else that they've, you know, either didn't give a fuck about at all or didn't really care about even half as much. So I know he's there because you talked about playing games. Oh shit, yeah. I mean, I'm getting, yeah, I'm very much feeling, yeah. I think he's going to help me with this here. But that's why it's so sad really when I don't want to tune into that again. I'm going to start I mean it's not your fault, you know what I mean? What I'm saying is I'll start crying because it's so frustrating. It's like did he have anything like ADHD or anything like that? I'm just wondering because I was guided to something last night about like that similar and it's it's about that impulsive behavior. And again, because you're brand new, like I mean, I've got ADHD, but I've got more like sloth mode ADHD. Like, so I'm not like, although I can be, certain things can make me really excited. It's more I'm kind of, I just don't really have a lot. I mean, I've got a lot, again, I've got fricking everything under the sun, so we're not going to be going on about all my shit right now. But it's kind of like, and again, I'm not in victim mode about it. They're my superpowers, but you know what I'm saying. It is also can be very challenging too. But um, I'm getting that kind of energy, right? So it's right. So it stems from his childhood. So that's what I'm feeling like. Either whether it was diagnosed or not, I am kind of feeling that. See, he's coming through again, but it's because he's like being a spokesperson for other people. It's like either it's ADHD I'm feeling or trauma from childhood, and that's the thing because that's what's quite interesting with something I was guided to last night. It's very complex. Some people think they've got ADHD, but it's actually childhood trauma. Some people they have got ADHD and it's mixed up with childhood trauma. And some people it's just childhood trauma and it's that bad. It's like, and it's fucking, and again, like I said, everybody has trauma of some kind. Even if you had like the happiest childhood ever, we've all got trauma from somewhere in life and from childhood too, even if it's just from school. But you know what I'm saying? A lot of people, it's like there's, you know, nobody's mom and dad are perfect kind of thing. And yeah, that's what I'm very much sort of feeling. This guy's still sort of chipping in there. So that's not, that's going to speak to other people that are listening, whether you are the masculine or this is about your masculine. Um, it's like I'm just sort of feeling the energy of, and again, he's helping me deliver this message for everyone in that place. Like, yeah, like it's like impulsively doing things, whether it's to do with in the moment or the stage of life you're in, and then later realizing, oh shit. It's like it doesn't. Sorry to laugh, but I'm like it doesn't seem big enough for what I'm trying to say because it's really no fucking funny. But it's like so again. Whatever masculine I'm actually tapping into here. It's whether it's still. I'm just wondering if it's. Wait a minute. I'm going to read what you're saying. He was going to go to a mental health doctor, but he passed before it happened. He was also going to be assessed for bipolar 2. Yeah, yeah. So this is so interesting because this is. Oh look, we hit 10. Oh my God, it went to 18 a minute there. It went 10 people and then it went to 18 and it's went back to 8. So who knows how many people are watching? We could have 50 people watching, they lie. But anyway, the point is Well, that's interesting because I think there was a 43 on one of the cards. I don't know if I said it out loud. It was 44. Yeah, oh, and you see, that does kind of really tune in. Like, it's like, I'm just feeling it, I mean, like, I'm feeling it. It's like somebody that fucked around and found out. Sorry to say it like that. He's saying it. I'm not taking, he said that. He just said that. He fucked around and he found out the hard way. And I suppose the message is that he's delivering is, do you want to be that person? It doesn't need to be as extreme as, you know what I mean? But it's kind of like thinking you've got all the time in the world, but you haven't. So you can stay in that unhappy. He's, by the way, this is really clever how he's giving me that message because it's like wisdom from what he's learned and letting you slip through his fingers. And, but also, I'm wondering if there was a bit of kind of like, I feel he felt a bit, again, I feel like there was a bit of feeling a bit helpless. His words exactly. Yeah, it really was. But it's like, I feel he felt a bit helpless as to with your situation. So I suppose this is what's quite interesting about Twin Flames because it's like we're getting a kind of perspective on. Again, this is where if I was talking to you personally, I'll listen to your whole story and really sort of help you with. But it's like it's where you're swapping in and out of the masculine and the feminine because the way you're describing them sounds like a masculine that's not, the divine masculine yet, and they're fucking around and doing whatever they want, and then they wake up later and they're like, oh my God, I've just like let somebody go that actually not only have I got a genuine connection with them, I fancy them like nobody else I fancy, like it's just basically it's ticking all the boxes, but you let them go because it feels like it's too good to be true. However you would put that. It's it's interesting that it feels like you're the masculine. I don't know. It's hard to explain what I'm saying here. It's like swapping out in and out of feminine and masculine because I'm feeling when he's feeling like he was a bit helpless to your situation. So it's like I may as well, I may as well fuck around, you know what I mean? Because it's almost like I feel he's saying, well, I know what he's saying that like, you're the one he's in love with, but you're stuck in a situation. So I'm going to fuck around and do what I want because I don't want any of these people really. I want you, but you're stuck with someone else. So you see how it's quite interesting the way they're saying that to me because the way I'm a guy. And then, by the way, can I just stress this isn't all guys because I know that some even people on the stream right now or people that'll be watching, I know not all of you are like that. So that's important to really stress. But this is how I'm feeling this coming through. But it's generally speaking, a divine feminine female, that's not the way that well, it's not the way this one does anyway, and it's not the way a lot like, you know what I mean? It's like I've never looked at it like that. Like I've never felt free and single. Like I've always felt like just actually like that card said, limbo. Like I'm just fucking waiting for this guy to fucking catch the memo. But it's or be ready for it, I suppose. Be ready for it. Like, but it's but then you have to get to the point where you just completely let go of all the expectations because you have enough Christmases, birthdays, New Year's, and all these other fucking life passing you by. You don't want to be like the old lady in the Titanic, like he's coming soon. Do you know what I mean? But it's I at least like I said, that's why I'm meant to be one of these. Like I'm just giving you like yeah, like I say all the time, I'd rather be myself or with the person I want to be with. That's just me, right? Like I don't want to be with anyone else. Um, but it's not the same for a guy, is what I'm getting from this. It's like it's kind of interesting. You know what? It is kind of Nathan. Where are you? It's kind of reminded me a little bit. I know you're not in that situation now, and we're glad for it, but you know what I mean? It's kind of where you were before we done a bit of work together, and well, it's worked because you're with your twin flame, but I can't go another day without you. Remember, this is I'm channeling the general message from this group of masculines, but it's unfortunately this guy is in spirit, is helping deliver this message. Unfortunately, that he's in spirit, I mean, but we're grateful that he's helping. Oh, it's intense. And I can handle intense, but this is intense. Um, I put on the persona that I'm strong, but when I'm alone, I feel like I'm down. if I'd been single, our situation would have been different. Those have been my thoughts about life right now. Yeah. Let's relax. I don't want you to leave me alone. What I do need is time and less pressure. Can we relax and just enjoy this moment together? That'll mean different things to different people. What I feel that message is about is like if this person has again, if this won't fit for everyone, so just take whatever fucking do you know what I mean? This is just take whatever resonates for whenever, basically. But it's like if this person has either given the impression or actually pushed you away with words in the past, this person's now coming around to feeling like, I'm sorry I done all those things. I'm sorry I said all these things. In some cases, I'm sorry that I painted you out to be the villain. And it's not necessarily that the person that's doing this is the villain either. But there's something coming through there about like as I always say, it's like this person spoke shit about you. Like there's no other way to put it. Like, do you mean for whoever this message is going to resonate with, it's like to cover their own stuff. They've like, yeah, they've masked how they're feeling, basically. Um oh yeah, shit, that fucking really fits with the other cards because the card for the feminine, this is really testing my memory, was free will. Like you don't actually have to hear this person out. You don't actually have to have anything to do with them if you don't want to. But we all know that you do want to, whether you're a man or a woman. If you're the feminine. Because on this channel, we don't talk shite. Like, see, honestly, there's some amazing people out there helping people on this journey, right? But I just don't like, I'm sorry. You can detach and you can be happy and you can have a smile on your face and you can help a lot of people. But don't try tell me if you're a true twin flame that you're not wanting to fucking hear from them and you're wanting to hear what the fucking score is and that you're not wanting to run off in the sunset. Don't talk shite, right? I'm not wanting to hear you. You're fucking lying, right? So I don't know. But and then it can go one step further where some people are, and again, this isn't anyone I've seen recently. I'm thinking of things like from way in the past that when I'm talking about this next one, is people that claim they're a twin flame, but they don't want anything to do with their twin flame anymore, and that part of the journey is over. And it wasn't your twin flame then, you know what I mean? Or there's something going on there. There's a detachment within yourself. There's more soul retrieval needed. There's disassociation. There's something going on there, or it wasn't their twin flame. You know what I'm saying? Um, but yeah, it just feels like this person pushed you away with words and behavior, and now they're like, "Holy Mother of God!" I wouldn't normally say that either, but that's what I said. What the fuck have I done? How can like? I can't come back from this. As Tears for Fears Mad World is on. How does that go again? Is that not like do 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 Mad World? I don't know the rest, so the words might be relevant. Is this now we've got do you this is hilarious. Do you really want to hurt me? That just reminds me of the wedding. That reminds me of the wedding singer. That's one of my favorites. Do you really want to make me cry? Look what I just said. This person's hurt you with words. They've made you cry. They've like partied on down and known that you were crying in your pillow missing them, and they're like no giving a fuck and not caring what comes back to you. In fact, in a lot of cases, this person wanted the gossip to carry back to you to see that you cared. Um, but like I said, that's a very dangerous game. But again, in it depends. In an unawakened state, some masculines they won't care to be like, I'm thinking I can do what I want, or um. I see myself having kids with you. Fucking hell. Sorry, this just took a very different turn. But that I can see how that fits. Because remember, this isn't for everyone. I can see how this really fits. Because I know you've already got children, but obviously in the case of you, it's like, it's well, that completely takes that off the table where he is now. But it's kind of like, but when we're speaking generally about with everyone, it's like this is somebody that's went from fucking around and finding out settling down seriously. This can be anything from having kids to long-term relationships to marriages to whatever with someone. Um, and just basically shutting off the feelings from you if you're the divine feminine to then waking up to whether you call it denial or spiritually waking up to being like, I can actually see myself having a life for you. I can even see myself having kids with you or a kid or being married or oh, whatever different things are going to apply here. Like in mad world, and do you really want to hurt me, son? Because it's like I just keep feeling like how the fuck am I meant to come back from this? Like that's what I'm feeling. Sorry, that's no funny, is it? But that's what I'm feeling. Um, I've never felt like that. Look. So this is what I mean about if you are a divine feminine, female or male, because again, I don't know if there could be actually. I'm just trying to think if I know consciously. I don't. I feel like I mean I can feel things really strongly. Like so. Yeah, right now, I don't. There very possibly could be other twin flame. Because let's face it, it doesn't matter. You don't need to have a channel. What I'm saying is, you could channel divine masculine energy like what I do. I channel divine feminine and divine masculine, but you could feel it really strongly. Uh, and you know what's happening to me right now. But what I'm saying is, some days it takes a minute. Like I have to figure out when I'm doing the videos, the recorded ones, or even live. And I'm really strongly in because I've just been channeling a divine masculine in spirit, and he's not talking through me anymore. Although he's beside me. It's like he's helping me deliver this message. But it's like I'm feeling a collective of masculines. And again, regardless of the message, obviously that is my own inner masculine who is connected to matter, like that helps me deliver the message. That's how I do this. That's how I've done this for the past 10 years. It's and the funny thing is like I said, that's when he's been totally spiritually asleep and all that. But it's yeah, it's just quite I can't really find the words. I'm sure this happened in the one I done earlier. It's like this is big. It's like I've never felt love like this before. So it's like I'm channeling somebody that had feelings for you, but they pushed them away. And again, in some cases, it's like, in the case, I'm just going to fucking say it. I mean, I say it. In the case of mine, I could be wrong, and I'm open to being wrong. But I feel with my twin flame, like he just wanted to put a stop to things, whatever we were doing. Like before he got to know me even better than we already knew each other. But it was too late. We already knew each other quite. Again, there's loads of things I don't know about. There's loads of things I don't know about him, and there's loads of things he doesn't know about me. But what I'm trying to say is, it's like so. I'm just sort of chipping in with that bit to be like, it's that kind of feeling of, oh fuck, I can't get any closer to them because I already like them quite a lot. So if I spend any more time or I get let them into any more parts of my life, I'm going to be totally screwed and I'm not ready for this. So that I'm only mentioning mine because in the fact of being mine, we were very young when we met. So bear in mind if he's felt like that from the minute we met, which might have, he might not have, that's a bit, it's just too much too soon, you know what I mean? Like for the two of us, really. But it's something like that, you know what I mean? It's like that can even be the same people that felt like that now being like, wait a minute, what is this? Like, and I would say it's the real feelings that you push down coming up to the surface. Everything I do it for you. Everything I do it for our future. But then it now feels like so I feel I'm channeling like some of the masculines are still in this. Some of you watching, and some of you it's your person, and some of you, and I'm going to come out of this in a minute because it's too intense. We need to get out some feminine cards, but it's like, but for some of you, like this person's already moved through all of this and they've accepted it and they've been preparing and they're planning a future with you. Like quite a big future from the cards I've just read here. But it's like, I don't think you know this. I don't think you've heard from this person in years in some cases. I don't think they've let you in on this. They might not have let anyone in on this, including themselves. Like this, and that's when I jump back to that bit. I'm talking to people that are just now realizing, oh my God, I could have a life with this person if I'd done something about it. But I just keep not doing something about it and staying somewhere where I'm unhappy, whatever is going on there. Um, think we've had enough of this now. Oh, see how this fits with what you're saying about your guy and what he look. I'm overcoming my childhood trauma. And that's the other thing. And I know for, again, that's where it gets quite personal and deep and stuff. But again, guys, we've all got it, right? Including me, we've all got shit like this. We've all got trauma. But it's better to talk about that one to one. But I can help you with that one to one. And I will be helping a lot of people with that over the next few months. And Mars went into Cancer, remember? But it's that can be what it is too. Like someone is not ready to basically if someone's healing, whether you're the someone or that's your someone, or whether you went through that. And that did come through with what you said about your guy that he was about to go and get, oh, look, fuck, that's really strong today. I pulled out the one from that other deck that said, I've shed tears over this connection. And this one says, I've cried over you. So, oh, hello to Mars and Cancer. It's making people cry. It is sadness and depression. You mean the world to me. So I'm tapping the fuck out of this because it's very sad. It is somebody that is, I'd say, spiritually wakening up. And again, you could, like I said, you could be long out of this, but there's some that are in it right now. They keep a very close eye on your social media. So wave. I never do that. I just felt like but oh, I never do that. I don't know why I done that. Maybe it is watching. Fuck knows. I don't know. Let's put that in my head now. But I don't ever do that. That was quite funny. Um, oh, right. So anyway, thanks for that depressing message. What we're sending love and prayers to the people that feel like that. Oh yeah, I regret lying to you. So look how that just and look, I won't look. That's because it encompasses the whole message. This person lied about their feelings to you and other people, but they were lying to themselves too. So like it can be like I've just lied to myself for all these years, and oh look, they're backing up what I said. It was my fault, but I blamed you. I regret lying to you, and it was my fault, but I blamed you. So that is very much painting the picture of somebody that felt the same as you did, but they could have painted a picture that it's all you. You're the one that really likes him, and you've moved on. And yeah, I had something with her in the past, but I don't know why she's still going on about me. Blah blah blah. You know what I mean? My one will have done all of that, fucking guaranteed. And it's not fucking funny. And we can talk about that if you ever want to talk about it. But there's bigger fish to fry, kind of thing. Um, I'm strong enough to handle it. I'm an Aries, so I really couldn't give a flying fuck to be honest. So. I'm sure I would have if I'd heard at the time what was being said, but I mean, because I've heard wee bits and pieces here and there. Oh, really? Eh, but I'm quite glad I was sheltered from not even now. Like that's why I say it. It's like I think that I don't think I know for a fact. You know, you get protected from gossip. You know what I mean? He'd say you're acting like a girlfriend. Yeah. So let's see. Well, wait a minute. I need to catch up with these comments. How fun to channel the real Jack and Rose from Titanic. I hear how their story unfolded in the afterlife of finally being together. Oh my god, yeah, I love that. Ah, ooh. Oh, don't, Jesse, that made me cry. I love it. See what I mean? Like, I went to see that, I'm not kidding, about 11 times. Yes, you heard right. It was double figures. Sad as fuck. But other people were doing it, so at least I wasn't the only one. Um, but there you go. I didn't know it was a twin flame, but also did know. Because what a fucking weird thing to do. Obviously connected with it. And if you don't cry at Titanic, you've not got a heart, god damn it. I don't think I've ever watched that without crying. There's a song on right now called Mirror Man. And it's not that one. So it's a man in the mirror, but Mirror Man Human League. But it's talking about your divine mirror. Um, I'm still listening. By the way, I've spoken to a lot of twin flames that feel like they were on the Titanic. I definitely feel I was. I'm being deadly serious. Like I'm not talking like I don't think it was. Maybe it was. I don't know, but I don't mean like oh, like me and my twin flame were on the Titanic. I'm not claiming that, but I do feel I was on the Titanic. Like I just feel that's why I was obsessed with it when it came out. Um, I'm still listening. Right, I mean, I'll read that after, right? Because I'll go back to that. So wait a minute, no, I can because I'm not. See what I mean? See that I nearly didn't read what Nathan wrote because I felt like I'm still channeling that guy, but I'm not. Marvin Gaye's sexual healing's just come on. And I did say when I was doing his message, I felt like that was collective too, like the passion that's burning in some of the masculines is. I don't know what to say now. It's just that. Um, Wait a minute. I'm still listening. I've got. Wait a minute. Right. I actually need to go back to. That's what I need to do. I need to go back and see what you said way up here. Wait a minute. Sorry. Just need to slow down. Did I read? I read that. Right. I'll be booking my twin session as soon as my pay comes in around 17th. I'm manifesting it to come sooner. You know something, Claire? Your shamanic journeys are not only wonderful and helpful. Thank you very much for saying that, Nathan. I look forward to helping your twin flame. It really manifests miracles. Yeah, but it only manifests miracles when you put in the work. So thank you for appreciating the work that I've put out there, but you took the initiative. So pay attention, people, because Nathan's with his twin flame. So um and if you've watched the whole journey, you know that at one point it wasn't going that way, Nathan, was it? So miracles can happen. Um I'm with someone, but oh yeah, I read that all that right. Okay, so maybe you can come home in on this, but my twin just asked me what you feel she feels for me at the moment. Don't know if you can or want to answer. We're both curious. Uh, Let me finish this. So if I'll come back to that because that's quite interesting because is she there with you? Is she watching this with you? That's weird. Hello if you are. Like that's weird because of all the times when we've spoken she wasn't there and that's just blown my mind. Um and yes, what Nathan said, don't be sorry you needed these messages. Absolutely. You're all holding space for this too. Just imagine we're in a shamanic physical circle and there's other people that are able to lurk. But But I do create that sacred space. Obviously, anybody can watch. That's why I say use your personal responsibility. But, you know, you'd have to be pretty sad to watch fucking hours of somebody channeling a message that's got nothing to do with you. You know what I mean? But there's people that do it, believe me. Um, but it's beautiful when you do it when it's not, because your soul family, you know? Like I just, that message was directed at people that are sad, modern spirits that aren't contributing to the healing energy. They get to watch, but I protect the space. But you know what I mean? But anyone else that's feeling guided to watch, it's because it's healing. You're getting the healing too. It's healing to see somebody else get the healing. Um, I'm blown away that they guided me to see a video about somebody that's just discovered they've got ADHD. And you're saying this. That's so, and it was, yeah. I'll talk about that if it comes up again. It's quite interesting. I just randomly saw. It is relevant actually, because what I was guided to was a young guy that's just found out he's got ADHD, but it felt like they were talking to me about masculines. It's like, you know, doing something different, like using that creativity of the ADHD to stand out, because you can get shit for that, you know, if you've got a talent and you choose to do something different, whether you're a guy or a girl, because like you said, like, you know, and it's not directly, like, you know, I'm not going to go too deep into it, but yeah, I've got a whole, you know, I've still got some friends that I had, but what I'm trying to say is it's always very covert and just, it'd more just be people would ignore it rather than, like, you know, I had a lot of people around me that just made out they weren't really arsed at what I was doing, but I later got confirmation, people were watching, you know, and like they'd make out they weren't. And that's, to me, that's just fucking weird, you know what I mean? Like, support your friends with what they're doing. Um, Anyway, we'll not go to the but it happens. It happens to me, it happens to others. Um and it's if you know what I mean? The point is if you're feeling like that about somebody that's doing something they're good at, go and find something that you're good at. And again, to be fair, there's a lot of people that I'm not friends with anymore that I would, you know, encourage others to go and do something that they're good at. And so it's just that there is a bit of that coming in here. It's more let's stick with guys. Let's not go into math stuff. It's basically when you're doing something unique and different and other people don't get it, they're either going to encourage you with it or they're going to discourage it. And there's ways to do that. And that's why a lot of the reason why I'm not on these other platforms, I didn't like the fact that there was people that were meant to be my friends or people that I've known in some sort of way that were weirdly just watching what I'm doing but not interacting. Like they can still do it here too, but it feels better to me doing it here. That's the way that I see it. Who needs friends like that? You know what I mean? Um, but I have to say there was people that liked what I done too that was changing, but it's just coming in. It's coming in for a reason, so we're trusting it. You might basically I feel some of you have got people around you that don't want you to do well, unfortunately. How else am I meant to take that? I'm still listening. I've got to say I'm grateful to have my twin in reunion, but the truth is, because of my mistakes I've made and mistakes I haven't, I could lose her. So fuck it, let's go when I get paid. So there's a story behind that, Nathan. But of course there is, and I'm glad you're saying calling it a reunion, because that's what's important. When you start to reconnect with your twin flame, take it slow because of these things. There's self-sabotage and all that, but I'll book a dual session. Um, oh my God, goodness, he did that exactly. He did push me away at times. Yeah, because they do. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I can think of times like that. I mean, there's way more examples of when my twin flames pushed me away, but I can think of times when I have pushed him away to, well, I think really the test for me would be to not do that in the future. Like, well, I know that. I don't think I know that. But I'm just struggling to think it really now, to be honest. No, there is. It just wasn't in the same way. Like, because they were impressing that upon me earlier. Like, I remember there was just one night where he just said something really nice to me, and I was like, "Why are you saying that? I'm going home with you anyway." Like, or he was coming back to mine. I think he just said he missed me. Do you know what I mean? Because I said something really funny, and I was like, I was just kind of like, "Why are you saying that? I'm already like taking you back to me," and that's horrible. That's pushing somebody away because it's like, "Oh, I love you." So in the one I filmed earlier, right, I had mentioned that this was the only one that wasn't in the deck, and that just leapt out. So the feminines are saying "I love you" to the masculine. What's new? You will see a wow synchronicity about us today. Expect it. But to be serious, that I love you card doesn't come out a lot. But what I'm trying to say is like that would be an example of when I was pushing him away. Because although we weren't a couple or anything, he was actually saying something quite nice to me. And really that's quite vulnerable. It's not the most vulnerable he's ever been, but it's one of the fucking few times I can remember. But that was like I was uncomfortable with it. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, I'm just hooking up with you. Like, why are you saying something nice to me? But it's because of the experiences I'd had previously, when it's like not really trusting. Anyway, let's come away from that. Stop fucking making me go into this shit. Um, that's for someone else because it would have been impossible for either of us. I don't even know what I was saying now, Heather, so it probably was for someone else. I know people have this twin flame soulmate thing, though myself, I never felt that draw love to people, just felt my mission this time here is solo. Oh, well, that's sad to hear, Violet, and I pray that you have got a person that can treat you well at some point, but yeah, but the thing is, if you're not aware of who that is, don't go bother. Like when people are trying to find who their twin flame is, that's usually not a real twin flame because you just know. Like, or you're the masculine. There is the case. It's not totally across. Don't totally take that literal. He did try to cut things off, but he told me he knew if we continued to talk, he wouldn't be able to stay away from me. There's 9 years between us, and there was about a 6 year period when okay. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it doesn't matter though. The time doesn't matter. There's been years and years between me, mate. It doesn't matter. The feelings don't go away. Because you've been connected over lifetimes. Social media is how we reconnected, and he didn't normally have social media. He's acting like a girlfriend. She's on the phone with me. I'm on my laptop. Ah, right. Right, okay, I've caught up with the comments now. Let's just get a wee bit more. Let's get another. I don't know if we need another one. The feminine saying I love you, and you'll see a wow synchronicity. The masculine. And the thing is, oh, that's actually really beautiful because remember the masculine's ones come by. I don't know if the name Bailey is significant here, a name or a surname, but that just popped up on the telly. It was like a dog advert or something. But maybe like a Bailey's. But yeah, with the masculine's messages being quite depressing, the feminine saying "I love you" is, and the way you sing it is quite a, that's needed, I would say. Um, you need to clear and protect your energy now in capital letters, and I even put a wee box around it. So that's coming through very strong for the masculine especially. And look, that was, I did clear your energy, Heather, when I was doing it on here, but it's like, yeah, whether you're doing a chakra clearing in mine or, and by the way, even just whatever, whenever I'm doing anything like this, I'm always just, the intention is always to do that. Um, like basically my frequency is healing if you resonate with me. But yeah, in general, I would definitely be protecting your energy, clearing your chakras, balancing your energy, all this kind of stuff that we should all know by now. Um, you're my equal, the yang to my yin, right? So I don't want to pull any more from that because it's just coming through that it's like the masculines are feeling in that much of a shitty place. The feminines are in a very strong place of knowing that you've got your free will and that you don't need to do anything you don't want to do, but you love your person and care about them. Yeah, generally, I think that's what's coming through. So what else? Gratitude and curiosity. Learn to be curious about each other. Gratitude. A thank you goes a long way. So I think, yeah, that's really, I don't know why I picked up these cards. Someone must have needed to hear that. So it's like, for some of you, I feel, you're going to be finding out how grateful this person is. Yeah, and just leave the past in the past. Literally says that. Past. Leave the past in the past. So maybe that's again. I'll need to see when I watch this back whenever I decide to. Because if it's that lot, I might. No, I will. Because I want to see all the stuff with the bringing that guy through. But um, whatever all the things are about the past, just leave it in the past. Maybe that's why they've made me mention me things from my past. I don't know. Spark. There's many reasons why that's funny, but mainly being when I said about I've said this story about a million times. I get bored of these stories, but a medium said to me, "Oh my God, like let's just call it a very, very long time ago." Because I say 10 years ago, and when I reflect back on some things when I'm saying 10 years ago, it was actually like 13, 15 years ago, but a long time ago. One of the phone psychics that I spoke to. I'm saying psychic because she didn't like to be called a medium. She liked to be called a psychic, but it's just weird things. I mean, I've got weird things. Like I don't like people call me a tarot reader, even though I do read tarot as well. But it's like I won't hold that against you. But it's kind of like a healer. I just prefer a healer. But it's yeah. She said that when he left your life, it was like the sparkle went. I can never remember whether it was the sparkle went or the spark went. Just like life was a bit dull without him, kind of thing. And yeah. It's true. I don't deny it. It is. Like, my life is boring without him in it, and it has been boring now for a very long time because he's not been in it. It's not something you can easily forget. My love for you is written in the stars. We have the spark between us, which is undeniable and visible to everyone around us. You're the miracle that dropped into my life and lit me from within. Look up to the stars tonight and know that I'm under the same sky, thinking about you. We're destined to be together for many lifetimes. Oh, I already said that. We don't need to rush this love. Our love is eternal. And I also said that because it's not me. They're just speaking through me. Right. I think we'll have some of these and then we'll can you possibly connect with my twin's energies, Claire? If you can, it's more than okay. It's just me and her are curious what we come. Well, what I was going to be doing, Nathan, is if anyone wanted any personal messages, if I wasn't picking up on them, because you saw how much energy that took, it's if people do a wee donation. So even that means even of anything. Like, and I haven't actually reached the goal of somebody. If you click on the goal, and I just wanted to see what it done. Yeah. So if you're not in a place to do that, don't do it. But yeah, basically, because I need to be strict about that, that when I do these mediumship Monday ones, I will do personal messages, but the for donation, you know what I mean? Um, but if I pick up on someone like what I picked up with Heather, I've picked up on them anyway. So, but it's just because it's Takes quite a lot of my energy. And then I do the free readings on the Leo moon. But yeah, so that goes for anyone. Anyone that wants a wee personal message. Just because that's the way they told me to do it tonight, it doesn't like so like I said, the goal on this one was yeah, I think it's a fiver or more. So and also just to be honest, guys, I just want to see what happens when people use that wee support sticker thing. So I think it can let it lets you do things as small as like $1 or £1 or so whatever you do you. But and I don't do that all the time. Like I said, to be clear, when I do it next week, if I'm doing it next week, because I think I'm getting the feeling, because this was fun tonight. I mean, it depends. It was fun for me, like, but you see what I mean by fun doesn't feel appropriate. So sorry, Heather. What I mean is, I enjoy doing this because, like I said, I've already said it. I enjoy doing it because I feel I will sleep better tonight, knowing that that's helped give you a message that you needed, and like I said, the healing. Um, what it does, it takes energy. So basically, if I'm going to do this every Monday, which I don't think we'll do it every Monday, but when I do it whenever I say I'm doing Mediumship Monday live, it'll be that, you can, and I think by at some point I feel when it gets a bit busier, like it doesn't need to be that busy. It's never really that busy around here just now anyway. That if you want me to tune in for you, I think it would be better if people donated in advance if you could, right? And then I know who they met, and then there's people in the spirit world will be likely to come too. But I mean, they'll come too when it's spontaneous, and it's not always loved ones of spirit like this. It's it can be your guides as well. So it's not guaranteed when I'm doing it on here, and it's not guaranteed when I'm doing the recorded ones. It often isn't actually in the recorded ones. It just comes through the same. But I always hold space. But actually sometimes I think it isn't, and then I'll get an email from someone saying like someone passed in my family or a friend passed, and what you said or what you sang was the song that was, relevant. So you just never know. Thank you, Nathan. But yeah, generally speaking, oh, and thank you, Heather. Again, you didn't need to, but it's yeah, it's because of what I've said before. It's like I I've been doing this for like 10 years and like I've done all that kind of I've been given free readings for 10 years basically. So they're kind of moving me on. They're kind of moving me on. It's like I'm graduating. It's like I'm still going to do free readings, but they're once a month for a Leo moon. And I will still do it. Like, because basically I'm still doing it, right? I'm still doing it, like, but not. That's been for a long time now. It's like, for instance, like somebody asked me recently as well about when I had the thing about doing a free session. That's been going since the summer. I was guided strictly to take that away because it's not wise. Do you know that you actually give people permission to curse you and hex you and stuff? Okay, guys, stop throwing the money at me. But it's also because I don't know how to get that shit out there. I'm not even kidding. I don't know how to get the money out of the YouTube. It's stuck in the YouTube. So right now I'm a YouTube millionaire. I'm only joking. But there's a wee bit of money there. And I'm like, not loads, but there's a bit. I don't know if I can get out. But it's you see, this is the side of me that it's like I'm the creative genius. No, like I'm the creative, like, and to be fair, I am quite good at, well, I'm very good actually. That's what I'm not going to be modest. I'm very good at helping people with their finances, whether you've got great finances or not so great finances, because I help a lot of people with ADHD. Um, yeah, with where my Neptune is in my chart, I'm very good at helping people with money. But then it's quite funny. I help people that haven't got a lot of money, and then it actually ironically then brings my money in. The name Kate has just flashed up on the TV. That might be relevant here as well. Um, but yeah, I've got to be careful about how I do it. Basically, it's hard to explain, but what I'm trying to say is like I have to do a mixture of free and paid, and also it was a big no-no for any kind of free Zoom session. I knew it wasn't going to be long, but I did keep that for about, I think it was like 6 months or longer, and I had really amazing connections with some people that are on the stream now. And so if you took advantage of that, great, because you were meant to, and I'm glad I got to meet some of you. But yeah, it's not something that I'm ever guided to do again because of what they led me to research about that it does, you're leaving yourself very vulnerable. So even so that if anyone else is working with other people, just remember to take some sort of donation. Like, because the demon, I'll tell you why, it's because the demons in the person that you're helping, because everyone's got, energies and whether you call it demons or, it's basically, if someone's unwilling to even hand over anything, like even the smallest amount, it's a huge sign that they've got some sort of attachment because it's like, you know what I mean? It's it's hard to explain, but it's something to do with that. But anyway, grateful. Well, I fell asleep listening to you, Claire, so I'm headed to bed. I hope you get your tea soon. Yeah, but I will. I will eat it. I don't think I'll be very nice with you, but I'm not really that hungry. Okay, this is what I mean when I do this, but I will. Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you for reminding me. Love to you as well. Um, I don't have much, but I so appreciate it. Heather, you didn't need to at all because, like I said, I picked up on him. So, and it was an honour to, and I'm sure we'll hear from him again. He's entertaining. Um, but I do appreciate that too, and thank you, Connor, as well. Um, and thank you, Nathan, too. Like I said, it's and that's what I mean about if you know astrology, like my where it is in me, like that's again because that's what I mean. Like some people could look and be like thinking I'm being a mug because I'm um doing that, like either when I've helped people for free or when, but it's not that. I'm actually being quite wise with it. I just know that it comes back around, and that emoji is hilarious. And it does. Like amazing stuff happens to me, and it's not always like, oh, I'll get, but either I'll get a big booking from someone else. It might not be any use, or it could be one of yous, or something else amazing will happen in my life because I've, you know what I mean? And that's I just know my astrology very well. But I've always, before I knew it was linked to my astrology, I've always been like that. I'm just not about I can't even stand money. I fucking hate it, if truth be told. I've read every book going an audio book to not speak about money like that, but that is how I feel about it. It's just, we need it. We live in a world where we need it, but I know the future is not going to be about money. So get being grateful now and get out the toxicity of your life revolving around money. You know what I mean? Look how arsed about it I am. I've got money sitting in this and I'm fucking keeping it. I'm not even fucking but again, I do, but that's where I was going with that is I need the masculine practical side of me to help with stuff like that in me to get the finger or the actual masculine help. But again, I've got other people that are in masculine energy that can help me with stuff like that if I'm struggling too much. And I think I've probably got to that point where I'm like, go fucking help me with this. Um Boundaries. You need to teach people how to treat you by being clear on what you will and won't allow. I wondered while I was shuffling these, how crazy is that, right? So now I'm gonna do wait a minute, who was first? I'll do Nathan and then Connor, would you like a wee message as well? Um and but that's basically why that's come out. That's what I'm saying. It's like you don't need to worry about, oh, I said this. This is a really strong message. Remember, Capricorn is boundaries, right? And the North Node is about to shift into Pisces, which is no boundaries, lack of boundaries. So when the North Node shifts into Pisces, it's going to be magical, mystical. People are going to give more respect and or more attention collectively in the world is going to be given to people like me and others like psychics and healers and like astrology, I feel as well will get even more attention than what it already get. Just things that people, I think hypnotherapy as well is going to be really big. Again, I'm a hypnotherapist too. If you don't know, just basically healing modalities are going to have more attention put in them, particularly psychic stuff. Because we're all psychic, right? And people like me are able to teach you how to tap into your clairs, specifically me, because that's why I was divinely named. Um, like and it won't be so weird. It'll be really just the norm, and you'll be a bit weird if you're not tapping into your psychic senses, basically. Um, But like it's kind of funny. Like what's weird about my world is whenever somebody says to me like, "Oh, you know how it's like, like I'm quite psychic, but I can't really say it to anyone around me," and I'm like, "Well, no, I don't know, because that's not my world, is it?" Like everyone fucking knows around me, but I can tap into my past self to resonate. Although it depends how far we go, because like I said, even when I wasn't as confident as I am now, people still knew I was very psychic, you know what I mean? But it wasn't like as in your face as what. But again, it depends. I might seem like I'm in your face when I'm doing this, but what do you want me to do in a fucking YouTube live? Imagine I was sitting here in silence. I mean, I could. If it was just about the healing, I could just sit. There are some people, there's people that do Reiki streams and they just sit with their hands up. I could do that, guys, if you want me to do that, but I think it would drive you all stir crazy. Okay. I don't know if I'd even be able to do it. I'd end up talking after, like, I really don't want to do this, you know? It's like when you're at a sleepover when you're wee. Like when my best pal stayed the other week there, like the week between Christmas, like, again, because we've known each other such a long time, like, it wasn't me being rude, it's just I've been staying up till whatever time in the morning. I'm not exactly going to fucking demand that she stays up till 4 or 5 in the morning. So I was like, look, just you go to bed when you want to, right? So she went to bed but I recognised when she was tired and she went to bed. And then I crept through at like 3 in the morning or something, after watching a few films and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is it's like probably better because if I went to bed at the same time, I'd just be chatting away. She wouldn't get to sleep, you know? Like, so, um, yeah, there's just the boundaries things coming in really strong. It's important to know what your boundaries are. Don't be worrying about what everyone else is doing. What are your boundaries? Just because fucking Sally down the road is all right with all her pals just walking in the door and, oh, hiya, I'll put the kettle on. Like, maybe that's all right for Sally, but maybe you're no wanting somebody. Who's Sally? Why did I say that? Maybe you're no wanting somebody just fucking walking in your door like we're watching Home and Away or Neighbours, you know? How about you ring the fucking buzzer or the doorbell, or you text or you call and let me know, or can I? And this is what I'm saying. Some people are around people like that where there's like no boundaries, and that's not okay. You're not getting any breathing space to yourself. Um, so know your own boundaries. It doesn't matter what anyone else's boundaries are. Know your own boundaries. But when it does matter what other people's boundaries are, in the sense of you need to pay attention to what other people's boundaries are for them. And the only way you're going to know that is by having a conversation. Now, because these are love cards, like oh, look, separation's in reverse. Time apart from your partners in the rising, but it's in reverse. Boundaries matter, full stop, right? And again, at some point, I'll get the finger out and I'll actually have a course about this because it's what I talk about all the time. But like, you need to be aware of what your boundaries are, and sadly, many people aren't. And that's so funny when I was talking about the North Node moving into Pisces, because a song's on right now called Magic. And Pisces is magic, magical. But it's also confusion, illusion, and what's real, what isn't. And so when the North Node moves into Pisces too, you could see a lot of more lies in the world over the next 18 months. Like they're going to lie to us about other kind of, things in the world that they already lied to us about that people, a lot of people have either woken up to or are currently waking up to, which can be distressing, and we'll not go too deep into that. I think you know what I'm saying. There'll be more of that, and but the like said, at the same time, there'll also be more people awakening and realizing, oh my God, I was totally ignorant to twin flames being real, but it fucking is real because I've just realized I am one, or that's kind of rare. I don't know who I'm channeling there, but that might be resonant. But it's like, um. Or I thought mediumship was a load of bullshit. I've just realised how real it is because I've just had a random mediumship reading, like whatever, you'll see a lot more of things like that being the norm. Right, okay. Anyway, so that's just what wanted to come through. So, Nathan, word's your question again? What is it because again, remember guys, I actually don't, it wasn't, do you just want me to, like, I don't do questions, basically. That's a boundary for me, actually. I don't want to be too serious about it there, but I just usually see what comes up. So do you want me to just see what comes up? Or, I mean, tonight, though, because you did ask something specific. What was it again? I can't bother scrolling back. It was, you wanted me to see what comes through for how, can I say your twin flame, like, can we say your twin flame's name? Or do I still need to call her your twin flame? I mean, I know what her name is, but I'm just wondering, am I allowed to say it? Will I use the Divine Masculine cards to see what comes through for her? There we go. Right. Will I just still call her your twin? Is that easier? What are you saying yes to? I've asked that many questions. Right. And Connor, you could answer me now because it's going to take. Say my name. Yes, you can say your name. Right, Margaret. There we go. Right. So tell us what Margaret is feeling for Nathan. And then Margaret can this is hilarious. Margaret can confirm. Oh my god, this is actually fucking brilliant. Nathan, oh my god, I love you guys. This is what I've wanted. Remember, I said this ages ago. I might have even said this like years ago, but I said this at some point. I'm going to love when we can actually confirm in real time. Yeah, that is how I'm feeling actually. Do you know what I mean? That's quite exciting. Fuck's sake, right? Don't let us down, guys. Um, but we'll feel into it. If she doesn't like the words exactly, we'll feel into what it means. But because bear in mind, even if Margaret does says that's not how I'm feeling, it could be what's lying dormant. You know what I mean? Like because that is what happens to the masculine. So anyway, we'll see what it means. But so yeah. Anyway, Connor, if you're open to me giving you a message, if you just let me know and I'll see what comes up for you. Just, I don't know, say anything like, yes, you can, I don't say something that lets me know, basically. Um, right. And Heather, you're not getting one because I sat for fucking ages. Hopefully you get my sense of humour, but you know what I mean? It'll just be the same. They'll just keep telling you to be honest with yourself, so there's no point. I might actually shuffle to see what comes out again, but right. So, and like I said, for tonight, for anyone else that wants a personal message, while I'm here, 1111, make a wish. Yeah, if you make any kind of donation, no matter how big or small, I'll, yeah, pull you a wee message. Right, so, what have we got for Margaret? What's coming through? How is Margaret feeling about Nathan right now? Wait a minute. I don't know why I'm laughing. This is I'm going to be fascinated to see if this has been happening, and I know you, Nathan, so I feel let's just see. We've got the first one. She just went for a nap, but we'll be showing her the replay of this live. So excited. She's coming over for the night, going to show her have fun. Oh, yeah, as well. So let's see. Oh, so you can't clarify real time, but you can because you can see, oh, right, interesting. And that's really weird because when I get to the third card, that kind of fell, it wasn't quite in reverse. I'd say it was on its side. So I'm just going to pull them all before I tell you. Right, okay, we'll see what this means. Right, so we've got now, bear in mind, we need to tweak it with these cards because first of all, they're written from, I'd say they're written from a guy's perspective of like a guy masculine, and this is a female masculine, but we can work with that. And also, a lot of them are worded from like you're in separation and you two are not. So we'll just see how it fits. Let me message you. So bear in mind, this is Margaret saying this to Nathan. So let me message you. If I don't reply, I'm planning what to say. Well, right now she's not replying because she's having a kip, but she's having a wee sleep. Leave her alone. Wait a minute, I'll stop joking, but that's quite funny. If I don't reply, I'm planning what to say. I get stressed when you message me asking what's wrong. Nothing was wrong, but now it is because I feel paranoid I've done something wrong. Don't rush me. Nathan, is that ringing true on your side of it? Has there been any kind of I don't know. Have you been having any kind of panics if she's not texting you back or WhatsApping or messaging or calling or you haven't seen her in a couple of days? Is there any of that going on? But that one came through. Um, you're perfect. You're perfect for me just as you are. Don't ever change. Beautiful. And I'm afraid of commitment, but that's the one that fell on its side. So, and I'm gonna tie this together, right? And then we've got I'm owning up. While we've been apart, I've been learning who I am. I really have changed, and that's true because you're together, whichever, you know what I mean? You're in reunion, I would say, but you're spending time with each other. She's coming to stay the night, so it's pretty close. Um, I really have changed, and I want you to know that you can count on me to do the right thing. Right. So I'm going to start backwards. I feel that owning up one is about she's been more honest with herself. And this is weird because I'm having to push aside the fact that you said she's going to watch this later. So you, Margaret, are being more honest with yourself, or you're at least trying to be, like, opposed to in the past when you were just basically, yeah, afraid of what this meant and the pressure of it and whatever kind of personal things come up for you about what it means, you know, because it is a big deal, you know, it's a very intense connection. It's not like being in a relationship with anyone else, it's being in a relationship with yourself. So it's very vulnerable and it's deep and it's just all the things. Um, but I feel this is about you being more honest with yourself and everyone around you. So I feel where you might have masked your feelings for about anything in life, but specifically with your feelings about towards Nathan, I feel that's where you're owning up. Like, and see how that fits with the collective message. Like the masculines in general, but Margaret, it seems to be coming through that you are being more honest with everyone around you, yourself, everyone around you, and Nathan. But just bear in mind, even saying that is quite overwhelming, isn't it? And can I just say they're popping in a wee collective message because I put the deck down on the bottom like that. I'm ready. I will leave my partner. It's been over since I met you. Trust me to do it this way. So that's like someone else's message coming in that must be quite significant because it was pulling my eyes down it. But and then yeah, and then just, you know, you're perfect self-explanatory. It's like I feel it's coming through about, like, you know, just I feel with that let me message you, there's something here about I feel what's coming up for Margaret right now, or you when you watch this, Margaret, is that you're aware that you've got these underlying fears and you could, you know, where you've self-sabotaged in the past or not let yourself get close to Nathan, or it feels like again as well, like what Nathan said, things that have happened in the past have made you wary of whether you can, you know, trust that that's not going to happen again or something. It's something around that, you know, it's building the trust. That's basically what I'm trying to spell out here. It's like you're building the trust again, and that takes time. And that one about let me message you, I feel that's about like you. I feel right. You're both needing to talk to each other about your bit. I feel it's what I said to the collective. Like, you need to have a really deep, honest conversation with each other about what your boundaries are. So, like with that one, like I would now again, I would be interested to what you say about this, Nathan. Like from your perspective of what I've said for picking up on Margaret. It's like sorry, it's so weird to me that I'm saying her name now, but it's you know what I mean? Because that's this is so weird because I was thinking that it's like I'm kind of getting this feeling, right, that because this is for yous, but it's gonna make sense to other people. It's like when two twin flames are reconnecting again, like what you are. It's like this kind of weird place of do we fall back into what we were before? And in your case, you guys were actually engaged at one point, weren't you? So it's like, you know, it's kind of weird being in a relationship, being as deeply involved as that, then being apart, and then you being involved with other people at some point, to then being back, getting to know each other again. I mean, there's all kind of boundaries with that I think we can all sort of think about what I mean by that. Like how soon do you, you know, how soon do you there's other stuff happen and all that. And this again, it's all people's personal boundaries. But it's like I think you need to have a really frank conversation about whoever it is that's got it feels like a so I don't know if this is what's maybe going on with you, Nathan, but it's like that kind of feeling of I'm gonna be a bit paranoid about not texting or basically generally getting in touch with you too much because I'll be afraid that you'll run like fuck. That's how I want to word it. I need to make my own cards to work. Again, I have got those wee written ones, but I actually do need to write other ones that I've been meaning to write for a while. You know what I mean? There's something along those lines of um it feels like someone's gonna have to. It feels like there is a need. So this is what I mean. Like this is what it would be good if Margaret was here, but you can let me know what she says after. It's like I can't really pinpoint it because it's like I feel both of you, and this is what it's like whenever I tap into two of you. It's like you're both needing reassurance. Oh my God, that's thank you. The song's just helped me out. For your eyes only. You're both needing reassurance that you've only got eyes for each other. So that's personal between you two. You'll only know what that's bringing up about the past, but it's like, and if there has been anything where, like, if there's, I'm just going to, basically, I'm just going to say it like what I'm seeing it here, is that if there has been anything where Margaret especially has felt like overwhelmed with the amount of love that you are wanting to give to her, Nathan, because we know as the divine feminine, like, that can be a hell of a lot of love that's quite overwhelming if someone's not comfortable with it. This is what I mean, like you have to be careful about not going OTT, but what I'm sort of posing is I feel it could go the other way, that you could be like, just, you did, there's a lot of, this is very confusing. I need to shuffle these. What are you saying? Because this is like quite confusing. It's quite overwhelming. I miss her a lot, so yes, I know I've been annoying, but I'm detaching from clinginess. Oh yeah, and that feels like one of the collective messages. Yeah, yeah, that does feel like what I've just channeled, I feel. But it's more important if you feel it is. That's what I was trying to say. It's like, um, well, it's like what I said before before Christmas, that I want a break from channeling about all of this because it feels like it just feels like I'm in chaser mode when I'm doing this, but I can't help it. This is my job and it does fuck me off. It really does. But this is my work. Like, this is what I'm meant to be doing. And I'm not always channeling things that are going to resonate with my situation, although it is my twin flames numbers right now. That's hilarious. It is literally 11:21. Um, that was funny timing. Um, but do you know what I mean? It's like you just want a fucking break from it, you know what I mean? And so it's not quite the same, but I think it is kind of the same. It's just, I think, Margaret, if you're watching this, you're going to have to understand that you're going to have to come on pretty strong. And I don't think you could come on too strong, Margaret. There you go. There you go. Is that, Nathan? Have I said what you wanted to say? Like, I feel it's like that's really what I want to say. Dis Disagreements agree to disagree. So, and I think there's just this, they want you to acknowledge that it's somebody called Arthur, because Arthur's theme, I don't know what that is, has just come on. I've got like a great granddad or something that's Arthur. But, oh, actually, what am I talking about? Was that not my grandpa's real name? I've got like one of his cousins is called that. So anyway, whatever. Actually, he's famous. He's a footballer. Like he what or no, wait a minute. He was a footballer and now he does something else. Like anyway, if you like football, fun fact. Um, but and I also have an ancestor of mine that played for Manchester United. That I think he scored quite an important goal. I might be getting all that wrong, but it's something like that. Because when we were in Manchester, my mum or my dad told the story in the taxi, and the taxi driver was like, "Oh my God, that's your family." I don't know really well or anything, so that's why I'm not mentioning it. But it's quite obvious how many. I don't know. I don't know if it's obvious, but it is whatever. So back to the. Oh look, ask the angels for help. So that was Jessie that asked about that, wasn't it? But um, like that's what's coming through here right now. Like you need to ask each other. Like, this sounds so obvious, doesn't it? But that is what I keep getting here. It's like, Nathan, I don't know if you might be a bit afraid to say some of this. Is this why I'm saying it? Like, like I think there's something around you. I'm begging the angels for help. Right, well, there we go. There's something around you. Just, I think you. Right, I'm just gonna. You just need to be honest. You just need to push aside any fear and be honest. And I feel what I just said was the truth there, that she couldn't come on strong enough. So if there's any kind of worry in you, Margaret, that you're coming on too strong, I don't think that's possible with Nathan. I think he wants you to come at him very loving. And all the rest of it, and that's your business. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm kind of getting at. It's, yeah, sorry, it's quite hard to put that into words. Give me a deck here. Love lifts us up where we belong. Na. That song's just come on, right? So, and I've never seen that film, but isn't that the film An Officer and a Gentleman? Where, well, it is because it's got it on the TV, where he picks, I've seen it done in spoof things where he picks them up and, carries them off. Like, oh, difficult, fucking hell, what's going on, guys? We've got difficulties and we've got disagreements. There's something here about you're very similar, but you're very different, right? And that's what true twin flames are. So it's, yeah, I'm afraid of hurting her. There we go. Exactly. And exactly. And that's why thank you for sharing that, Nathan, because that's what I'm getting at. I feel the feminine, whether you're a female divine feminine or a male, because I feel this is going to make sense to other people too. Don't be afraid of, well, you can't help how you feel, but it's kind of like, oh, now we've got take a look at me now, 'cause I'm just an idiot, then there's nothing left to remind me, just the memory of your face. Anyway, but it's like it's just what it's the boundaries card. It's like you just need to have a very honest conversation to find out where you both stand. And um really, right, what to do about the thing about being afraid of hurting her feelings, Nathan. And because look, the cards are great, right? But you know what I mean. Like it's something that's better just leaving the cards out. They just back up what I've said. Really, is that if you're afraid of hurting her feelings, what to do is if you're having a deep conversation, right, before you're going to say something that you feel might potentially hurt her feelings, ask. Just it might sound really stupid, but I think that's why that ask card is coming out. Say to the person, because you see me saying this quite a lot. I've done it tonight a few times because again, that's my big thing that I can't stand is when somebody just reads somebody's energy when without asking their permission. Even and I even take it one step further because I even ask people that have donated, and usually people it's not always, but most of the time someone donates, it's like they're open to a message, but it's kind of like it's just not many people do that in life. So if you're even saying to Margaret, I really want to talk about this with you, but so how would you feel if we kind of spoke about it? Do you think you could handle it if I kind of, and kind of frame it what you're about to say? And if she's like, and she might be like, do you know what? Like, I can't handle that right now. I've got too much going on, and but can we like come back to this when I'm feeling in a better place? And then, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean about respect someone's boundaries. Sometimes it is like it's kind of like what I've mentioned before about this book, a counselling book from years ago. It's like something like I'm okay, you're okay. And it's 1985 has just flashed up on the TV and it's called the song's called Take Me With You, which I think is just picking up on what I said about Margaret couldn't come on too strong. Like want you want all her love and attention because you were deprived of it for so long. Um, really. But I think there's a bit of a difficulty between the two of you because she's also got her own fears and it's it's even things to do like we don't want to get we're not wanting to call on the tantric guides here, but it's always it's kind of like even get comes down to stuff like that, like who's going to initiate, Who's going to initiate the actual energy? You know, like some depending on how sensitive some people are feel like, you know, that it's about rejection. Like, and it's not uncommon that, you know, like twin flames could have like wee codes, like, you know that like when something, I don't know, you just know that there's a sign for it. It's like, all right, you know. But what I'm saying is like, I just difficulties, jealousies from others may serve as obstacles to the success of this connection. Be aware of that as well. That's remember I didn't. I've been saying that to you since you told me about you two getting to know each other again. And surely people don't need me to warn you about whoever's resonate with that is there are people that are jealous of your connection, whether you're aware of who they are and you're there just are people that are jealous of that and they'll want to ruin it before it even has a chance to get going again. So don't be naive to that. You're enough. The person you're meant to be with will love you the way you are. You don't need to change. So that remember you are perfect. And that's coming in about not needing to change. So I feel the message is really strongly for you. I want a different deck. Is Nathan like, although you're saying that you've got difficulty finding your voice, I'm going to encourage you. Actually, what you could do is there is a shamanic journey on my playlist about finding your voice. So you could go and find that one if you haven't. But you've read through them all, so how have you not found that? But you know what I mean? It's specifically for when you want to talk about whatever it is you want to talk about. Just in general, don't be afraid to tell her how you're really feeling because I know you're going to be watching this later, Margaret, but if it really is your person, well, you don't want to walk on eggshells with your person. You know what I mean? You need to be able to talk honestly with each other. Twin flames are very different. You're not always going to agree on everything. But like that card says, agree to disagree. So there's a strong message coming through for you two about you need to agree to disagree at some points. It's almost over. Your current challenges will soon be resolved and you'll be able to look to the future with a smile. But I feel that's specifically about saying to you, Nathan, because now it's going into a message for you, is things will be a lot easier when you're able to let out whatever is stuck there, you know? Because I don't think it's as bad as what you're feeling. Because I get what you're saying when you said that. Like, fuck, I'm nowhere near, I'm nowhere near that in it. Even if I was, I wouldn't fucking tell you, but I'm not. I'm not that good an actress. Um, yeah, the last thing I would want to do is say anything that would hurt my twin flame. But I've already made peace with the fact that I will have said many triggering things on these live streams throughout the past 3 years. Um, that will have pissed them off and hurt and stuff. But again, I always know that that's never been my intention, and this is to help a lot of people that are on this painful journey, as well as my twin flame actually, and me. You know, this is my calling, so that's what I always come back to. But what I'm saying is like when I am, should I ever be in that position, um, I would do something similar. I would, if we were talking about something, I would just be like, "Are you alright with me telling you how I feel about this?" And then he might be like, no. Like, I don't want do you know what I mean? But my one does that by just still not being here, do you know what I mean? But anyway, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to put a bit of light humor on this, but there's reasons for anyway. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, he might be like, yeah, go for it. You know what I mean? It's gonna hurt, but I need to hear it. I don't fuck knows. But or he might be like, no, I don't want to hear it. Like I can't. Fuck, I really don't know, honestly. So, but you know what I'm saying? You need to do the same thing, and you need to not presume to know what the other person can or can't handle. We're all fucking adults, I hope. If you're not an adult, stop watching this. You should be watching this. It's not gonna make any fucking sense to you. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the point. Stop thinking you know what the other person's going to say. You don't know. They might be your twin flame, but you don't know what, you've got different lives. Your prayers are being answered. Your prayers are being received by the divine. Answers will come soon, although perhaps in forms you didn't expect. In fact, and again, I think this is the answer coming through right now from the guys. It's what you said is not a joke. That is the way my work's going to be going this year. Is like I will be helping twins together. Like that is um I mean, I have done that in the past, but more so, the last years it's been about helping a twin by themselves, and sometimes some of the people are connecting with their twin. But I think I'm going to actually have to have a session where it is like, helping you together, like as if you were coming to couples therapy. Um, because sometimes people really do need that middle person. Um, anyway, long-winded message, but I hope that gave you some sort of something. Oh, wait a minute. So let me see what you. I have been both the offending and the opposite when it comes to boundaries, which has been a true shame. Yeah, but I mean, with Nathan, with what I know from when I've helped you on this and from when the few times we've connected on the Zoom, that makes perfect sense to me. You've both got a lot of your own traumas that mirror quite heavily. All twin flames do, but again, that's more complex. But I just know specifically with you two, I know that's the case. So it doesn't surprise me at all that there's going to be an issue there when it comes to boundaries. So you just need to remember for you, but Margaret, when you're watching this, basically you both just need to remember how important the boundaries are. That don't be worrying about upsetting somebody because I can't tell you how to feel, but I know what they're trying to say here. It's kind of like if, right, I'm getting this image of like if somebody came at you all guns blazing, like really defensive, like I'm not telling you about that part of my life, or I don't want to tell you this, I don't want to tell you that, and it's like before you could be like, I wasn't fucking asking you about that anyway, or like you can tell me about that when you want to, if you want to. That's none of my business. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know if I'm actually channeling some of the stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? It might not be stuff like, but that's got to be relevant for some people. It's whoever this is speaking to. It's about you're creating the whole rest of the story in your head, and it might be nothing like what actually would happen if you just spat it out. Like you could be making it worse by not. But you definitely are. And again, bringing it back to Nathan, like in your case, it's like you're going to have to find a way, which is by doing what you've already done, by working with healers like myself and anyone else you're guided to. So I think basically the message is, yeah, I think what you said earlier is right. Margaret's wanting to book a session with me. I'll be delighted to meet her, but it feels like it's highlighting that you're in need of a session too. And I would actually say separately. But it really just depends because I am going to do that because I mean, and like I said, you might be one of the first couples that needs that together. So we'll just cross that bridge when we come to it. But um, it just comes down to that. It comes down to overall, the divine feminine is afraid of hurting the divine masculine because they've already went through so much. But again, the divine feminine has also went through a lot as well, as I know about you, as I know about any of us. We've so much so I'm sure many people will write books on all this shit. But it's like it's really I think what would be more relevant is divine feminine, divine masculine, more be like more relevant to say runner chaser. Like it makes sense that the person that's the runner, that the other person, I don't even fucking like saying chaser, but that you just but basically, that's what I'm saying to you, Nathan. That's why this is a reunion because, like, and I suppose that's why it's help. Hopefully, it's helpful for you hearing that from me. Like, I'm just no, I'm not at the point you're at anyway. But like, I'm just when I am, which I've got no control over that. It's like I'm so far past that. It's not even funny. Like, I would be nervous to talk, but I would do it, and I definitely wouldn't do it to. But I would. But I'm more like need to and listen. But you know what I mean when it comes to it, I'm not. Oh my God, I was about to fucking quote the notebook. It is. It's like the thing in the notebook. I'm not afraid to hurt your feelings. The first bullshit thing. What is it he says again? It's when she's literally trying to run away and kid her selling that she's going to go fucking marry that other bloke. It's like He's like, that's what we do, we fight. And also, it's questionable whether that's healthy, but anyway, he says something like, that's what we do, we fight. You tell me, I tell you when you're being a pain in the ass, and you tell me when I'm basically, it's you tell me when I'm being a dick, and I tell you when you're being, but without actually, we don't like name calling. That's disrespectful. That's what happens in the karmic relationship. But you know what I'm saying? In jest, it really just depends on your banter. Like, because I don't actually, I wouldn't actually. But again, oh, you know what I'm saying? Right? It depends on people's banter. Some of you could do that, and some of you might not be able to. But it's like it's being honest, like that. Watch that scene. Watch that scene in the notebook. I'll post it in the community tab. It's like this, the ones they've made spoofs of. It's like, but I want this. I want you, me, growing old together, um, forever and ever. What was it? If you walked away right now, if I thought that was what you really wanted, it would hurt, but I could handle it. That's the whole point. That's the twin flame. He's like, if you really do want to go and marry this other guy right now, it would hurt, but I would let you go. But I don't, he's basically having the courage to say, but I don't think that is what you want to do. And then, of course, she doesn't fucking do it. She's like, shuts the door and they kiss and whatever, you know what I mean? And the other guy gets fucking binned. It's kind of like, I'm sorry to say it, but that's what happens. But you know what I mean? That if you've never seen that film, sorry, spoiler alert, but who's not seen The Notebook? Like, you're kind of like, oh my God, is she going to go off because the other guy's hot? Let's face it. They put her in a predicament. They're both hot guys. But the point is, she's madly in love with the one that she's never fallen out of love with Noah, and that's the point. She was trying to forget him because she's thinking that he's forgot her, and all the while he's fucking building a house that she'd said she'd wanted. So it's like this can all be metaphors for other people, but that's the point. You can't compete with that kind of love. That when someone can't fall in love with someone else when they've never actually fallen out of love with the first person. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting here. Um, to bring it back to your case, it's like there is a lot of basically what I'm trying. There's a lot of sensitivity between the two of you. There really is, and you do need that. You do need that middle woman help in the form of me, I would say. Like rather than me tuning in, being like, "Oh, this is how," you know what I mean? It's like I actually need to speak to. I need to speak to Margaret. Which again, Nathan already emailed me to say this, by the way, that this is what needs to happen. I love it. That's one of my favorites. The power of love. Don't need money. Don't need. Back to the Future. That's the power of love. You know what I mean? But it's just, I feel that's the kind of relationship you're going to have. It's not about fighting and disagreeing all the time, but it's about you're not going to people please. You're not going to just say what the person wants to hear. You're going to tell them when they're out of line. Or, um, yeah, you're just going to be honest. It's an honest relationship. Letting go. Letting go is sometimes necessary. And letting go, they need to be right. That's very important here. Timing. Allow events to unfold at the correct time. I'm telling you, it's just funny that she's going to watch this later. This deep conversation is going to happen between the two of you, and it's going to be a really good thing, but you just have to remember what I said. Make sure you're both in the best place to talk about deep things. And I think that might be where the reading between the lines, I'm feeling that's where there could be a bit of pushback here. Maybe you want to talk about things when she doesn't, or she's not ready to. And equally, it could go the other way. There might be times when Margaret's ready to talk about something and you're not. And you're going to, that'll be I think that's the one that you really need to watch, Nathan. You need to not be accommodating as to not just to not hurt her feelings. If you're not in a place where you want to be talking about something that could potentially really upset you, then you need to know your boundaries. And that's what I would say the two of you need to work on. We all need to work on that. We've all got different wherever you know what I mean? You need to, and especially with twin flames, because nobody will test you with your boundaries more than a twin flame. Put it that way. You think you've got really strong boundaries, and then, oh, God will do stuff to make stuff happen, and you'll be tested. And some of you will fail, and then some of you will fail again, and then some of you will be like, "Wait a minute, actually, this is repeating a karmic cycle with my twin flame. I'm not going to do it that way this time." You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So, however that fits for you. So, Goddess Isis, through a channeler, once told me I would only be free from spiritual warfare if I fixed my boundaries. I thought at the time it was only pertained to the fight of the light and dark. Yeah, now remember, Goddess Isis is one of my closest guides that I work with as well. So, um, I would agree with whatever it is you've said there. It's like we all need to fix our boundaries because basically it's like, you know what I mean? It's just that's why I go on about it all the time. It really is, that is a huge part of my twin flame mission. Is I know it can be boring. Like I get it. It can be boring. Like my fucking dad's even said that to me at some point. Like stop. Seriously, my dad's been like, stop fucking going on about, but he didn't say stop fucking going on about it, but something along those lines. He like, stop going on about boundaries. You know what I mean? It's I do talk about it quite a lot. But it's because, but even I know that he agrees with me. My dad might even watch this at some point. He might be watching right now for all I fucking know. Hi. But it's, you know what I mean? It is true. Kids need boundaries, adults need boundaries. And you need to be aware of what your boundaries are and be able to assert them. And you also need to be aware of what other people's are. And yes, that even goes for people you're in a romantic relationship with, people you're in a marriage with, in some cases, with your own kids. That's a big one. You know, like, you know, think about how many times I'm channeling things where like somebody's mum or dad is crossing the line with telling them like who to be with and who not to be with and all that. You know what I mean? You need to be like, thanks for your input, mum or dad, or brother or sister or cousin, or Julie down the road, or Sally over the road that's got too much to say, but it's my life. It's my life and it's now or never. We ain't gonna live forever. Is that the rest of that? But you get what I'm saying, and I think that's very apt for some of the deep messages that have come through tonight. It's not your fucking life. You don't need to say it like that, so that's not very nice. Sometimes people too deep, but you know what I mean? It's not your life, it's mine. And that's, again, that's why they gave me the notebook thing. They're trying to guide her life in a certain way, and they're in love. And then even worse, I hate that any films like that where that happens, when it's a mum or a dad intervening and telling somebody they're not good enough. These things just fucking rile me. But it's like that's what happens in that, you know. And then somebody, because he like fake breaks up with her because it's like, but it's because the mum and dad have like pushed him away. Um, or like Romeo and Juliet, where like, there's fucking bullshit that goes. I mean, what happens in Romeo and Juliet? You know what I mean? The message gets like lost in translation. It's like fucking Chinese whispers and with a horrendous ending, obviously. But um, anyway. You need to sort your boundaries out. That's basically the point. And that's what Capricorn season is about. Um, but I pray she takes to you, Claire. I'd rather pay you. Well, there is that, yeah, no, there is that too, Nathan, that, yeah, you have to be very aware of that. Like, well, actually, basically, like, I'm saying it right now, if Margaret's going to be watching this back, like, Margaret needs to decide whether she actually, but that's what I would say, and also, like, anyway, I can explain what I mean over the email, but it's kind of like with what I've said, like it needs to be Margaret's. I said that to you in the email. Like, it needs to be Margaret's decision. Margaret should only book a session with me, and strictly speaking, she should book it herself too, if we want to be really straight down the line about this, because that's her saying that she's taking personal responsibility for her life. Because otherwise, it's kind of a little bit like you're rescuing her. You know what I mean? There's no other way to say that. We can't save our twin flames. We can pray for them, but and in your case, obviously you are supporting each other because you're reconnecting. But yeah, that whole thing about whether she takes it because it's like, nobody's ever going to heal if they were twisted, like say she's like, oh, I'm not really too keen on that, Claire, but you seem to like her. Like, no, that's not going to work. She needs to feel drawn to me herself. And she will when she's ready, if I resonate. Otherwise, she'll be led to somebody else that can help her. But I get what you're saying, you'd rather pay me. That's quite funny. But you see, that shows you how genuine and honest I am, that I'm saying, like, I would only like to do that session with Margaret if she feels guided, like she feels like there is a pull to me like you felt. And again, it'd be kind of unusual if she didn't because of how, connected me and you are. Like it's usually when I've helped with it, you know what I mean? It's like with different twin flames, like they would both be drawn to the healing movement. But she could, but again, there's a test of discernment. You've just got to let that bit go. You can't control that. I love that notebook scene you're describing. I've sent that scene from that so many times. Oh, interesting. There you go. That's why they got me to say it. I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. I don't need to have fun tonight. Na, 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 na. Yeah. Anyway, so bit long-winded, but I hope that helped you. That it's really just coming down to the fact that you need to both work on your boundaries. But really, I just want to keep saying to you, like you need to. The only way you're going to be able to get over the fear of it should be about this, right? Keeping in mind, if she's going to watch this later, someone should know your heart. Like that, I think that's basically my point of when I said about when I tapped into what I said about how I feel about this is, yeah, it would break my heart if like yeah, it just yeah, again, I don't want to hurt anyone, but it's like I definitely wouldn't want to hurt my twin flame. So it's kind of like, but somebody should know your heart well enough to know that you wouldn't be intending that. And that's I think the bit that I find that's the bit that I find the most I can't really even think of a word to describe it, but I think that's the bit that, oh, there you go. So maybe I'm saying it right now for all the divine feminines. That's the bit that hurts me the most if I find out, and I will one day, probably from him, but it could be from other people too, that it's like if he's ever thought that I was capable of doing something like fucked up. Yeah, I don't know. Like just like well, I do know, but do you know, just like like he's read me all wrong kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like that I would be capable of doing something hurtful. That's really what I'm saying because but that's when I get confused because I'm like, I've not done that like the whole fucking time. Like I can't like there's nothing that I've never intentionally tried to hurt my twin flame. And there's loads of times where I can think where it's pretty much very much looked like he's tried to do it to me. And I still love him and I forgive him and I'd still hear him out and he's my best friend energetically and but you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that's what I'm basically trying to say. So, so there you go. Like I'm actually saying it in front of everyone that it's like but you get what I'm saying there. Like that would be, and I think if that happens to be bang on point with what has happened along the line, it will have somewhere. I can see how whenever my one wants to talk to me, that's not going to be nice because that is the realization that will come to at some point that he's got something mixed up along the way, and it's more than likely going to be, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, that's what happens on the swim lane journey. So we've all got to deal with it somewhere. And again, I could be way, I'm open to the fact I could be way off, and it could be me getting mixed up and reading things right. It's just you worry a lot when it's your twin flame, and you can make up all these wild stories. But trust me, sometimes the wild stories are true, and they could be a lot wilder than that. So yeah, talk about it. And then you find out the truth and you know what the truth is. Sometimes it's worse than what you thought, sometimes it's not as bad as what you thought. Masculines and feminines talk to each other. Talk to each other, you two, and everyone. If it was that simple. I agree on the boundaries very much. I know I can cause great pain. I have to and others in the past, but would move heaven and earth to fix what I've broken with my twin. That sounds like a song, Nathan. Yes. Yeah, that's what I would hope that the majority of us would say something like that. It's never your intention to cause somebody pain, but the reality is, like, it's like what I've just said. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I'm sure I have. Like, I definitely know I fucking triggered people. Hello, you're welcome. That's what I'm here to do. And a lot of the time I don't even know when what's that song about? Say you, say me, say it together. It's Lionel Richie, but I don't even know the words, but it looks like I bet it's going to fit with whatever I'm saying to you and Margaret. Um, it's just overthinking and worrying. There's just, and that's why I need to, let's just, Connor, if you're still here and you've not fallen asleep, I'll pull you a card if you want one. Um, I think you need to stop leaving room for making things worse, in your head. I think you both overthink. And then the worst thing you could do is get advice from other people that you don't even know if they're helping the situation. That's the end note I would leave that on. Um You're the Reason by Callum Scott. Ah, that's fair, yes. To fix what I've broken, I'd climb every mountain. Swim every ocean. And nobody's asking you to do that. Do you know what I mean? I've channeled that song quite a lot. Right. Connor, are you still here? Oh, wait a minute. I put that there so I didn't get dehydrated. I've not drank any of it. Fuck's sake, that's what you get for going live on an Aries moon. It's raw and real, guys. And like I said, I just always think when I'm knee deep, like 4 hours in on the live stream, whoever's watching is meant to be watching. And that includes the lurking haters. So I hope you've enjoyed the show. Oh, that's a bit warm. I don't really like it when it's. I poured it from the flask, but there was still a lot of cold in it. And I've just realised when I keep drinking this Lady Grey like it's going out of fashion, thinking I'm rehydrating myself, it actually isn't because I think it's still got caffeine in it. So it's like not. I mean, obviously, it's better than not drinking, but how are you though, Claire? You were off till tomorrow, I thought. Yes, I'm doing great. I'm doing a lot better because I've enjoyed this. But yeah, I had my couple of days bed rotting, just watching lots of films but thank you for asking. Um yeah, and the plan is to get back to shit tomorrow. Um right, I'm just gonna make an executive decision. Connor might have fallen asleep or but I'm gonna pull him one of these cards, so what does Connor need to hear whenever he watches his back? If he does. But and thank you for that, Connor, and anyone else that because was it wait a minute, let me just check. It was and thank you, Heather, for that as well, and thank you for allowing me to channel your beautiful best friend. I think he's called himself beautiful. That just came out of my mind. Beautiful best friend, that's hilarious. Beautiful in all senses of the word, from what you've said and from his energy. He's got beautiful, gentle energy. But you've said he's a ladies' man as well. That actually, I think, does describe aspects of quite a lot of divine masculines. Right. It's time to play. Oh, so here we go. So it's you're working too hard and worrying about everything. Look what I just said. This is maybe Connor's card, but this fits with what I just said. Seek out joyous experiences to bring about balance in your life. And I know that I'm able to make Connor laugh quite a lot through these, as well as bringing the healing. But I feel um I think he likes my banter. So we've got Let It Go. So there's something that's going to make sense to you. And also there could be something about the 16th and the 17th of January being significant. It's time, so it's time to stop like putting too much worry and thought into things. Again, it feels connected to what I've just been channeling about before this. This situation no longer serves you. Allow me to sever your energetic connections to the past so you can embrace the future. So it's that old one again about, I'd say that's releasing some sort of karmic situation. That can even be it might be a karmic cycle of overthinking. But it feels like there's someone around you or people that you really need to, and I know you've already, done a lot of that, but there's something coming through about letting go of something because your vibration's rising. This is a time of great spiritual growth for you. You're evolving to occupy a higher energetic frequency. And be honest with yourself. All your feelings, even the difficult ones, have a message for you. Accept your truth, then let source take it from there. So yeah, I feel, especially this transit in Mars and Cancer, you're going to feel in a big way because I know where that lands in your chart. I remember. Um, so just be aware of that and be extra gentle with yourself these next few months, I would say. Um, oh, and I just got a wee feeling there to shuffle these. Remember me by the happy memories we created. So I know that you know who that's from. And it's not your fault. So that could be about something else in your life, or it could be about any, feelings around. Yeah, you'll know what that's about. It was my time to go. And I just heard sun when I heard that too, by the way. My mind is free. So hopefully that was okay to do that, but I just felt like an executive decision because I've not seen Connor message back, but I just felt like I wanted to. Again, I don't usually do that, but I'm going to trust that that's okay. Because you might not even fucking watch this, to be honest. Like, he might just say that he might not watch the end it. Um, right. There was loads of other cards I was going to use. What else was I going to do? We're now at the 0 point in more ways than one, guys, because the North Node is in Aries at 0 degrees and it just turned midnight. Right. But yeah, I will be back to, well, I don't know, it depends. That's fine. I know, although it seems like, oh, I've sat here for it, like, I knew I was going to be here for quite a while. I know I said an hour, but I didn't believe that. Um, so the ones I do tomorrow, the plan is, it might not go to plan, but I'm going to do the one at 4:44 UK time. And so whether it's 30 minutes or whether I do, like, whether it's like the one about basically the abundance of the new earth, and then I'm coming off of it, having like a cup of tea or something, and then going straight on to do the one, straight on to do the one. I'm just laughing because we've got other people from Scotland on the chat that have got broader accents than me, and it's just funny the way I said that. I felt like I was falling into it because I just picked up on something, but it's kind of like, um, yeah. That's the plan, right? So either way, I'll be live at 4:44 and then I'll be live at 5:55. But the one that's at 5:55, I will be coming off of that. That will only be half an hour because I've got a client at 6:30. So um that's a big test for me. So we'll see how it goes. Like I said, I'm going to test how that goes, and it's I didn't really know why I was being guided to do like two separate lives, but I get it now. It's they've been talking about that, and I feel it's got something to do with what you have been saying that you're not getting the notifications. So we'll see if you get the notifications if I'm doing it live. And like I said, my intention is to do it live, as in you can interact while I'm doing it. But just know that with these ones, I might not be interacting as much as what I've done in this, because I think for me to maintain it doing it that way, um, I kind of need to be focused on the reading and then kind of say hi a little bit at the end. That's the format I kind of want to go for. But we'll just see how it goes. Um, but I love doing these big long ones where I chat back and forwards and that too. So I'm not going to do away with that. I love doing that. But it's just to sort of get it clear in my head. If I'm not talking as much as I usually do, it's because of that. Um, Yeah, and hopefully I can keep that up, because it's like people need, that's what people need in these times. A lot of people are in a very dark place, and this cheers people up. Even when we are bringing through heartbreaking messages from people's twin flames on the other side of life, it's heartwarming as well, Depends which way you look at it, but um, you're a way shore, Claire, and I will always thank you to my last day. But seriously, people, Claire helps. She really does. Well, thank you, Nathan. Thank you for. I know you appreciate me, and I appreciate you sharing that. So, take my breath away. Do 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 do. I was a sucker for Tom Cruise. I mean, my God. I mean, and somehow he's still looking like again. That don't get me started on that. These people that are fucking, why are they not aging? But Tom Cruise in the 80s, hello. Um, right. Hole in the soul and dreams. Oh, that's interesting because I did mention at the start that yeah, I mentioned briefly about the dream things. Just be wary of that. I know it can be a bit of a head fuck, but your twin flame could come into your dreams, and that's real. But just make sure you're really tuning in to is it really your twin flame, or because sometimes people can pose as your twin flame, but you can just feel something's off. So be aware of that too. Can be a bit of a trick, like a shapeshifter or something. Um, and then also just what I said about if you're having dreams of people from the past that aren't your twin flame, I feel that'll more be happening to the masculine, but it could be happening to some feminines too. That is something that happens to confuse you as well. So again, it's a head fuck, isn't it, guys? But again, right. So dreams. And notice on this actual card, she's asleep beside a tiger. And I always get with this because it's just personally for me, my divine feminine energy is a tiger, right? But so take it, and this could be some of you are connected to the tiger too, but I always take that to mean that's the divine feminine and that's the divine masculine spiritually asleep. And that's the feminine protecting the masculine in the spirit, like praying for them, being there for them for when they wake up. Like literally, this tiger's like, I'll have a wee chat with you when you wake up. I can't talk to you right now because you're fast asleep. I've never channeled that card like that. That's fucking hilarious. But it's like when I've said before, it's like trying to have a serious conversation with a drunk person. Have you ever tried to do that when you're sober? It's not going to go well, guys. Do you know what I mean? Like, or even worse, you're both drunk. But you know what I'm saying? It depends. You can sometimes have a deep heart to heart with something that, but yeah, so there's that. And then hole in the soul, that's about soul retrieval to me. That's about like what, oh yeah, I said that in the one earlier. So like I said, you'll see the one earlier at some point, probably tomorrow or later on, or if I decide it'll go in the membership, but I think it'll be here at some point. Um, I'd said something about, I'll just say it now. Like basically there was when I watched that It Ends With Us, I watched it on New Year's Day. And then the next night, I was so bored and I'd watched other things and I thought, I want to watch that again before it disappears because I'd rented it. And the fucking cheapskates they take it away after 48 hours. It was only £2. I think it was meant to be 4.99, but I got it in the sale, so I was like, listen, if you can't fucking spend 1.99 when you're desperate to watch a fit like that's, push the boat out a bit. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I would have paid a fiver for it too, but I thought, oh, it's on the sale. So actually, I want to buy it now because I really do like it that much. I wouldn't watch it all the time because it's not a cheery film, but I just think it's an important film, really. Um, and the point of me saying that is, I think it was on the second night. So that night I'd watched it on the second. Like I actually, well, I'm saying I woke up in the middle of the night, but I'm not going to sleep till the morning. So whenever it was, I'd fallen asleep, and it was basically I woke up. And I was crying, and I thought, what in the fuck? And I was like crying in my sleep. And again, this is not something I do a lot, guys. I was like, what the fuck is happening? And so, but sometimes I'm transmuting collective energy, but it does make sense to me. It was like because it was a part of like my it was like stuck trauma. It needed to go somewhere, you know what I mean? And it was like that's why you got to be careful what you watch before you go to sleep. It's like it had triggered memories or things from the past. I mean, this could even be past lives too, but I mean I know what it is. And and so I just was like at first I was a wee bit like, oh, this is a bit weird. Like and then I thought, no, you know what? Actually, rather than pushing this away, I'm actually just going to like, this is such a counselor thing to say as Stand By Me comes on. Yeah, I'm actually just going to stand by. I'm going to comfort my younger self. And so that's what I done. Like, I just was like, this is still, I just kept my eyes closed, but I was just like, I'm just going to allow myself to cry because that is really shit, basically. And I'm not going to go any further than that. And, and then I let it out. I was transmuting it, and that is what we do as a divine feminine. Like that can be simple. When I say, it can be having a good cry, but it's just that. And I knew that, but because it had brought up something specifically, because this is what I mean. Like it doesn't. This is I'm being really honest here, but this is it's Aries moon. They always make me be more honest. The point is, I don't care if you're a healer like me, or you could even be a shamanic healer. You could be a Reiki healer. You could have an awareness of how to do things like this. You've still got your own stuff. And so it doesn't matter that you might have already done healing around when you were a certain age. There might have been some things that were so shit or bad or whatever or upsetting that you totally disassociated from and pushed away. Or you might have felt like you dealt with it enough and now it's coming back up. So again, like you said, this can be stuff from this can be stuff from when you were like a teenager, or it can be stuff from when you were younger, or whatever this is about. It'll be different for different people, but it's show it love, rather than, and I think because I'm saying it, like rather than pushing that away, if a bad memory comes up, that is soul retrieval, it's like that memory is not coming up for no reason. It's coming up because it wants your attention, and you've got a choice to hold space for that part of you that's upset. Like I would hope if someone came to you upset wanting to talk about something that they wanted support with, like you would hold space and listen to them. Again, make sure you go to the right person that's got the capacity to hear you. That's important. And that's what we say is, you can't, if you're dealing with some real complex trauma, you can't expect to go to one of your pals and land that all on them and expect them to be an expert at that, because that's not actually, it's not fair on you and it's actually not fair on them. Um, so, be mindful of that. Again, boundaries. Like, but if you've got good friends around you, a good friend would actually be like, I can only help you so far with this, but have you thought about, getting healing for that or therapy? Or I don't know, some people would say, oh, go to the doctor, but that's not the first thing I would say, because doctors will just give you pills. It really depends. I'm going into other people's situations now, but what I'm saying is it's like, it's a bit like when I've said before with boundaries with that. I said it in the post earlier, like in emails, like I get that every now and again where people will do that with me, and it's like that's when, it should never be getting that deep in an email that there should be a question around it, you know what I mean? It's because then it's sort of spilling over into like email counselling, which I might have a service of that at some point. I might fucking need to have when I get busier and there's more sort of people, I might have to do that. But I don't know that I'd really even want to do that. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I prefer just talking to people, but uh and it's yeah, I think that's where a lot of people can not take personal responsibility for themselves, that they're putting far too much on people. That's not, it's asking too much of people, you know what I mean? You need to know, and that's what I'm saying about, like, it's not just about the healer when you do that. And again, by the way, this hasn't happened recently or anything, but it has definitely happened in the past, that it's like, not only is that not fair to do that to a healer or whoever, whether it be me or anyone else, it's actually not fair to you because you're needing more support than what you're willing to be honest about yourself. And then you're just putting it all in an email. It's not doing yourself justice. Like you need more support than that. And it might not even be from the person that you're emailing. That's the point. Like, because remember I gave the example of you could be trying to talk about, I don't know, some kind of trauma from a past relationship or a childhood trauma with like your pal down the street that like do you know what I'm saying? It's like they've not got the capacity to hold that stuff. They've got a lot of shit in their own life. And that's why I do always say about, going to a therapist or something. But again, it depends. There's definitely things in my life when I've been really upset about something. I've just needed, in fact, fuck, that was actually when I seen my best pal the other week. I just needed a good old fucking cry. But she knows me that well. She just let me get it all out. And then I was like, oh, I feel so much better. Like, I basically needed to do that to regulate myself. But the problem is with me is there's only a fucking handful. Wait a minute, that's not true. I was about to say there's only a handful of people in my life that I would allow myself to get that upset in front of. But that's not the truth because I've cried on the internet many a time. But you know what I'm saying? Like, depends which way you look at it. What I'm saying is I wouldn't be really vulnerable, like talking about my really deep sort of stuff with too many people. Like, there's just, yeah, you get what I'm saying. But I'm that person that a lot of people do that too. And so, like I said, I'm fucking grateful every day. There's no enough words to, I'll start crying. There's no enough words to say how grateful I am for the people that I consider the person actually that I consider my best friend. Never mind people. Once upon a time I could say people, but the person. I've got other friends that I do consider my best friend too, but that's my guardian angel best friend. So, um, if you've got a friend like that, don't let them go. That's all I can say. And unfortunately, what's quite sad is I was that friend for a lot of people in their life. So, and I still pray for anybody that I've ever been, but it's. Do what you need to do. It may be difficult, but now is the time. Oh, wow, that feels important. It's okay. Oh, look, this really. Oh, I'm going to have to read them both. It's okay to be misunderstood. Perception is not always based on truth. Look at everything that's come through. There's a lot of misunderstandings, and that makes sense because Mercury retrograde was not. We've only just come out of the shadow of Mercury retrograde, so now is the perfect time to clear up misunderstandings. But there's always going to be misunderstandings in life, you know what I mean? You can't keep running away from speaking your truth. Um, right, 11. Do what you need to do. What we want and what we need can be two very different things. When this is the case, our wants and needs can differ between self-indulgence and self-care. If you've pulled this card today, it might be time to reflect on the difference between these two in your life. Honour and self-indulgence is a wonderful way to connect with ourselves, especially when done mindfully. Self-care can require us to do things that might be uncomfortable or unpleasant in the moment, but will benefit us in the long run. And so, although this is going to speak to different people about different things, it's coming down to what I was specifically saying to you, Nathan, is you might not want to speak your truth because you know it's going to hurt the other person, but you do need to. You know what I mean? Like that space needs to be created for you both to be heard. As one of my favourites has just come on. Nothing's gonna stop us now. And if this world runs out of lovers, we'll still have each other. Mannequin. Fucking love that film. That is definitely Twin Flames because the mannequin comes to life and it does feel like on this journey. Are they even a fucking real person? It's been that long. I don't even fucking know what this person sounds like, looks like. I mean, I love it. I particularly really loved it. I watched loads of my childhood favourites over the holidays. Like I watched Three Men and a Little Lady too. That's my that's my favourite. Um, and I really need to find those cards because remember that's why I call one of those cards the Peter card because it's like I want to start all over again and something that just reminds me of the speech that he gives at the end of that. I love the way you do this. I love the way you do that. I even love her liver mousse. Um, but yeah, today ask yourself if there's an act of beneficial self-care that you've been putting off because it isn't something you want to do. Again, in this case, I would say it's speaking your truth. This is your sign to do what you need to do for yourself now. That I'm getting the feeling that could even be like speaking up to family members and interfering friends and exes and just with like what I've channeled about these films and the one earlier and definitely because that song's on right now because that is so twin. You know it is like anyway. Can't be arsed reading them all, but we better read the one about the misunderstood. I don't know if I really want to eat that baked tatty now. Fuck's sake, man. I kind of thought when I done it, I didn't even really want it. I think I might just have toast or something. I might still eat it. Fuck it. I mean, what my body's like thinking it's whatever. I don't know. It'll all sort of sell out. But I did eat earlier, so don't worry, people. But to be misunderstood is to be human. We each look how on point this is with what's already come through. Because I can't stress enough, if you're new, especially, this is how it happens. This is not a coincidence. The card is backing up what I've said tonight. To be misunderstood is to be human. We have a story of when our words and actions were perceived in the wrong manner. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't help it. With the best of intentions, you could mean something one way. People are always going to misunderstand. Some people are determined to misunderstand you. And even worse, there's people that do witchcraft and manipulation and gossip and get their big fucking wooden spoon because they're bored and they're traumatized and they can't just stand to see anybody else be happy. Um, you know what I mean? So just be of integrity and keep doing you, because there's always going to be some jealous fucker that will try. And sometimes, by the way, that can be people that don't even know you very well. Jealous weirdos on the internet. There's no other way to put that, you know? Like, and if you work in the public, you'll know what I mean about that. I hope you don't get too much yet. And again, you need to protect your energy in that. And even when you do protect yourself, you're still attract that. Again, it happens. Every one of us experiences life through our own personal lens of fears, desires, beliefs, and pains. The point is, what you're going to do? You're going to stop shining just because you've got people that are going to cause issues from time to time. Don't be that cowardly. Be brave with your life. That's an Aries moon thing to say, which often leads to miscommunication and misunderstanding. It can feel overwhelming when this occurs, as we derive a sense of safety from those around us being able to understand how we see the world. If you currently feel misunderstood, take some time today to practice inner safety within yourself. Place one hand on your heart and one hand on your belly. Take a deep breath and speak words of safety over yourself now. Tell yourself that you're safe and that you're known and that everything will be okay in the end. Ask yourself if there are any affirmations or actions you can take that would help your inner child to feel safe now. And sometimes that requires taking yourself out of situations where people have contributed to making. Oh, my phone just turned itself off. Oh, now it's just come on to hungry eyes. I got this feeling of hungry. I love that song, but I could never sing it because it's too high. I wanna hear some hear me out. It's like I can't, and notice I keep singing it. I watched Dirty Dancing. I watched them all. I watched all my favourites. I watched Pretty Woman, Grease, Dirty Dancing. I'm sure Dirty Dancing and Grease were back to back at one point. I think that was like just after Christmas, but good times, guys. Doesn't take much to take me happy. I just fucking love all the eight. I just want it. That's the way I want to live out my life. I know I'm only 40, but like I'll still be doing that when I'm older. I'll be watching the 80s classics. Um, Ask yourself if there's any affirmations or actions you can take that would help your inner child. I just read that bit. They must have wanted me to read it again. Remember that there are some things we might never be able to communicate to one another, and that is okay. The goal of this practice is to not make others understand, but to realize their misunderstanding of you is not a reflection of your worth. You're complete regardless of how others perceive you. Yeah, so that's why I said that. There's always going to be somebody out there that is determined to make you the bad guy in the story or the bad gal in the story. Like, for instance, there's going to be so many twin flame things where twin flames are coming together and the divine feminines are going to be getting called homewreckers and all of that jazz. And is it though? But is it that? Or is it that these groups of people that were in very unhappy connections and marriages and only staying for a kid or the kids or whatever, or fuck knows what goes on behind closed doors, you know what I mean? Different people's dynamics. You know what I mean? That's the truth of it. So nobody's breaking anybody up. It's because you'll hear on this channel, what I repeat again and over and over and over again is I cannot stand cheating. Do not do people dirty like that. Whatever you do to someone else, it's going to come back around karma, guys, right? So again, forgive yourself if you have done anything like that, but be mindful, basically integrity. But yeah, close one chapter with whoever before you move on to the next. That's the thing that I would always encourage. But there's some circumstances that I've channeled about for years now where it's definitely going to be, in fact, I'm probably saying this because it's happening right now to some people. The door is being closed on one and the door is being opened to another really quite quickly, which it is going to happen like that for some people. It just is. But see the people that it happens to, if there hasn't been healing done by both parties, or even by one and not by another, there's going to need to be healing. It's kind of like, if you don't mind me saying that now to you, Nathan, like you and Margaret are in reunion again and you're reconnecting, but you're still needing to reach out to healers and thank you. You're saying thanks to mentors like you. Like, you're still needing to get that support as you get to know each other again. Um, Otherwise, the same cycle is going to happen. You know what I mean? So that's the point. It's different for different people. Um, and it's kind of like everybody's got their version of the truth. You know what I mean? And that's why if you want well, it's God speaking through me, but if you want my opinion on this, if you are a divine feminine, male or female, and just keep being in your truth. And see, this is my Joan of Arc energy coming through strong. So again, to be serious, like I think there is like Joan of Arc light codes or something coming through right now. It's like you have to just be of integrity and speak your truth and just let people say what they want to say. They're going to do it anyway. You know what I mean? They're going to do it anyway. And the same if you're a masculine, they're going to talk about you anyway. That's the sad thing about it is whether you're awakened to that or not, divine feminines, divine masculines, the one thing I've worked out on this journey is at some point you will have had people around you that you thought had your back. But the reality is, I bet you they were talking behind your back. Like, sorry to say it. If you're a twin flame, that has happened at some point, or it's happening right now. Um, the song just came on. She's like the wind through my hair. I don't know why it was one dirty dancing. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? That's if you're a divine feminine, but that's also if you're a divine masculine. The same people that you've been thinking are on your side were probably actually talking about you. You know what I mean? And that's why I've said for years now, pay close attention to what happens to the feminines and what the feminines are saying. Like I've shared enough about the different things I've experienced you know, and there's other people that are sharing their experiences, and it's highly likely that whatever a particular feminine goes through, whether they're male or female, you will find that your twin will mirror the exact same situations. So say you had, again, and remember it's not always, and this is where I think some people yeah, get it wrong. There's no other way to say it. Like, it's not as simple as, I think there can be a bit of naive energy around. You can put it this way, you can get yourself into inner union, right? And you can detach and you can be focused on whatever it is you need to focus on. But please properly detach and let go of all expectations because that could be a long ass time before your divine masculine mirrors you back. I'm just keeping it real with you there, right? You've got to be prepared for that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's yeah. I'm sure that you would know that, but just be prepared for that. But for some people, and I definitely feel it in the times we live in, you are actually going to see a lot of that happen in quite shorter spaces of time. Because I do, like I say all the time, I just feel I've had it, that's putting it mildly, but myself and other people have had it a lot rougher because we needed to be a teacher of this, a teacher and a mentor. And it's, in fact, it's quite interesting because I even caught somebody saying something like this uh recently, and I was like, that's like exactly what I've said before. But again, I'm not, again, some of you, one in particular person will know what I'm meaning here, but it just makes me laugh when I catch some people that are like people that don't really like what I like cards and everything, but they're doing the same thing. Like they're delivering a message from God, but it's the exact same fucking thing, the same message. Whether you're calling it twin flame or kingdom spouse, it's the same fucking thing. If you really get what this journey's about. Um, but uh Yeah, the point is it's difficult, and I do feel when you're on the front line, which is what Aries is about. I'm in Aries, Venus in Aries, the moon's in Aries. That's why I'm talking about Aries. I always connect that with Joan of Arc energy. You're going to get it rougher than most, but that is what makes you a good teacher too. So if that does speak to you, just hopefully that means something to you too. Um, but yeah, like I said, just scroll back on lots of my videos. I just unfortunately know that a lot of the horrible experiences that divine feminines have went through, masculines will be getting done dirty like that too by people in their life that they wouldn't have expected. So I don't know what that means, and it doesn't feel very nice, but it's yeah. So I'm praying for anyone that that's happening to. Um, how does it feel to your inner child to be misunderstood? How does your inner child feel when you practice inner safety? Ask your inner child if there's another way they might need to feel safe around misunderstandings. Oh, so there must be something really strongly coming through here about being afraid to speak up because when you have spoke up in the past, somebody instantly tells you how wrong you are or something like that, or like being afraid of like being your intentions not being understood. And so I'm just here to say, like, if your fear of getting it wrong is still stronger than your desire to connect with your twin flame, you need to keep doing the healing because that's basically what the message is there is. Um, when you get to the point of inner union where you're always going to have fear, you can't eliminate the fear. But oh, that was quite a posh way to say that, Claire. But it does cover it. You know, it's true. You can't eliminate the fear, but it's like your desire to sort this out will be stronger than the fear. And that's the masculine's going to get to that point. Some of them are already there right now. 21. As I pulled it, as I opened the book up at healing, 21. Yes. Some are still healing. And that came through with the cards I pulled at the start, ages ago now, hours ago, but it was the one about I'm still healing. And do you know what? It's like they're talking to me about that film again. It ends with us. Again, if you haven't seen it, but watch. If you haven't watched it, watch it because it's a brilliant film. But just if you've ever had a very controlling or abusive relationship at any point in your life, or been around anything like that, um, even if you haven't, it could be triggering for you. So the point is to just be mindful of that. But um, But that feels relevant to that film because there's a bit in it. I spoke about this in the video earlier. There's a bit in that where it's like, as much as they would love to be together now, the ones that are childhood sweethearts, she needs to heal. Like she needs to heal from what she's just went through, and it would have went tits up if she'd instantly got with the other guy who, by the way, he's fucking hot. I don't. It's like, if you, I don't like the one that's the karmic energy. He's meant to be the heartthrob. I don't find him attractive. I find him. Put it this way, if you have seen it. You'll get what I'm saying, but if you watch it, like he gives me fucking red flag from the very start. But I think that's the whole point of the film. Like, he's meant to be like a walking, talking red flag because it's got narcissist written all over it. Like, it's just basically lust from the get-go, and lust turns into relationship. Bad idea. Although, can I just say, I've said this before. I would be interested in anyone that's already with their twin flame, or when I start attracting people that aren't twin flames, if you want to find out, if you want to just, I don't know, basically help around your love life, because it's basically what I'm here to help people with. Um, but it's not, again, can I just stress, I help people with their career and, just chasing their dreams and blah, 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 the majority of the time. It's not really actually all about the twin flame all the time. But the point is um, I'm wrapping this up because I'm actually starting to get tired. It's like I get what they're saying. I'm starting to lose my train of thought though with what I was. Why did I mention that? That's when I know it's time to end it. But look at what I just said. That's when I know it's time to end it. And the film's called It Ends With Us. That's not a coincidence. That's when I know it's time to end it. Someone's getting to the end of the line with something. Right as there's a fight scene. It's the fight scene from Dirty Dancing that's on when I said that. It's two guys fighting, but whatever. The point is, I think I'm picking up on situations that it's the end of the line, like it's too much. Oh, whatever. It's just too deep. I can't. People are healing. I can't. It's fucking too intense to be channeling into this shit. Letting go. Yeah, I'm gonna let go of the channeling into that. Right. 36. Entrapment. Yeah. See what I mean? That's what that film's about. She's trapped with somebody that is like become obsessed with her, and like not the good. It's like I'm not talking about twin flames. This is to stress here. This is the karmic energy. Who's like jealous, possessive, controlling, and when he sees that she's or our eyes are lighting up at the guy from the past because if you again, he's very attractive. I'm fussy too, but he is attractive. He's just got something really nice about him, like a gentle, lovely energy, but he's also very good looking. And the other one's just got like red flag. Again, that guy, would be good looking at some people too. Like he's got sex appeal, but again, it really isn't my type. That the one that's meant to be the bad guy, and the thing is, I don't really want to call him a bad guy because he does do a lot of horrible stuff. He does. It's a film, but this could be like, but it's like the way they frame it is that it came from a place of pain from his childhood. But this is what I said this in the video earlier, so they're bringing through the same message. At some point, you've got to get to a point where if you are somebody that's treated people badly, you can't blame everybody else. You can't keep blaming your childhood. Like, go and do something about it. Think about how many people that have turned their lives around from having an addiction or being abused as a child or having abusive parents, blah blah blah. I could go on and on, but they've actually taken initiative to go and get the healing for it to not keep continuing the cycle, and that's why it's called it ends. It should be called it ends here, but it ends with us. Spoiler alert! It's because she says, "Oh no, no, that is really spoiling it." I can't tell you the bit, but it's if you want to see it. But it's like it ends here, like no more. Um, don't like what I'm picking up on here, especially when I'm holding the entrapment card there. And Phoenix Rising, like rising from the ashes out of these situations. But it's very clear. It basically very cleverly gets across the point that he manipulates her and she's vulnerable. So bear in mind when I'm saying she, this can also go for guys too, with women or same sex. But and then even when she does reconnect with the guy that we'll say is her twin flame or divine feminine in this case, it's like she doesn't want to leave the other guy because, well, oh, it's actually kind of like the themes that come up here. Like she thinks that the guy from the past hasn't tried to reconnect with her, but actually he ends up saying, well, actually, I did come here the next day to her shop and I drive by here every day. Like, basically he was checking to see if she was still with this horrible guy. Um, and But it's like she's also like she's not wanting to end it with this toxic guy because she's like, this is I'm not going to get out of this. Well, either I'm not going to like seriously, that's what they get across it. It's like either I'm not going to get out of this alive or I'm not going to get out of this in one piece. And well, you can see what happens. But and by the way, if you're worried about watching something that's really really graphic, they just leave it to your imagination. Although it's yeah, they kind of leave it to your imagination. It depends which way you see it. There is. I was kind of worried it was going to be a bit more graphic than that, and it wasn't. I feel it's more just about, it's they leave it to your imagination, is the way I'll put it. But it's quite. I spoke about this in the video earlier. It is what I found disturbing was when I watched. I'm glad I watched it twice because the first time round I didn't really get what he'd done to her. Like anyway, I'm not going to go too deep into that, but yeah, I didn't really get what they were getting at, and which isn't really a good thing because then you could think it's like we were, but it was actually like I'm just going to say he bites her, right? It's fucked up, and but I didn't. I told that bit went way over my head. So maybe when you watch it, you're in case it went over your head. I was like, what the fuck is like But it's really like it's quite clever actually. I mean, because it's a book that's been made into a film. But it's where he does it. It's like that. That's the bit that fucked my head up. Because it's like it's just like how jealous this guy is about the guy from the past. So I knew that they were saying me. It's definitely picking up on how jealous karmic energies are, whether it's present or past, about the love that somebody has from somebody from their past. Again, praying and hoping to God that that is not the case for some of you out there, but let's be honest, I know that it absolutely fucking is because of the sessions that I do, and just, yeah, I just know. Um, but let's hope it's not anywhere near as bad as that film. But yes, your childhood wounds are creating a hole in your soul. I didn't even know that that card said that. So whether it's childhood wounds or wounds from a previous toxic relationship, yeah. One way your childhood wounds disrupt an extraordinary life is through the low-grade depression experienced as a perpetual empty feeling. Oh God, this feels like things we spoke about tonight on the live. If a child, if as a child you tried to make everything all right by picking up the pieces of your family dramas, then you adopted a false self. When you lose your authentic self, you disconnect from your true feelings, needs, and desires. And that's the point. You see her story. She gets into that connection because of what she's went through prior. And although she was like, I'm not going to get into something like that, she does end up getting into something like that because that's how powerful your subconscious is. And that's why I stress how important hypnotherapy is for changing your fucking life. So book that session. Whether it's a past life regression or future regression, let's just fucking change the script and get you the help that you need. Um, Being detached leads to profound loneliness, isolation, as you're always mourning your true self. But also, I would add on to that, it also leads into being in dangerous, toxic, life-threatening situations, if we're going to base it on that film, where you end up picking people that are, they're not just a nightmare in the sense they're not a very nice person, they're fucking dangerous. So, and again, I have helped many people with situations like this, unfortunately, over the years. Um, Which, like I always say, I might have helped people through stuff like this, but in the end, when it's really serious, dangerous stuff, they're the ones that have to get themselves out of it. And not everybody could handle the kind of work that I need to help people with. So, yes, I appreciate the people that do support the work that I do and that don't add any more stress or ungratefulness, shall we say. Because again, more so, I get a lot of people that are very grateful and supportive and thank you very much for that. This card encourages you to discover your true self through learning about your childhood and mourning the abandonment of the neglect that you felt. Oh my God. Oh shit, it's this card. Right, okay. I need to read this and then I'm going to sort of pull another one and wrap this up. Find a safe place. Use colored pencils to. So you can do this another day, or you could do it now. I doubt you're going to do it now because this is giving you tasks. But find a safe place and use colored pencils to draw several masks. Each mask needs to represent an aspect of your false self, such as a good girl or boy, the savior, slave, rebel, victim, overachiever. So again, I feel when it's talking about the savior, that's when I talk about, be careful you're not falling into a martyr situation of like I have to save this person because they're vulnerable themselves, like that, because that kind of like, I suppose that could be like that film because like really it's like he's an energy vampire. Like he's, you see from, without spoiling the whole film, it's like he is the way he is because of something that happens to him in his past, and therefore it's like he's deeply unhappy and uh, he's basically sucking the life out of her to keep him going. And that's no a relationship. That's well not a healthy one anyway. That's like toxic as fuck if somebody's like the light. And that's like, and that now actually sounds like Twinflame, but it's not. Like, can I just stress like that's and that I get what they're saying. Like this is they're trying to, I can't be arsed with this at this time of night, but it's like they're trying to stress to you. And that's why I wasn't sure if I was going to like that film because I thought I knew it was going to have something like Twin Flames. So I thought I don't know if I'm really going to like seeing her with this toxic guy that's the karmic energy, but it's not. When you've what you don't, you'll get what I mean if you get it if you're a twin flame because you're like that's not the person she's meant to be with. She's meant to be with that other guy, but it's like she even knows that too. But she's scared to not be with this guy because she's got in too deep, basically. And then it's like she's protecting. Oh, it's weird. At one point, it's like she's protecting him, and but that is tough anyway. It's watch it yourself. Basically, is the point that I'm getting across here. But it's like I can see in that film too that at some point she feels like she needs to save him, but it's like you can't, you're never going to be able to do that. Like people need to save themselves, especially not karmic people because they're probably not learning their lesson. Like they're just going to keep being that way. If it ends with you, they'll just treat the next person like that too. Some people could change, but a lot of people won't. Turn on some powerful music, put on a mask, and move in a way you feel the mask requires for you to express yourself and feel the feelings you may have suppressed, and which we've already spoke about tonight. So see if that card is also doing what I said. This is what happens all the time if you're new. Once you've completed the dance, take off the physical mask and burn it. Then imagine energy. This is the bit I'd imagine most people will do. If you want to do the mask bit, you can do that too because it sounds powerful. Imagine energetically taking off the false masks you wear in front of various people. So you can just energetically imagine you're doing that and give yourself permission to be your real self. That is so in line with something I channeled earlier. Imagine a person in front of you who you feel doesn't accept you and say, I'm going to betray you now and recover my true self. Now imagine this person saying to you, I understand you and encourage you to become the best person you're meant to be. And the point is, that might be highly unlikely, depending on who the person is we're talking about, that they're ever going to say that to you. Oh, yeah, that's right. Like the toxic karmic romantic person that you're with, that you're codependent with, that depends on you being there to energy vampire you. Or it might be for some people they're dependent on your money. Like it's different for whatever, or dependent on your support for it can go on and on because we have to be mindful here of there'll be some people that are with I can't think of another word, stuck with people because maybe their mental health isn't great. And it's like there might be a concern around children or there might be a concern around just the person themselves. You know what I mean? It's complex and it can be loads of different reasons for different people. But whatever it is, it still comes down to the fact that you're going to be getting taken under, you're going to be getting pulled deep down under into the darkness. And what good is that going to do anyone? So I don't know who that's for either, and that's really intense, that message. But, oh, how weird is that? Waiting for a Star to Fall, Boy Meets Girl has just come on. And that's the song that comes on with that scene that I was channeling about Three Men and a Little Lady. Waiting for a star to fall. Na, 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 na. Anyway, give us a wee card because that was quite heavy. I want something lighter. Humor. Oh, look, yeah, humor. I think they're talking about some of these toxic situations that some of you have been in, whether you're the feminine or the masculine, whether this was 10 years ago, 2 years ago, 2 months ago, you're still in it. You know, praying for people that are still in it. It's like, you can have happiness after being in something like that, but you're going to have to get healing alongside it, or, yeah, you're going to need to take a risk at some point. You can't not speak your truth because you're afraid of doing something wrong. Communication. Look what came out when I said that out of all them. You can't avoid risk forever. That's the point. Surrender. That's about when you do get to the stage of surrender on the twin flame journey. And the masculine only gets to the place of surrender when the feminine surrendered to whatever happens. So good luck with that, guys. May the energy be with you for that. um, right, what other cards? And then I'm going to go. My twin, well, I didn't read this. My twin comes into my dreams, and I know when it's her and when it's not, because she cheats on me when it's not her. There you go, Nathan. That is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Do you mean like you see Margaret, but she's doing something like bad to you, and it's like, wait a minute, what? You know what I mean? It's like that's a good example of that. You've got to know the difference between an omen or like a vision of what could actually be, and when it's these sort of demonic energies trying to trick you. And that's why I say that you got to be careful when people claim they're channeling, because if people are using like basically. If anyone's using drugs, and I mean any kind of drugs, even like things that you use like medicinally or that, like drugs or alcohol, you're opening up portals and you could be like tapping into energies like meaning to do well, but you could actually be accessing things that are not helpful. So just be aware of that. Never dabble with shit like that. Don't do stuff like this when you're doing that. Definitely not at the same time, but just even, yeah. Um, That's just not her character. So that's when I know something's in the astral. Yeah, very wise. It's difficult, Margaret, but now's our time. Now is the time of the twin flames for us all. Love and light just exactly. My life until 3 years ago, around the time I started going on your lives, Claire, a coincidence. My life was filled with drama, and I've since destroyed those obstacles almost completely. Well done. Very proud of you. Thanks to mentors like you, I'm ending these karmic cycles once and for all through hell or high water. Yeah, go Nathan. Right. I don't know what card deck to end it with. Look at that. How weird is that? Before I've even shuffled though. This one's talking about playing as well. Dolphin play. Swim in the happy joy of living. Inhale confidence. Oh, look, that's perfect for what's come through. Inhale confidence and exhale fear. Dive into your wisdom, go with the flow. I love that. And these, what is the need? And look how fucking massive these cards are. That's hilarious. Can you see how big they are? Like, compared to like, I've got the mini version of that. The mini version is the knockoff version. Oh fuck's sake! Whenever I talk about the knockoff version, it's always about like counterfeit twin flames. So at some point when me talk, because it is like I got the small version of this first because I thought it was the real version. I was like, wait a minute, that's not the real one. So they're definitely giving you a message about when masculines or feminists have been caught up with somebody that had a similarity to the true twin flame. There might be some sort of similarity. Could even be they look the same or something about, or there's a chemistry. But it's like that's when it's wise to know again, and that's why I think they keep referring. I'm going to refer to that film quite a lot, I think, because although some people's, well, I fucking hope some people's circumstances out there aren't as extreme, although I know for some it is, because the people I've helped or helping. It's kind of like, um, she's got a chemistry with both. She's got a chemistry with the one from her past. And there's a sexual chemistry, but it's like safe and there's love wrapped up in it. And what she's got with the other guy, you could think that's chemistry, but it's not. It's like the kind that fizzles out. It's like, and also the guy's it's creepy as fuck how forceful this guy. So though I'm talking about a guy that's too much and too full on, again, love bombing. It's what a narcissist will do. They'll fucking bombard you with all they love, but then they'll turn into who they really are. Um, which I've explained before, that's no twin flames, guys. If you think that that's a that's not how most twin flames are, like at all. Um, That's karmic energies. They'll come on really, really strong. They'll not pay attention to your boundaries. They'll not leave you alone. Don't mix that up with like a masculine that does wake up and they come in strong chasing you. That's what they're meant to fucking do because they spent all that time running away towards the fake ones. But you know, it's like, but you shouldn't. Whether you're it just came up a gambling thing, so gambling could be an issue because that came. There's too many messages come. That came up yesterday. And look in the community tab, I pulled the card about gambling, but also it said play safe. But I think the message is stop playing safe. You need to take a risk. Yeah, because that came through in the community tab. Like I think some masculines now that are awake don't want to come across like a love bomber kind of thing. Like, oh, I'm going to come in strong and I'm just going to fuck off again. It's like, but you, by that point, if you're healed enough, you should know that you've both balanced out your energy enough to trust that it's the next step, Like it's not the same as, anyway, however that makes sense to you. I kind of get what they're saying. But yeah, the guy in that film's so creepy. Like he's just got red flag written all over him. Like some people, I suppose some people can notice that, and some people can't. But I suppose it is a film, so they're trying to get across that. But I would say she didn't recognize the signs of not to go there because of what she'd went through before. Very complex what I'm trying to explain here, but I do get what they're saying. It's like when I've said any of you with strong Pisces energy, you got to be really careful because that's confusion and illusion. Not only are people with strong Pisces placement, to be real, you can be guilty of lying yourself. I'm just saying, it is. It is. I've been fucking fucked over by a lot of lying Pisces people. Not Pisces sun, actually. It's Pisces, well, Pisces moon, I'll just be honest. But it's like, And Pisces means a very gentle, lovely psychic placement to have too, but I'm just wary, I'm just saying. I've said that before, I've been really transparent. I've had lovely sessions with people that are Pisces moons too, so just, do the Pisces moon justice and be a good Pisces moon out there. But um you can also be prone to people lying to you. You see, it goes both ways. Like, because it's about confusion illusion, you could think something's love, but actually it was lust. And when the lust fizzles out and you get the real person, you're in too deep. And I've just had the creepiest synchronicity as I've said that. I can't tell you what that is, but there was a name flashed up on the TV. Um, Angels of healing are with you. A time of healing is about to bless your life. Accept Archangel Raphael's emerald green light while I enhance your strength. And unfortunately, I'm getting the feeling that's about people getting the strength to leave these really toxic situations. Oh, right, I'm getting quite hungry now, so I want to get off and I think I'll not be eating the baked tatty this time, but I'm going to get a bit of toast or something. But thank you for sitting with me while I waste a bit of the time, because again, I'll be awake for ages. I'm gobsmacked. What's love got to do with it has just come on. If you've seen that, that is the worst film I've seen for a. I don't think we can say that word, but you know, that film, horrendous. Like, talk about domestic abuse. Like, that is. I've seen it once and I have no desire to see it again, put it that way. But that's not a coincidence that I've just channeled about that and that other film, and then that song comes on. What's love got to do with it? Okay, now. Goose, Inner Knowing. Oh, and Top Gun. Well, it wasn't Top Gun, was it? It was. Oh no, it was Top Gun because it was Take My Breath Away. Um, could be something about best friends coming in here again because that's his best friend that dies in the film. If you've not seen Top Gun, sorry if I spoiler alerted it. Oh, that actually. What's going on there? That could, oh fuck's sake, it's because it's Mediumship Monday. I'm not starting with that, guys, but because that is true, that's the guy's best friend. So this could be somebody's best friend in spirit. If that is someone's best friend in spirit, we'll grab another deck. What is somebody wanting to? Because that was weird the way I said that, and because basically there's been a lot about best friends, wasn't there? So I feel someone's best friend in spirit. No, someone's best friend in spirit. Now, bear in mind, this could be, I feel this is someone's specific message, but this could actually speak to a few of you. Your best friend in spirit. Because actually, Heather, I don't know if you're still here because that was ages ago. That could still be your twin flame saying that to you, but I feel this is somebody's male best friend in spirit saying to another male, know your worth. And look, as well, skunk spirit, something stinks here. Like, do you know what I mean? Know your worth. Don't settle for less. Surrender now. Oh my God, surrender now. 39 as well on the card. And these things are flashing up 1984 and 1985. It's just hilarious, the synchronicities. But yes, surrender now again. That now, but goose. That's really clever how they done that. Um, you're a brave traveller. Your soul knows the way. Be confident you will achieve your destination. And remember, when it comes to twin flames, your soul knows the way. Twin flames are two halves of one soul. So that's why I say, like, when just keep healing yourself, and there won't be any confusion about who your twin flame is. That's particularly to the feminines. But masculines too, when you start to wake up about what this really is, if you're still confused about who's who, get to somebody that knows their shit and hello, you're looking at her. There's a lot of other amazing people that will have different experiences. It's just if you resonate with me. But what I'm saying is by the time you get to a certain point, there won't be any confusion about that. Loyal friends are always with that. Right, I'm done. That's a beautiful message, especially because I just got Top Gun Goose, who's the best friend, a message from a best friend, and it says, loyal friends are always with you. Don't worry, you're blessed. Let yourself fly. So that feels like a really strong message coming in from a best friend in spirit. Or it could be somebody you worked alongside that passed the spirit because that they're working together, but they're meant to be best friends, aren't they? So that's beautiful. But you've already got an inner knowing, so that would have really spoke to you. But yes, now I shall say good night. So good night, Nathan. Good night, everybody that watched on the replay. And and live, of course. And again, Heather, thank you for allowing me to channel what very much feels like the other half of your soul. That was quite emotional. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. So I'm like, will I? But yeah, I'll see you tomorrow because I've got enough time to. But like you said, this actually picked my energy up. I just need to go and eat something now. Um, yeah, so I'll be going live. The plan is at 4:44 UK time, and then I'll be live again at 5:55. But it might just be a case of doing one, coming off, doing it again. But I'll be off by 6:30 because I've got a client. So and then I'm going to do the same again throughout the rest of the week. And it might just be for this week. It might just be certain activations and clearings that people are needing. But if I like doing it that way, I'll carry it on that way for the foreseeable. But yeah, book a session and you'll see on the other video, I'll say on the lives tomorrow, there's specific sessions that I'll be holding space for. Um, but yeah. And if you can't afford a session right now, or because I know people are often like that in January and just but again some people aren't too, so don't fall into that whole brainwashing. Some people you don't need to fall into a place of lack like that. But a lot of the people are, let's be honest. I do feel that I'm going to be guided to put out some sort of deal, but you'll see the details about that. Yeah, you'll see the details about that, so just keep an eye out. But anyway, I'll see you tomorrow if you're coming to join me tomorrow. And yeah, people in the membership. So Nathan, you're one of them as well. I will be in there as well, doing the New Earth weekly reading. And yeah, whatever extra videos I'm guided to do. Because like I said to you that it'd be a bit quiet in there while I took time off. So I appreciate you understanding that I needed that. I needed that break and that wee holiday to myself. And yes, anyway, see you tomorrow. Oh, I'm ending it at 1 o'clock exactly. New beginnings. There we go. New beginnings energy.